Before you go ahead and create your first Facebook ad, it's very important that you understand the keys to success. Many beginner advertisers dive straight in, and it's no wonder that they struggle to get click-throughs, conversions, and a return on their investments. By watching this lecture, you will be able to avoid those common mistakes and really understand the 7 things that you need to focus on in order to create Facebook ads that will grow your business.
This video is essentially a crash course in Facebook ads, so I highly recommend that you grab a pen and paper right now, start taking notes, because this is going to save you a huge amount of time, money, and frustration. Now, the first key to success with Facebook ads is targeting. And targeting simply means getting your ads in front of the right audience. This is not only the first key to success, but it is the most important and where I recommend you put most of your attention. The simple reason that targeting is so important is because there is such a massive audience on Facebook. There's over 1.8 billion active users. And for example, if you wanted to get just 180,000 customers from that audience, over 1.8 billion people, we're talking about a tiny percentage, 0.01%. So you need to be really laser focused in who you put your ads in front of, because remember that Facebook is an advertising company, and if you hand them money, they are going to spend it. So the onus is really on you to get your ads in front of the right people if you want to get the best results. Now, the great news is that there is a ton of great ways to target your ads on Facebook, and I want to give you an overview of them right now. So the first way to target your ads on Facebook is with core targeting. And this allows you to put your ads in front of people who are maybe near you in a radius by demographics, so male, female, what age they are, interests, what Facebook pages they like, or their behaviors online, and if they're connected to your Facebook page or not. Now, when this came out initially, this was revolutionary and gave Facebook a huge advantage in the online advertising space, because they had all this information from us when we created our profiles. That's why this information was so accurate and such an amazing thing when it first came out for advertisers. However, the game has changed now, and there is a new type of targeting that is even more powerful. It's called custom audiences. And if you aren't using these, you're advertising like it's 5 years ago. Because custom audiences really allow you to target people on Facebook who you already have a relationship with. And as you can imagine, that's much easier to get a sale out of. Instead of just hitting up somebody who's cold, who hasn't heard about your business, or maybe targeting someone who's already been to your website, you have a much better chance of getting a sale. Now, in terms of the different types of custom audiences, they are many different ones. But the general thing that links them together, or general theme, is retargeting or remarketing. So retargeting to people who've already engaged with, say, your website and creating a custom audience of those people. Now, you need to have the Facebook pixel in order to do that, but I'm going to show you exactly how to do that step by step. You can create a custom audience and retarget people who are on your email list, who have engaged with your Facebook page, who have engaged with your app. You need to have the SDK installed to enable that. That's essentially the equivalent of the Facebook pixel. And you can also create custom audiences in many different ways. Even people who have watched a video that you put on Facebook, you could retarget those people with, say, a lead ad and get leads out of them. So extremely powerful, extremely flexible, and I'll actually be showing you how to set up all of these custom audiences later on in the course. So let's look at some use cases to try and bring this to life. So taking the example of an e-commerce site, let's imagine that we wanted to remarket to people who had visited our online shop. We can do that and make it even very personalized by using this type of remarketing called dynamic product remarketing. So in the ad here that we can see on the right hand side are the exact products that I looked at the Adidas store. I can see them now in my Facebook newsfeed, and I can go ahead and shop straight away. So that's just one example. You can do it in a ton of different ways, but you can see the power of remarketing using these custom audiences over just targeting people by interest who may be interested in your product but haven't even taken the step to visit your website. Now, the third and final way to target on Facebook is through lookalike audiences. And these are really a marketer's best friend because they allow you to scale your marketing efforts extremely efficiently. So a lookalike audience helps you to reach people who are like your current customers, website visitors, or Facebook fans. What they actually do is you use a source audience, so one of the custom audiences that you've created, and then use that to find similar people on Facebook. So for example, I had a source audience of 10,000 people, and I was able to scale that into a targeted audience of 2 million people who were similar to that audience of 10,000 people who had visited my website. So extremely valuable way that you can still scale your marketing efforts, but do it in a targeted way. So how would you start from scratch? You might say, okay, that's great, but I don't have any people coming to my website or using my app yet. So the process would be you might run an ad starting using core targeting, interests, that type of stuff. Then you get those people to maybe come to your website or have a look at your app. You can create a custom audience of those people. And then on the back of that, you could create a lookalike audience. So it is a process that you can build up and take advantage of all of these type of audience, even if you're starting from scratch right now. So that wraps up the first key to success, which is targeting. Now we're looking at the second key to success, which is funnels. So what is a marketing funnel and how does it really apply to Facebook ads? Well, here is actually a screenshot from inside the ads create tool where you create Facebook ads, and you can see there's 3 columns here: awareness, consideration, and conversion. And this is essentially the funnel, although it's on its side. So people firstly become aware of your product, then they actually consider taking an action like watching a video, going to your website, and then finally they'll convert, make a sale, or sign up or visit your store in person. So that's the type of marketing funnel, and this is an important mind frame to think in because Facebook ads and the Facebook platform is actually different than Google and Google AdWords. You don't hear a lot of talk about funnels in Google, and that's because on the right hand side here you can see when people go to Google, they type in something like Nike shoes. I can see the ads pop up right there. But that's because I've already decided to buy Nike shoes or I'm interested in them because I'm typing them into Google. So my intention is much clearer and I'm probably much further down that funnel that we've talked about. Now over on the left hand side here, I don't go to Facebook and I don't browse my newsfeed because I have a specific thing in mind. I'm really there to connect with friends. And that's why you may need to make people more aware about your product first in Facebook and then start to move them down the funnel towards the sale. So here's an example of a couple of funnels that you could set up and think about. Say, for example, you wanted to get sales for an ebook, an online course, or anything. Firstly, what you could do is starting off and get some traffic to a landing page where you give away a free ebook or something like that. People pop in their email, you get their email address, and then you start an email sales funnel to get sales. That's one example. Another thing that you could do if you're an online coach or a local business, a lawyer, something like that, is you could create a lead ad. Once again, give away a PDF or an option for a free 15-minute consultation. People pop in their email address, you do the consultation over the phone, and you make the sale at the end of that. You could also set up a funnel, something like people to watch a video showing the new features of an app that you've released and people having a lot of fun with it. And then you could remarket to those people who've watched the videos to install the app. So those are a couple of examples, but the key thing is to think about the funnel and where people are in that funnel. Are they even aware of your product? Could they move to consider and take an action? And are they really ready for the sale before they've even taken that consideration? Moving on to the third key to success with Facebook ads, it's ad formats. Now, the key thing here is that you really want to match your ad format to the objective. There's a lot of different formats for ads on Facebook. You can use videos, you can use images, you can use what's known as carousel ads. And here are some basic rules that you can follow. If you want to get traffic to your website, you should use an image a link click ad, or a carousel ad. If you want to get video views, obviously use a video. If you want to collect leads, use a lead ad and lead ad forms. If you want to get conversions and sales, well, having a link straight there is going to be better than showing people a video, because people are going to click and go directly there instead of staying on Facebook and watching the video. Now, if you want to run conversion ads, remember you have to have that Facebook pixel set up. And if this isn't making sense to you at all, don't worry, we'll go into a lot of detail more later on. Finally, if you want people to engage with a Facebook post, you might be promoting a competition or something like that. Usually just a simple image is going to be the best. Now, moving on to the fourth key to success with Facebook ads, it's budgets. And this is the key question that comes up. How much does it cost to advertise on Facebook? Well, I think there's really two ways to look at this. One is to look at the absolute minimum. So this is a screenshot from Facebook for Business. It shows the minimum ad spend for the currencies that are listed up the top here. So for USD, Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, euro, a lot of countries there, the minimum spends are as follows. If you just want to get impressions, so people just to become aware of your ad, there is a minimum of $1 per day, but that's just going to be an image. People won't actually be able to click through. If you want people to click to get a like on your Facebook page, to watch a video, to engage with a post, then the minimum budget is going to be $5 per day. If you want to get something like more of a low frequency event, like an app install, then the budget is at least $40 per day. So those are some of the minimums. Let's have a look at it from another perspective, and probably the better way that you should be looking at, and matching your budget to your goals. So here are a couple of guidelines for maybe what are the type of expenses that you could be getting. Now, big disclaimer, these are just a guideline. I can't guarantee you're going to get these, but I would encourage you to try and work towards these numbers. So if you want to get Facebook fans, you want to budget maybe 50 cents per fan. Email subscribers, $1 per subscriber. Website traffic, maybe about 35 cents per website visit. Product sales, you want to budget maybe $30 per conversion. And app installs for a free app, budget about $2 per install. So results will vary, but there is some very rough guidelines to work towards. Fifth key to success with Facebook ads is the ad creative. And this is what people actually see in their Facebook newsfeed. So here are the 4 parts to a great ad creative. First, it needs to be visual. Remember that there is going to be a lot of competition for eyeballs in the newsfeed, so it needs to catch attention. Bright colors, faces will really stand out. So we can see here that this example, it's visual. It pops really off the background, this nice bright color. It's relevant because the image is really related to what the ad is about, which is freelancing. Here's 2 people working at home. They look like they're having fun freelancing. The ad should include an enticing offer, something that's going to catch my attention. So interested in becoming a full-time freelancer, we can see freelancing A to Z, how to start working from home, learn from 5-year full-time experience. So that's a pretty enticing offer. I can learn all that stuff. And again, all of those copy there is a strong call to action. It's encouraging me to really learn more about it. Let's have a look at one other example. This is an ad for LinkedIn. Once again, it's bright. We got a picture of a girl here and a good face catching attention. It's relevant. You can see $50 ad credits. That's a good offer. And learn more. Strong call to action to really click through and get that offer. Now, the 6th key to success with Facebook ads is split testing. And this is all about really, if you want to maximize your budgets, you need to find out what is most effective in your ads in terms of copy, imagery, targeting, etc. So you want to, when you put out a campaign, not only have just one ad, one image, and one audience that you're putting it out to, you want to really test different variables. So here is just one example. There's many different ways that you can do this, but you could have 2 images. You want to test which one gets more clicks. You can see there's a product here in the image or a person in the image using the product. And then you really test to see which one performs better. Now, the great news is these are pretty easy to set up in Facebook. And here are just some of the split tests that you can run. So in terms of the ad creative, you can test the headline, a different image, the landing page that you send people to, the placements in terms of does Instagram work better than the Facebook newsfeed or Facebook mobile? In terms of targeting, you can try different countries, different genders, different interests, different custom audiences. So the website custom audience, your email custom audience, etc. And there are other things like ad type, image versus video, bid type, etc. So that's just an overview of it. But the key thing to understand is testing is a big part of Facebook ads. And it's a real key to success to find out what really works for you. Now, finally, the 7th key to success with Facebook ads is tracking and reporting. And the first thing to do that's really important before you dive into reports is to define success for yourself. What are your business goals? Can you really get sales through emails? If that's the goal, then start to set some KPIs for those ads. What can I afford per email subscriber that really makes sense? And then you assess the results. In terms of the metrics, there's a lot of different metrics in these reports like CPM, CTR, CPC. What's really important out of all of these things, and not to lose focus, is how much is the cost per desired action. So the cost to get a Facebook like, if that's what you want, to get an email subscriber. That's really the key thing to get focused on. So these reports are actually not that hard to look at. Final thing is if you want to track conversions and see how many people from a Facebook ad say buy a product on your store, you need to have the Facebook pixel set up, and even you can track this through Google Analytics as well, and I'll show you how to do that. In terms of tracking and reporting, this is the key message: is you need to test, learn, and iterate, and it kind of links back into our split testing. You want to really use that reporting as a feedback loop to improve the next campaigns. I would encourage you to set aside some budget to experiment. Don't expect to get massive results from the first campaign. It's going to be a little bit of a process until you find your rhythm. So to recap, here are the 7 keys to success with Facebook ads: targeting, funnels, ad formats, budgets, ad creative, split testing, and tracking and reporting. Of course, this is just an overview of the keys to success. We'll actually be putting this all into practice as we go through the course.
Wouldn't it be great if there was a database of proven tactics and strategies tailored to your business that you can just take and apply to your Facebook ad campaigns? Well, the great news is that there is. Facebook have cataloged and organized a ton of case studies and success stories here. These are all real businesses getting real results with Facebook ads, and you can access these anytime. You just need to go to facebook.com/business/success. And the great thing is that you can break these down by business size, the goal that you want to achieve, the industry that you're in, the product that you want to test out on Facebook, and even the region that you are from. So what I've done is really picked out 4 case studies, and I'm going to walk you through them step by step, analyze them, break them down. And these are 4 completely different types of businesses. So we've got a local retail business with a physical location. We've got an app business. We've got a solopreneur online consultant, and we have got an e-commerce business. So we're going to go through each of these one by one, looking at their objectives, their targeting, the ad format that they used, and of course the results as well. I'll also show you one cool trick for how you can analyze any ad that pops up in your Facebook newsfeed, and how to create your own personal database of these eye-catching ads so you can use them to inspire your own campaigns. So be sure to stick around to the end for that. So let's kick it all off and have a look at case study number 1, and it's for the Avoca Clinic. And as you can probably guess from the image here, this is a case study for a local business that has a physical location. And what I'm going to do is walk you through this case study, pick out the important points and the keys to success that you need to focus on, and give my little insights along the way as well. So the perfect place to start, and really where you should start any analysis or where you should start thinking about your own campaigns, is really understanding the goal. So the goal for the Avoca Clinic here was to generate interest. They wanted to engage potential clients, and more specifically, they wanted to attract inquiries from people interested in the clinic's services. So notice here that they're not trying to get the sale directly from the Facebook ad. They're just trying to generate leads. So now that we understand that their objective is to generate leads, let's have a closer look at what they actually offer. So the Avoca Clinic is a business in Ireland, and this is a perfect case study to start with because I'm from Ireland as well. And they offer surgical and non-surgical cosmetic procedures. So probably things like breast augmentation, laser surgery, Botox, that type of stuff. So we understand their objective is to generate leads. We have a better understanding of the business. Let's take a closer look at their targeting, how they targeted their ads. And this is really key to their success, to get click-throughs, to get conversions, and to really reduce waste as well. So there isn't a lot of information about targeting here, but if we move down, we can see products used, core targeting. And I've opened this up here, and core targeting, to remind you, is really using targeting options like location, demographics, interests, behaviors, and connections. And my guess here is that the Avoca Clinic probably targeted their ads by a certain location. So a radius maybe around the clinic of people who could easily reach the clinic so that they could come in for the actual services, and also by demographics. So my guess is that their services primarily appeal to women, and definitely women of a certain age category as well, who are legally able to do these type of surgeries. So now that we understand the targeting a little bit better and what are the targeting options that they used, let's have a look at their budget. It's another key to success, and you can see that they started out with a small advertising spend of just 50 euros. So this is the right way to do it. They started small and they've really built up from there. And actually, if you see that they started with 50 euros, but they have now 10x their Facebook investments. So they're probably looking at 500. I'm not sure if that's 500 a month, but you can see that they tested something, it worked, then they scaled it. And that's the right way to do it with the budgets as well. And the next key to success is really the ad creative. And we can actually see the ads that they used here, which is pretty cool. We can see that there are 2 ads that they used here, 2 types of different copy. And I think you'll agree that these are very visual. They're very eye-catching. There is a great image here, kind of black background, white clothes. And they're definitely relevant because this is a woman here. They're probably trying to attract the attention of a woman. She's looking good. She's in her gym gear. If we look over here again, all pictures of women as well. And so they're really appealing to the person that they're trying to attract. They're looking fit, and they're really showing the success story as well. This is what people want to look like who probably want their services. So we know it's visually appealing, we know it's relevant. Let's have a look at the offer here. So want to learn more about our treatments by our award-winning team? Just click Get Quote and we'll be delighted to answer your questions. So the offer here is, look, we'll answer your questions. We'll call you back free of charge. And so that's a pretty good offer. I mean, there's no risk there. Just click through and we'll call you back. Now, the final point to note is that the Avoca Clinic use a certain type of ad format. It's called a lead ad. And then, although you can't see any real difference here, the difference is after you click through here on the Get Quote button. A lead ad, when you use this, brings the person to a landing page within Facebook. It's an inquiry form where their details are already pre-filled by the information that they've submitted to Facebook. So that solves 2 big problems for advertisers. One, that the person doesn't have to fill in their details because Facebook has already pre-filled it. Probably more importantly, they don't need to leave Facebook in order to give you their information. They don't need to go off to a website they maybe don't trust or wait for it to load up in order to give your information. It just makes it really seamless, and it's probably a key reason that this ad was so effective. So let's wrap it all up and bring it together here. Even if you have absolutely no intention of setting up a surgical or non-surgical cosmetic clinic, where you're not in that business at all, there are some key takeaways from this case study. One is that they got really clear on their goal, and really everything led from there. Their goal was to generate leads, not get the sale. That's probably perfectly suited to the type of business they're in, because it's going to be very hard to close 4,500 euro sale from a Facebook ads. So they did the right thing to just focus on generating leads. They created their ad to really promote that, get a quote. and they use this lead ad format in order to really generate those leads quickly. They use images that are visually appealing and relevant to the audience and that have a good offer, and they used core targeting, location, demographics to really get that in front of the right audience. So you can see that everything kind of has to fit together and work together in order to create these successful campaigns. And you can see the results here that they really got a 90% lower cost per lead than any other channel. They got a ton of leads coming from Facebook. And as we said, they 10x their investment after this. So that wraps up case study number 1. Let's have a look now at case study number 2. So let's have a look at case study number 2 now, and this is for an app business. And we're going to move through this case study and the remaining ones a lot quicker. So let's get straight into it. Their objective with this campaign was really to get new app users, so they want to increase app installs. Let's have a look at what this app actually does. It lets customers manage multiple bank accounts and budgets from a single interface, so really helping people with personal finance. And I think that's great because a lot of people really struggle with that and need help with that, so the app is really solving a good problem there. Let's look at how they targeted their ads, and you can see here that they used lookalike audiences. And if you remember, this is really reaching people who are similar to your customers or contacts. So people are already using the app, people are visiting your website, people are already on your email list or connected to your Facebook page. So a good strategy to really increase app installs. So we understand the targeting now using lookalike audiences. Let's have a look at the ad creative here to see if they tick the boxes. Well, it's definitely visually appealing. There's a nice picture here. And it's relevant because we've got a girl here looking at her phone. She's outside having a coffee. Life looks easy. And so this is a good success picture to really paint. And she's looking at her phone as well. So it gives us that clue that this is something related to your phone. There's a good offer here as well. If you could predict your budget and never be found short at the end of the month. I think that's translated from French, but I get the idea. You know, it's going to help you not be short at the end of the month. Nobody likes that problem, and this app's going to help you do that. Very clear call to action at the end again here, install now. So ticking a lot of boxes there for a successful ad creative. Now let's have a look at the ad format as well. They used a mobile app install ad, and if we look at this, when you click on this install now button, what this does is link directly to the app Store, Google Play and Kindle Fire. So depending on your device, it'll send you to the right place to download it so that people can download it straight away. And again, it's just making it seamless, taking out those unnecessary steps, and that really helps advertisers. So again, the key takeaways here are very clear on their goal. They set up an ad that was really tailored to that, and they even tapped into lookalike audiences, mobile app installs and video ads to bring that all together and really make that work. And let's have a look at some of the results. 40% increase in app installations and 52% of active users generated by Facebook traffic. So not only did people download the app, but they also became users of the app as well, which is very important ultimately for the business as well. So that wraps up case study number 2. Let's have a look now at case study number 3. Now this case study is pretty interesting because it shows how a woman, not a big company, is using Facebook ads to grow her business. Her name is Mirka. She's from the Czech Republic and she's into something pretty obscure, which is astrology. What she actually does is offer and prepare personalized horoscopes. So I don't think you could get any more niche or obscure than this. And really the point of including this case study is to show you that, look, you don't have to be a company to take advantage of Facebook ads. And you don't even need to be into something that is a huge industry. I don't think you could get any more obscure than preparing personalized astrology reports. And I think it's fantastic the way she's taking advantage of Facebook ads in order to grow her business. So let's have a look at how she targeted people for her ads and really find people who are interested in getting personalized horoscopes. So what she did was use custom audiences from her website. So probably retargeting people who had visited her website but not taken that step to actually purchase the personalized report. She also used that custom audience to create a lookalike audience so that she is really targeting people not only who visited her website, but people who are like those people and using that audience to really drive sales. So let's have a look at our ad creative here and see if it really ticks the boxes. So we can't really read the text here because it's in a check, but you can see that the images are definitely catching attention, and I'm sure that you've got the word for the horoscope here, you've got some questions that are probably pulling you in, and you've got the call to action to really learn more. So it's not a hard drive to get the sale, but I'm sure it's leading them towards this page here on our website, where there is the opportunity to go ahead and buy the reports at a pretty reasonable price of 23 euros. So summing up this case study, we can see that it's pretty, an obscure business. She's probably working from home and she's making a big success of it. She's getting a 3x return on her ad investment. So that means she's putting in €1, she's getting €3 back. And that is a fantastic place to be in, because her business will never kind of stop making revenue. She's a predictable way to make revenue. Spend €1 on Facebook ads, get €3 back. Who doesn't want that? I definitely take that any day of the week. So that wraps up case study number 3, solopreneur, person working from home. Let us now look at the final case study for the Aaron Brothers, which is an e-commerce business. And this case study is particularly good for understanding how to use retargeting for an e-commerce store, or retargeting in general. So we can see that their objective was to raise their awareness, but also to increase sales as well. And if we come a little bit further down here, that we can see that their objectives were to get clicks to websites and to really get website conversions as well. So some of the targeting that they did, and this is probably the most interesting part of this case study here, is that they split up their ads into 3 different groups and had really 3 separate objectives. One is target people who had added an item to their basket. So probably reminding people to come and finish out the process, and really going straight for that low-hanging fruit, getting people who'd almost purchased but not quite finished through. Next, a level down, really targeting people who'd viewed specific items but never made it to the checkout process. And then finally, people who had visited the Aaron Brother website. So you can see that how they prioritize these groups. They're starting with the people who were closest to making a purchase, then targeting people who are the one step back from that, and then again targeting people who are one step back from that again. And they use photo and video ads that clearly show the product popped in the newsfeed. We don't have the examples here yet, but really the objectives were get people to the websites and get people to convert and finish out those purchases as well. Now, looking at some of the results here, they got a 13x increase on their return on their ad spend. So put in €1, you get out 13 euros or dollars back. And this is the amazing thing here, 50% of their revenue directly generated by Facebook ads in 2016. So they have built their business on the back of Facebook ads, and that just shows, and I think is a great metric to finish up these case studies on, to really show how powerful that is if you really apply the strategies and get them right. And I think particularly shows how powerful that retargeting is as well, to really go for that low-hanging fruit and pick up those warm leads, as well as constantly be trying to get people to the website and do some brand awareness stuff. Those case studies are really helpful, but there's one thing that you can do on a daily basis that's going to make you a much, much better Facebook advertiser, and that is to analyze the ads that pop up in your own newsfeed. You're going to know it's an ad because it says sponsored here. And here's one really cool trick that you can use. You see the little drop down here? Just click on that and you can click on this button, why am I seeing this ad? And this is going to help you understand the targeting that the advertiser has set up for this campaign. So I can see here that LinkedIn wants to reach people who have visited their website or one of their apps. And more specifically, they want to reach people who are ages 18 and older, who live or were recently in Ireland. So I know that they are using a custom audience and also using those targeting features based on demographics and location. So that's a cool little trick that you can just do to understand why you're seeing the ads in your newsfeed. And also, if you like these ads, I like this ad, you can see that it's got a cool learn more button on the image, and that does make me want to click that. And if I wanted to replicate that in my campaigns and make sure I remembered it, what I can do is actually click here down in the drop down again and click save link. And what I'm going to be doing is really saving all of these ads, creating my own personal database of ads that have inspired me, that have caught my attention, and that's going to help me create much better ads. Now, if you want to find all these saved ads, just come across to saved here, and you can see a list of all of the ads. You can click down to saved from, and you can see the original post here. It won't appear like an ad, but you can see and access it again, so it can help inform your own campaigns. So to recap then, in this lecture, we looked at 4 case studies from 4 completely different types of businesses. You can see that all of them are using Facebook ads effectively to grow their business. They're using different strategies, and I hope that this showed you the tailored tactics and strategies that you can use for yourself. Of course, anytime you can come in to facebook.com/business/success, check these case studies out for yourself, start to analyze them in the way that we've done in this lecture that you've learned to do, and also you've learned how to create your own database of ads that you can really use to inspire your own campaigns. So I hope you found that helpful, and I'll see you in the next lecture. To start advertising on Facebook, the first step to take is to set up your Facebook advertising account. And in this video, I'm going to walk you through how to do that step by step, and also answer some very common questions that come up. So the first thing to do is to log into facebook.com and your normal Facebook profile. So the Facebook profile that you use on a daily basis to connect with your friends and read your newsfeed. Now, if you don't have a Facebook profile, just go to facebook.com, follow the prompts and set one up. It'll only take you 2 minutes. Once you're inside your Facebook personal profile, come across here to the right hand side and click on the drop down, and then come down and click on create ads. By clicking on this button, you then create your Facebook advertising account. And once it loads up, what you will see on screen here is what's known as the Ads Create tool. Now, the Ads Create tool is a tool within your Facebook advertising account that guides you through the process of creating an ad. For now, what you can do is come down to the bottom left and just click close. So already you have created your Facebook advertising account, but in order for your ads to go live, you do need to add some billing information. So let's set that up now. Come up to Ads Manager here, come down to All Tools, and you can come across here to Billing and Payment Methods. Now at this point, I do want to say that Facebook often changes its interface, so if the buttons aren't in the exact same positions, don't worry, the steps are going to be the same. So once you've found Billing and Payment Methods, you can just click on this, and once that loads up, it's very simple for you to add in your payment method. You just click on the big green button here, and you can add a debit or credit card, PayPal, online banking, Facebook ad coupon, etc. Now, to reiterate, you don't need to set this up right now if you want to play around with the advertising account and even go through the process of creating an ad, but you will need to set this up if you want those ads to go live. Now, before we leave this billing information, there is one other thing that's a good idea to do, and that is to set up an account spending limit. So if you want to control how much you spend and really put a limit on the maximum that you can spend on Facebook ads, you can set up an account spending limit. And this is probably a good idea to do if you're a beginner advertiser and you want that safety net in place. All you have to do is click on Set Account Spending Limit, type in the amount that you want to set the limit as, for example 250, and then just simply click to set that limit. Now, with your advertising account set up, your payment details added, and your account spending limit in place, you've really everything you need in order to start advertising on Facebook. However, before we move on, I do want to answer a very common question, which is, can you advertise on Facebook without a Facebook page? And the answer is yes. If you don't have a Facebook page, you can still create an ad. However, you can only show that ad in the right column of Facebook, use a single image as your ad format, and use the traffic advertising objective, which sends people to your website. So to give you an example of what that looks like, You can create an ad on Facebook like this one here in the right hand column, just an image, and it can only bring people to your website. So what you're missing out on if you don't have a Facebook page is that you can't put ads in the news feed here. You can't use things like video ads or lead ads, or even put your ads on Instagram and other platforms. So even if you are a solopreneur and you're trading off of your normal Facebook profile, it still is a great idea to set up a Facebook page so you can use all of these advertising features. And just to quickly show you how to do it, come down to the drop down here, click on create a page, and you can follow the prompts to really set up a page for yourself. Not only does that give you access to all of those extra advertising features, but a Facebook page in general gives you great access to information about who are the demographics, people interacting with your page, what are the posts that are really getting a lot of engagement, and this information you cannot get on a personal Facebook profile page or even within a Facebook group. So setting up a page is really a must if you're serious about Facebook marketing. Now there is one other scenario where you can advertise on Facebook without having a Facebook page, and that is where you are advertising on behalf of an employer or on behalf of a client. Now in order for them to add you as an admin to their page, what they need to do is log into this tool called Business Manager. It's within the Ads Manager tool, and here they can come down to page roles and really assign you as a new page role under advertiser, and in this way you can access all of those advertising features and really do the advertising on behalf of them. To recap, the steps to setting up your advertising account are very simple. Just log into facebook.com and come down and click on create ads. With that, your advertising account is set up, but you will need to add some payment information before those ads can go live, and setting up an account spending limit is a good idea. If you don't have a Facebook page, I would recommend you go and set that up, not only to tap into all of those advertising features, but also to access all of these great analytics that only come with Facebook pages. In the other scenario, ask your employer or client to add you in the Business Manager tool so you can really get set up to start advertising on behalf of them. So we'll finish up there, and I'll see you in the next video. Now, once you have created your advertising account, the next thing is to decide which tool that you are going to use in order to create your Facebook ads. And that's an important decision to make because there are 3 options on Facebook. You can boost a post from your Facebook page, you can use the Ads Create tool inside your advertising account, or you can use the Power Editor tool inside your ads account. In this video, I'm going to bring you through all 3 of these tools, explain them to you, explain the pros and cons, and then at the end, I will give my recommendation as to which tool you should use in order to really get started advertising on Facebook. Let's start by looking at the Boost Post tool. Now, this is the easiest and fastest way for you to start advertising on Facebook. And what we're really talking about here is this Boost Post button that appears underneath the normal posts that you make to your Facebook page. So for example, here is a post that I made yesterday on my Facebook page, and now underneath that I can see this option to boost this post and get this post to reach more people. Now my audience can't see this button, it's only because I'm an admin on this Facebook page. Now let's click into the tool to see what's involved. What we have here on the right hand side, once it loads up, is a preview of the ads itself. So I can see that it's sponsored. That's how I know it was an ad if it showed up in my desktop news feed. And underneath here, the ad will contain those likes and comments that were on the original post. Moving across here to the left hand side, you have some options in terms of setting your targeting, your budget, and duration. Now at this stage, we're not going to go through how to go through all of these things and decide. I just want to show you some of the options here. So right now you can see that you can target this post through things like location, demographics, and if I open this up more, you'll also see that I have the option to target this ad by interests and behaviors, or even exclude people from this audience based on interests and behaviors. So a lot of those core audiences and targeting features are available inside this tool. Now you can also boost this post to people who like your page. Now you might be wondering, why would I want to do this? If I already sent it out as a post yesterday, why would I want to boost this? Well, what you have to remember is that Facebook actually limits the amount of people who would have seen the original post. And just to click out of this for a second, I'll show you what I mean. So on this Facebook page, I have got 6,400 likes or 6,400 fans. And I can see that underneath this post here that 835 people have seen this post. So still a large percentage of my audience have not seen this post, and that might be a reason why I want to boost this post to my existing Facebook fans so more of them will see it. You can also select the audience for this ad as people who like your page and their friends. You can also use custom audiences. So a lot of the targeting options are available here. And right down below it here, you can get an estimated people reach. So you know in terms of that targeting, roughly how many people you're going to be reaching. Underneath this as well, you have options to set your budget and duration. Now, one con or disadvantage of this tool is you don't have all of the options available to you, like different types of bid types. And that could be important if you become a more serious advertiser. Also, a disadvantage of this tool is you can't select where your ads appear. For example, if you wanted your ad only to appear on Instagram, that wouldn't be possible to do inside the Boost Post tool. However, I think the one important thing to understand, and probably the biggest limitation of the Boost Post, is that this tool is designed to only do one thing, and that is to get more engagement on your posts. So the objective for you, if you wanted to use this tool, would be to get more likes, comments, and shares. If you wanted to run a Facebook ad to get website traffic or app installs, this wouldn't be the tool for you to use. However, saying that, it is a very easy and quick way to get started, and that's why Facebook have built this right on top of your Facebook page. Let's move on now to the second tool that you can use to create Facebook ads, which is the Ads Create tool that you can see on screen now. It's inside of your advertising account. The first thing to point out straight away about this and how it's different to the Boost Post tool is that you can have many more advertising objectives and address them within this tool. What we were looking at before is really only this engagement objective. And if you come down even within that, just getting post engagement, that is all that the Boost Post tool allows you to do. Now you can see that there are many more options available to you: brand awareness, traffic, app installs, video views, lead generation, conversions, etc. So already by going to the Ads Creates tool, you've opened up a whole lot more options, and that is really the case in terms of placements, where your ads appear, in terms of your budgets and scheduling as well. You have many more options to add here as well. And you can even set a suggested bid per the type of objective that you want to achieve. So you don't need to understand all of that right now. What you just need to understand is that the Ads Create tool is a step up, and it gives you a lot more control and advertising options. Now, the third and final tool that you can use to create your Facebook ads is Power Editor. And once again, this is inside of your advertising account. You can see that the interface here, it looks a little bit more technical. It's not as easy to use. However, this is the interface that can give you the most amount of control and is really designed for professional advertisers. Power Editor allows you to create and manage campaigns in bulk. So this is the ideal tool if you'll be managing hundreds of Facebook ads. It's also the place where new Facebook features and ad formats are released. So that's another reason why professional advertisers prefer to use it. To recap, in this video, you've learned about the pros and cons of the Boost Post tool, the Ads Create tool, and the Power Editor tool. In terms of where you should get started with your Facebook advertising, I really recommend that you get started with the Ads Create tool. It still has that simple interface that's going to guide you through the process of setting up an ad, and at the same time gives you access to all of those ad formats, bid options, etc. So now that you know where to get started with your Facebook ads, I'll see you in the next lecture. Before you create your Facebook ad, it's important that you understand the key ad policies for Facebook and Instagram, because there are some restrictions in terms of the content, the targeting, and the images that you can use in your Facebook ads. Now, the best place to understand the Facebook ad policies is on the Facebook website itself. They have a very detailed guide about what is allowed and what is not allowed. And if you want to access this for yourself, you can go to facebook.com/policies/ads. So the first thing to understand is that there is an ad review process. Before your ads show up on Facebook and Instagram, they're reviewed to make sure they meet these advertising policies laid out here. Now, typically that will happen and your ads will be reviewed within 24 hours. And if for any reason your ad is not approved, you'll get a notification by email explaining why and the changes that you need to make. So let's start by looking at some of the prohibited content. Now, anything that's listed here cannot be advertised on Facebook. And as you can imagine, a lot of these things are pretty obvious, like illegal products or services, tobacco products, drugs. But here, there are a couple of surprising categories in here, like unsafe supplements. And it's probably a reason why you don't see a lot of supplements for bodybuilding, etc. in your Facebook newsfeed, because Facebook has the sole discretion to decide whether your supplement is safe or unsafe. So that's a big question mark if you are advertising in this niche. Moving down again, some more obvious categories like adult content or products. But down here is another interesting one, third-party infringement. And I have a great example of this. I had a friend who wanted to create a t-shirt company that had printed on the t-shirts the latest memes from around the internet. Now, the problem with this and why he wasn't able to really get his business idea off the ground and access Facebook ads is because a lot of those memes and images included copyrighted, trademarked images. So that's worth considering if you are going to sell t-shirts or any products like that that have copyrighted infringement. You won't be able to advertise them through the Facebook ad platform. Now, moving down a further little bit here, there are a lot more things under the prohibited content here: payday cash loans, multi-level marketing, penny auctions, etc. Some of the things you might expect to see. Now, after prohibited content, there are restrictions on certain other types of content like alcohol. You must follow the local laws. So for example, in Ireland, where I'm from, you wouldn't be able to advertise to anybody under 18 in relation to alcohol. Other types of restricted content like online pharmacies, supplements. If you're in this business, once again, it's good to come in here and really check before you go through that process of setting up your ads, doing all the targeting, only to get not approved at the end of all of that. So prohibited and restricted content are the big policy areas that you'll want to review. Now, another important one where there's a lot of confusion is text in images. And Facebook recently changed the rules on this, so this is worth looking at in a little bit more detail. So Facebook policies recently were, or previously were, that they prohibited ads with text that covered more than 20% of an ad's image. So they wanted to keep the Facebook newsfeed looking good. They don't want it looking spammy and having ads with a lot of text on them. Now, they've recently revised a new solution that allows ads with greater than 20% text to run, but with less or no delivery. Now, why did they change the rule? Well, my guess is that they wanted to reduce the workload that they had in terms of rejecting ads and going through that approval process. So they decided to put the onus back on the advertiser and say, if you have ads that are greater than 20% text on the images, you're going to be able to advertise, but with less or no delivery. So let us have a look at a couple of examples for this. Now here I am inside the Boost Post tool, and I have an image here that has more than 20% text on it. You can see a lot of text in this image here, and I'm getting this warning saying your boosted post may not run. Images with a high proportion of text don't use their budget as efficiently and may not even run. So you will get this automatic warning if you were trying to run an ad with more than 20% text. But if you don't, it's good to just ensure and measure that for yourself. And if you have any doubts of whether your image contains more than 20% text, you can use this tool here. I'll put the link in the resources section of this lecture, but you just upload your image and it'll really check the text for you. Let's look at one other example, and this is actually an ad that I saw on my Facebook newsfeed. I've saved it so it doesn't appear as an ad now, but this is an ad for LinkedIn, and as you can see, there's quite a lot of text on the image here. Now, according to the Facebook rules, this will get a lot less delivery or not run at all. So I think that that rule is maybe slightly flexible if everything else about the advertiser is looking good. But to be honest, I don't know why LinkedIn even need to include this much text. I think just saying get $50 ad credits is enough for me to be curious and click through. So to recap, in this lecture, what you have learned is that before your ads show up on Facebook and Instagram, they are reviewed to make sure they meet those advertising policies. Your ads will get approved or disapproved within 24 hours. But to save yourself all that time of setting up campaigns, it's worth reviewing these policies before you take the next step. So I'll put this link in the resources section of this lecture. If you have any doubts, go ahead and check that out now, and then I'll see you in the next video. When you're advertising on Facebook, it's important to understand how Facebook will organize your ads. Facebook organizes your ads into 3 levels: campaigns, ad sets, and ads. And this structure makes it easier for you to organize and optimize the performance of your ads. So here's how the structure works. To run an ad on Facebook, the first thing you'll do is choose an objective. For example, you may want to run a campaign to get traffic, to generate leads, or to increase conversions. For each different objective that you have, you will set up a separate campaign. Once you've chosen your objective, the next level is the ad set, and it's in here that you will define your audience, your ad schedule, where your ads will appear, and how much you will pay. At the ad level, it's all about what people will see, and it's here you will define your ad creative, or what will appear in your ad, like the image you use, the link that you get people to click on, and the messaging within the ad. The key benefit of this ad structure is not only that it breaks down the steps to creating a campaign, but it lets you test which ads perform better. For example, if you run a campaign to get traffic to your website, you could test the responsiveness of different audiences at the ad set level by creating a separate ad set. And you could test the responsiveness to different types of ads by creating new ads at the ad level using maybe different photos, videos, and messages. And with the ads reporting tool, you will then be able to see which audiences respond most and which ads perform the best, so that you can really do more of what's working and get more out of your advertising campaigns. Now that you understand the Facebook ad structure and how it can help you optimize your campaigns, the next step for you is to create your first ad. And that's what we're going to start doing in the next lecture. You are now ready to start creating your ad. To launch the Ads Create tool, select the Create Ads from the drop-down in the upper right-hand corner of your Facebook profile. This is a good page to bookmark, as you'll be using it every time that you create a new ad. And perhaps you should even create a bookmarks folder in your browser, like I've done here, so that you can easily access all of the important Facebook tools and links from one place. Now, the first step to create your ad is to choose your advertising objective. So let's review the options that you have, and at the end of this video, you will have chosen the objective for you to create your campaign. Now, the first thing that you will notice is that these marketing objectives are broken down into 3 columns: awareness, consideration, and conversion. And these three columns here really match in with the marketing funnel. So at the top of the funnel, you're trying to create awareness for your brand. In the middle of the funnel, you really want people to consider your offer, to take an action, like click through to your website, engage with your posts or Facebook page, download your app, view a video, or give you their information so you can generate a lead for your business. And the final piece of the funnel, which is the really bottom of the funnel, is you're really encouraging people and driving them to convert on your website, to make a purchase, to purchase a product on your e-commerce store, or to visit your physical store. So let's start over here with awareness so we can really understand in more detail this marketing objective. First, you have brand awareness. And if you click on any of these marketing objectives, you'll see down below here that there is a better explanation of what it is and if this is a good campaign that will match with your marketing objective. So if your marketing objective is to reach more people who are likely to pay attention to your ads and increase awareness about your brand, then this is the type of ad you would choose. Now, very similar to brand awareness, there is a campaign objective where your objective is just reach, where you want to show your ad to the maximum amount of people. So it's very similar, except in the brand awareness campaign, this will show the ad to people who are more likely to pay attention. Awareness campaigns are the equivalent of a poster in a bus stop, an ad in a magazine, or an ad on TV. The intention here is not to get them to make a response, to take an action. It's simply in order for you to create awareness about your brand. Now, this type of marketing is very normal for big businesses like Nike, Coca-Cola, and I would suggest this type of campaign is probably best left to them. If you are a small or medium-sized business, you should really focus your attention on the consideration and the conversion column, because this is going to get a more tangible result for your business. So let us start by looking at the traffic marketing objective here. And this is going to be ideal if you want to send more people to a destination on or off Facebook. In terms of engagement then, this is going to be ideal for you if your objective is to get more people to see or engage with your posts or page. Engagement can include comments, shares, likes, events, responses, and offer claims. So if you choose this objective, Facebook is really going to optimize so that you get more comments, shares, events, responses, etc. So down here you can see that you can make that choice again between post engagement, which is the same as boost post, or page likes or event responses. So you can make that choice down here again. Next up, we've got app installs, and this is going to be the ideal campaign for you if you want to send people to a store where they can purchase your app. Now that can be the App Store for Apple or Google Play, and it can also be if you just want them to download your free app. Next up, we've got video views, and this is going to be ideal if you want people to watch your videos and really raise awareness about your brand. And that can be things like behind the scenes footage, product launches, and customer stories. And a good tip here is that if you do want to create videos, it's probably best to keep those videos on 15 seconds or less, because that is the type of video length that's going to get the most amount of views. Finally, down here we have lead generation, and this type of campaign is going to be perfect if your objective is to collect leads, so emails, phone numbers from people interested in your business, so you can contact them through phone or email and really do a callback on them or an email campaign. So that finishes off consideration. I think a lot of interesting options there for you. Over here then on the right hand side is the conversion column, and as I said, this is really focused on getting people to actually make a purchase and generate actual dollars for your business. So the first one here is conversions, and this is an ideal objective for you if you want to get people to take valuable actions on your website or app, such as adding their information, payment information, or making a purchase. One caveat is though, if you want to run these campaigns, you need to have the Facebook Pixel or Facebook SDK set up in your app, so that you can track and measure these conversions. Without the Facebook pixel, Facebook cannot actually optimize for you to get conversions because they don't have that information at the back end telling them really what is working. After that, we have product catalog sales, and this automatically creates products from your product catalog. This is ideal if you have a big e-commerce store and you want to generate a lot of ads very, very quickly. Finally, there is store visits, and this is an ideal objective for you if you want to really promote your location to people who are nearby and get them to come in. So as you can see, there are a lot of different campaign types that suit a lot of different marketing objectives. If you are struggling in any way to understand what those ads are going to look like in real life, there is one great resource, and it's called the Facebook Ads Guide. I'll put a link to this in the resources section of this lecture. But for example, if you were considering brand awareness or just even wanted to understand what that looked like, you can click in here, brand awareness, to see it as a photo. You can see the type of ad that it is. You cannot click through on this, but really the purpose is just to raise brand awareness. In terms of a clicks to website, let's open this up here, and you can see that there is a Facebook links, which is the image plus a link that can be clicked through, and that is how the ad is going to look like. You can see on desktop or mobile. You can even see if you want to create a clicks to website with a different ad format, how that would look like. So I think it can be helpful to understand that from the start before you start coming into the tool to set that up for yourself. I'm going to go ahead and select the marketing objective of getting traffic to a destination really off Facebook, and I'm just going to leave the campaign name as traffic for the moment and select continue. So now go ahead and select the objective for your campaign following the exact same steps that we have just covered. In the last lecture, you learned how to set the objective for your Facebook ad campaign, and we did that in the campaign level of our Ads Create tool here. Now in this video, we're moving down into the ad set level, and you'll remember this is the place where you define the audience for your ad, your placements, where you want your ad to appear, the budgets and the schedules. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to start defining the audience for your ad. We're going to look at the first 5 ways that you can do that by location, age, gender, language, and demographics. And I'm also going to show you some really cool tips so you can get this done really quickly and do it very accurately as well. I think a lot of people don't think about this when they're creating their ads. So let's dive straight into it now. We're really moving down to the audience section here. And I think before you start to mess around with this and start to put in locations and anything like that, one good place to start looking at here is the fuel gauge, which is over on the right hand side here. Now I would even recommend you write down this number right now, which is potential reach. So I can see this is 2.9 million people, and based on the targeting options that I have in place right now, that's what the ad is going to reach. Potential reach of 2.9 million people. Now you'll see up here that it says that my audience selection is fairly broad, so we will want to narrow it down, and that's the purpose of these targeting options, to make it more specific and to get it down to a smaller audience size so that our ads are appearing only in front of people who we think are going to care about it and who are going to click through or download our app or whatever the objective is that you have set for your campaign. If we do that well, if we do targeting well, we're going to minimize our wasted ad spend. We're going to get a lot more results out of our budget. So it's a really important thing to do. So let's dive straight into it then. The first way that you can target your ad is by location. And actually, this is the only targeting option that is required in order for your Facebook ad to go live. Now, right now that you can see here that for my example, it is targeted to Ireland, and that came up by default because that's where I'm right now. So we can see and understand already that we can target our ads by country, but we can also target our ads in much more specific ways. So for example, I can put in here the city that I'm in, Dublin. So watch this gauge now, 2.9 million, dropping off to 1.4 million. So if I had a business that was restricted to a certain area or served a certain area, well, then it would be a good idea to narrow it down to that area. You can not only do it by city like this, but you can also put in maybe a neighborhood as well. So here's a neighborhood within the city, and I can see now that it's come up as a radius format, and this could be ideal if you're a big business that has a catchment area and you really want to narrow it down to that. And I can also see that I can reduce this even more down to 10 miles at a minimum, and I can see the change in the fuel gauge there again. So location targeting is really the starting point. It's key. Now this is going to be different depending on the type of business that you have. If you have an online business, an offline business, etc. These targeting options are going to vary to suit your needs. Now moving down here, we have the age and really demographics. So you have the option here to put in the age range of the people that you want to show your ad to. And this is going to be something that once again is going to be dependent on the type of business that you have. Now remember those Facebook and Instagram ad policies. So if, for example, you are advertising an alcohol product or have any of that content on the restricted content list, well then you have to follow those same guidelines as you set up your ad here. Gender, then you can select all, or male or female, and languages, you can enter the language that you want to include here. So I'm just going to pop in English US, and down here even further again you have an extra option to really get into more demographics. So let's click this down here, and you can see that you can target people not only by their gender and their age and their language, but also say by their education, the level of education that they have, their life events. So if they're getting married away from their hometown, if it's their birthday. Coming down again, we can see if they're new parents, their political side that they're on, the work that they're in terms of being employed or industries or job titles, etc., their relationship status. And this is often why people who get newly engaged will see all these ads about wedding venues, etc. I'm sure you've heard the stories from your friends where they've really commented on the ads that pop up once a life event happens. So you can see that there really are a ton of targeting options there. Now, I know personally it can be a little bit overwhelming. There's so many options. Where would you even get started? So I wanted to give you some advice on how to think about this. What I would recommend is that you try to imagine your ideal customer and what they look like. Who would really be the poster boy for your product, even the blog post that you're writing for them? That's really going to get a lot of value out of this. And so if you have no data right now, just imagine that and fill the details out with that one person in mind or a group of people. Now, if you do have data, I'm going to show you a really cool trick to how you can do this. So if you have a Facebook page, what I recommend you do at this stage is come to your Facebook page, come into Insights here, and you'll notice down on the sidebar here that you actually have a section called People. And here you have the exact information that you need to put into your Facebook ad. So if you want to reach people who are already like your existing Facebook fans, then this is information that you can use. And if you are creating these ads for a client or you're working in a business and you need to create these ads, then this is a great resource and source of information that you can use. So for me personally, I can see that there is a 60-40 split between men. So men are more interested in the type of content that I'm putting out. For both sexes, we have more people in the 25 to 35 age range interested in what I'm putting out there. So that's very interesting to note. And also I can see the top country for me is the US. I can also see top cities, and language is English US. So this is the exact information that I need to be putting into my ad here in terms of defining my audience in the first step. So if you have that information available to you, I would recommend you do that if your ad is going to be related to where you're sending people to. So to remind you, my objective was to get people to my website. This is the Facebook page related to that website. So obviously this data set is going to be very good for me to look at. Now, as well as that, another great source of information that you can look at is Google Analytics. And once again, this is the analytics of the website that I intend to send people to through this Facebook ad. So again, a very accurate source of information. Now, to access this data, if you're not familiar with Google Analytics, you can come down to audience here. And essentially it's going to be very, very similar. You can come down to demographics. You can see the overview here. And actually there's a very similar split in male female to what we saw on the Facebook page. So 60-40 more or less, same age range, which is great to see, good confirmation of that. And if we come to the geo report here, we can actually look at the language of people. So English US, top one once again, no real surprises there. And in terms of location, then once again I can see the hot location is the US, with other English-speaking countries following up. And I can also see in terms of the cities here, which are the big ones. So what I would suggest is, if you do have this data available, I'd open this up as you are filling out your ad. If you work at a company, make sure you can get access to that, or you're working for a client, try to get access to that before you start to fill out this information. And if you don't have this information now, well, I would recommend that you gather that information, set up your Google Analytics, your Facebook page, so that you can feed that in for later campaigns. So I'm going to take a minute to fill this out now for myself and for my ad. What I'm going to do is just put it for the top country. I'm going to put it for that age range that I saw, 25 to 34. Get this down here. I'm going to stick it just for males for the moment, because I want to try and get it as specific as possible. I'm going to put it as English US, and for the moment I'm just going to leave the life events and other demographic options off. But what I would recommend that you do is to go ahead, think about that, use that data if you have it, and start to define your audience based on location, age, gender, languages, and demographics. And keep an eye on how the changes that you make impact the fuel gauge over here. Now you can see for me this has gone up massively because I'm targeting a much bigger country. But as we go through the remaining targeting options, you're going to see this narrow down a lot. So that is how you get started defining your primary audience. Go ahead and do that now, and we'll be refining this in the next videos as well. You've already learned how to target your ads by location, age, gender, and demographics. And in this lecture, you're going to learn about interest targeting. This is where it really starts to get interesting, excuse the pun. But this is where Facebook has a lot of power, because they have a huge amount of information on people. And interest targeting is not just the Facebook pages that people like, they actually have much more data than that. So any information that they've added to their timeline, keywords that they use in their status updates, the apps that they use, and even ads that they have previously clicked on. So what Facebook does is categorize people into different categories based on these interests, and you can use these categories and pull these interests into your ad campaign. So you're getting your ads in front of people who are interested in those things that you know are going to be relevant to your product or service. So one thing to do before we get started is, once again, take a note of your potential reach here. So it's 27 million for my example here. And you'll see that how this changes as we look at certain things. So interest targeting, to really add this to your audience, it's down here under detailed targeting. And if you click on the search box here, you're going to see the drop down come up and you will see the interests here. So the type of stuff that we're talking about is you can target people based on all of these interest categories here. So you see business and industry, family and relationships, fitness and wellness, technology. There's more categories down here as well. But really, this is the first way that you can do it, through the interest categories here. Now, I'm going to click down into business here, scroll down a little bit. And what I want to look for here is online interest. So people are interested in online stuff. and in particular digital marketing. Now this is suitable for me because this is the type of interest that I hope my audience are going to be into, because this is what I am really creating my ad about. Now the cool thing is that when I click to add this interest to my ad, I can get a sense of how many people are interested in this. So 39 million people. Now you'll notice that as I click that, my potential reach has dropped a lot. So this is the total audience who are interested in this, but in terms of the location and age settings that I've made, the people who are interested in this plus match the options that I've targeted is now 1.9 million. So 27 million down to 1.9 million. You can see a massive drop. So as well as using these drop downs and categories to select your interests, what you can also do is just type something into the interest search box here. So this could be products that are related to your Facebook pages, maybe competitors, or people within your field who you think if they're interested in that, then they're going to be interested in me. So let me type in digital marketer. This is a Facebook page that covers similar stuff to me. And so I can see that 6,164 people are interested in this. And if I click on this, this is where it starts to get really interesting, because Facebook starts to give me suggestions here. So these are different categories that I could add to my campaign. There are even well-known people within this industry starting to show up here. So I'll add a couple of these. And as you add these as well, you can start to see how many people are interested in that particular person or that particular Facebook page or that particular product. And it's fascinating to really see how many people are interested in one person or another. So if you think somebody is the biggest in your industry, it can just be interesting to come in here and actually test that with some data and see, does Facebook, what is the data that they have and who do they see as being the bigger well-known person or the bigger page, etc. So looking over the fuel gauge now, you can see that it's gone up from 1.9 to 3.8, and that is because I've added in these additional interests here. So what is important for you to understand is that when I add in interests like this, as you can probably guess from the number, it's not that's people who are interested in Amy Porterfield and digital marketer and Gary Vaynerchuk. It's just people who are interested in either one of those three things or even digital marketing in general. So that's a really important thing to understand. As you add in interests, you can actually be making your audience broader rather than being people who like all of those three things. So because these people are quite broad, I'm going to start to remove some of them and kind of get it down to something more suitable for me, which I think is this. So what I would recommend you do now is have a look at the interest targetings. Think about the Facebook pages of competitors that might be relevant or relevant companies or products. And one thing to keep in mind is as you search in here for interests, not every single well-known celebrity or page is going to show up here. Facebook only has information on a certain amount of people, so you got to work around the data that is available. But play around with the interest targeting here. Remember, you can still use all these tools even if you're not considering putting this ad live. So I really recommend you do that. And in the next lecture, we're going to move on to behavior targeting, which is the final way that we're going to look to define your audience for your ad. I'll see you there. You've already learned how to refine the audience for your ads with interest targeting. And in this lecture, we're going to cover the last two options that you have, which is behavior and connections targeting. So let's jump straight in. We're still here in the detailed targeting section in our Ads Create tool, working on the ad set level for our audience. And to find this behavior targeting, best to click on Browse here, come down to Behaviors, and we can see the certain behaviors that are available here. Now, if you want to include people who have these behaviors into your audience, this is how you do it. It's very simple and the same process as our interests. Let's understand what some of these behaviors are. So mobile device user, if you want to target a person who uses a particular brand of mobile device or a particular operating system, if that was important to your ad, then you can select that here and really add that in just by ticking the button as we saw for the interests. Coming down, let's have a look at some of them other ones here. Travel is quite an interesting one. And for example, you could include people who have returned from a trip 1 week ago. Now, I have seen on my Facebook news feed a service that helps people to reclaim any money that they are owed from cancelled flights or missing baggage. Now, that appeared in my news feed when I just came back from holidays. So probably they are using this type of behavior targeting to put the ads in front of people who are most likely going to need that service. So that's an interesting example of how someone might be using behavior targeting. Now, moving down a little bit further, we're looking at connections here. And this is where you can target your audience based on a connection that they have with you or don't have with you. So you can see that there are options here for the Facebook page. I can target people who like my Facebook page and only them. And you'll have to maybe type in the page name. And you can see that my fuel gauge here is dropped right down to 1,000. So the reason is because if I select this option, people who like my page, then it will apply that variable plus all of the other things that I've selected above in order to do that. So that really does narrow your audience. That's not a they like my page and they are the things above. That's they like my page and they meet the criteria above as well. So that's important to understand. I'm going to take that off because it really narrows my audience too much, but you can include people who don't like your page if you're trying to reach new people, etc. and similar options for your app and events. For some reason that seems a little bit hard to click, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Now, in terms of these behavior and connections, do you need to use them? Probably for this first campaign, they're not as important, but it's just interesting to understand what those options are. I would suggest that you go in, have a look quickly around what those options are. If there are applicable ones, put them in. If not, don't worry about it too much. Now that really wraps up targeting and using those core targeting options to create an audience for our ad. Coming up next, we're going to set the placements for our ad, and this is really where our ad appears. So I'll see you in the next lecture. After you've selected the audience for your ad, the next step is for you to select where you want your ads to appear. And this is actually a pretty quick thing to do, but it is important to understand. So to remind you, we're still working in the ad set level under placements here. This is the last thing we have to do, and then we'll be done with the ad set. So in terms of where your ads are going to appear, by default, Facebook will automatically place them into 5 different places. So it's important to understand where these 5 different places are. If we click on the Learn More button here, we can find out. So over here on the right hand side, we can see that the first place is the Facebook mobile news feed, the second Facebook desktop feed, Facebook right hand column, Instagram, and the audience network. So those are the 5 places. Now to explain a little bit more about the third place there, Instagram, if you didn't know already, Facebook bought Instagram and they have allowed us through this Ad Creates tool to advertise to the Facebook audience, which is 150 million daily active users. So that's a lot of people, a lot of great people that you can get your ad in front of. Now, the even cooler thing is that you don't need to have an Instagram account in order to run ads on Instagram. It is recommended that you have it, but if you don't have it, it's actually fine. And what happens actually is Facebook will pull your Facebook profile and username and show that in the normal profile that you would see on Instagram. So the people who would click on the ad wouldn't even know that you didn't have an Instagram account. So that's a pretty handy feature that they've built in to enable that. Now the final place is the audience network, and this is a network of apps and websites where Facebook can also publish your ads. Now they don't have a full list of where all those places are, so in my opinion it's a little bit gray area about where those ads are actually appearing. So what I would recommend is for your first campaign, you really want to think about where those placements should be, and perhaps you should even edit some of these placements. Now, if you want to remove some of those placements, it's very easy to do. You can come down, for example, to the audience network, and I'm just going to untick this here. You can come down into Instagram and untick that if you want. And what I'm going to do is really focus this on the Facebook newsfeed, because that is the place where people get a lot of click-throughs and engage. So I'm going to remove it from the right-hand column, instant articles. And as you can see, my reach was 2 million people, now it's dropping down to 480. Now, from my experience in my campaigns as well, for my particular audience, they do a lot better on desktop and they take a lot more action. So I'm going to reduce that and select device type to be desktop only. So if you're starting out in your first campaign, maybe something to think about is just to concentrate on the Facebook newsfeed. But of course, this is once again going to depend on your audience, the type of ad that you're putting out. But now you understand the options, and we're almost finished with the ad set level. Just finally the budget and schedule, which we'll cover in the next video. I'll see you there. Now, the final piece in the ad set level is to define your budget and schedule. So just to remind you again, we're still in this ads create tool at the ad set level. The final piece here is budgets and schedule, and we can actually get this done pretty quickly, but it is important that you understand the different options here for your campaign. Now, by default, Facebook will suggest a daily budget for you, and you can see this is popping up for me in my example as 20 euros per day. Now, you can edit this very easily just clicking on it and changing it around. Now, one thing that you should keep in mind as you set your daily budget is that there are minimums on Facebook, and those minimum daily budgets will depend on the campaign objective that you have chosen. So, for example, if I try and put in €1 here as my daily budget, I'm going to get a notification here, and it says the budget for this ad set must be at least €5, and that's because my campaign objective is really to get clicks to a website, and the minimum budget for that type of campaign is €5 per day. So I'm going to actually set this as €10. Now, below the daily budget, once you have set that, the next thing to really define is your schedule, and really when you like your ads to appear. And this is worth giving a little bit of thought to, because by default your ad will be scheduled to run continuously starting today. Now, I am creating this ad on a Saturday. Personally, I would prefer to start it on a Monday, because I think people are probably more likely to take those click-throughs. They're going to be in work and maybe a little bit more serious about actually taking the action rather than just maybe browsing on the weekend. So what I'm going to do is, instead of leave it at the default option, set a start and end date. And as you change these dates, an important thing to do is keep an eye on this sentence here that shows you a summary of when your ads will run and the budget that you will spend. So right now it says your ads will run for 30 days and you'll spend no more than €300. Now, what I'm going to do is just change this. So I'm going to start this on Monday, and I am going to change this and get it to end on Thursday. So that's why it's important to keep an eye on this sentence here, because even when you set the dates, it is actually a little bit confusing about when that comes up. So there we go, 3 days, not going to spend more than €30. And really, this is where you want to check that everything is in order and there's going to be no surprises. So for a first campaign, it is probably a good idea to set a start and an end date, so you know how much you're going to spend and you're not going to get any surprises. Now, moving down after you have set the schedule, you can see here optimization for ad delivery, and this says link clicks here. And this is, I really just want to check that this is as you want it to be. Now, remember that the campaign objective for this example is to get clicks to a website. So I want my ad to be built on that basis, on the basis of getting link clicks and not on getting just impressions. I don't want people just to see my ad. I want people to actually click through, and I want Facebook to optimize for my campaign on that basis. Now, moving down after optimization for ad delivery, you can see bid amount And by default, this is set to automatic. Now, this is one of the few areas where you want to leave it on automatic. Now, remember that Facebook ads and the ad platform is actually an auction. And so when you are buying ads on Facebook, you're bidding against other advertisers who want that same real estate as you want, like putting an ad in front of those same people on their Facebook newsfeed, for example. Now, I would suggest you just leave this as automatic. It works really well, and it makes sure that Facebook sets the bid amount to help you get the most link clicks at the best prices. There is an option here to set manual clicks, but I would only recommend that you do this if you really understand what you're doing and that you have worked out exactly how much a click is worth to you based on how many people then convert on your website after that click or make a sale or whatever. So it's a bit more of a complicated thing. You have to understand all the calculations at every single step. And personally, I think it's just a lot easier to stick to automatic bid amount. You know how much you're going to spend, and Facebook does a really good job of getting you clicks at a good price. Now, moving down from that, you can see when you get charged. So I'm per link click, which is exactly what I want to do, and not per impressions. So it's more just, again, making sure that everything is in place. Next up, we have ad scheduling, and you can schedule your ads for specific hours of the day or the week. Now, note that this option is only available if you set a lifetime budget for your campaign. So that is back up here at this section here. Instead of a daily budget, setting a lifetime budget. And that really is set up that way so that Facebook can get you the clicks that you need within a lifetime budget. And if it's restricted to doing that inside a daily budget, it may not be able to get you those clicks because you've set only certain time frames. Now, this could be interesting. For example, if you want to offer a promotion for a local business at lunchtime and capture people who can get a coupon at that specific time only, or if you have a business that only has certain opening hours and you want to show the ad for that local business only when your business is open, that can be a good option for that. Finally, we have delivery type, and note that you have these little information buttons here if you're going through this and you kind of forget exactly what these things are. So you can choose standard or accelerated delivery. Now, standard delivery, as it says here, is the recommended and preferred option for most advertisers. And I would really recommend you leave this as well as standard delivery. Accelerated delivery can be useful for promoting time-sensitive events and really reaching that target audience quickly. So if you wanted to spend all of your ad budget straight away, you could use that accelerated delivery option. So that covers all of those advanced options that are available there. And just to recap, this is more just checking that everything was in order. I haven't made any changes. So I'm going to hide these advanced options. Now, one thing to do at this stage is maybe note over here the estimated daily results. After you've set all of your targeting options and placements and budgets, you can have a look at how the estimated reach is looking for your campaign and the daily link clicks that you can be expected to do. What I would recommend maybe at this stage is that you just note down these estimated daily results, and when you actually get your campaign results, you can compare these and really get a sense then of how accurate this was for your campaign. So I'm just going to note down reach 440 to 2600 and link clicks 4 to 27 per day. So we can compare that in our reports afterwards. Now, the next thing to do is just go ahead and click this continue button. So what I would recommend you do now is go ahead and set the budget for your campaign. I'd recommend that you do start small because that's a great thing to really kick off a first campaign. Don't put yourself in a situation where you're going to spend too much money. So go ahead and do that, and I'll see you in the next lecture where we're getting into the ad level, creating the image and text for your ad. I'll see you there. It's now time to define your ad creative and what people really see when they see your ad. In this lecture, you're going to learn how you can pull images from your website to use as part of your ad, how you can get free stock images from Facebook to use as your ad, and how you can even use existing posts as part of your ad. And there's a key advantage in doing that. Now, as a reminder, we are still working here inside the Ads Create tool, working at the final stage of the ad creation process, which is the ad level. Now, the first thing that you'll see here is the option at the top of the page to create a brand new ad or use an existing post. Now, as I said, I'll walk you through both of those scenarios, but the key thing, regardless of which option you choose, is to choose an ad format that is appropriate for your ad objective. So you can see here that I have a number of different options to choose from. Now, in my example campaign here, my objective is to get clicks to a website. And so I want to choose an ad format that is really appropriate for that. The best option for clicks to website is probably a carousel ad or a single image ad, and probably a single image ad just being the simplest. People will see the image, they click on the image, and they'll go to my website. I wouldn't want to choose a single video for this type of campaign, because if I choose a single video, people will just watch the video and not necessarily click through. So be sure that you select the ad format that is appropriate for the objective that you have set up here in the campaign level. Once you've chosen your ad format, the next step is to start building out your ad and create something that looks good. You can see here now for the ad preview, nothing is showing up, and really you want to select the media for your ad. That's the next step. Probably the easiest thing to do if you have a clicks to website campaign like I'm setting up is simply just put in your website URL, and Facebook will really pull the image from that page and show it up here as part of your ad. They also pull some of the text from that page, and you can see already I'm starting to get something that looks pretty good. So that's how you just simply pull the images from the landing page that you are sending people to, and that is one of the fastest ways just to create an ad very, very simply. Now, if you do not have a good image on your landing page, well, you do have the option to add images from your own computer here and just upload them. If you don't have those, you can add in free stock images. And this is a great resource that's built into the tool and really can save you a lot of time digging around trying to find something good. So how this works is you just simply type in a keyword like business success as I've chosen here, and I can try and find an image that looks appropriate. So this one looks pretty good here. I'm going to add that in and just click done. Now, one cool thing at this point is you can add in up to 6 different images. At no extra cost, what Facebook will do is then test those 6 different images and see one which really performs best. So this is something to do, a quick split test that you can do even at this stage very, very easily. And I wouldn't worry about this too much, but if you have 1 or 2 images that you want to test out, this can be good to do at this point. So that's really how you add in images from your own computer or using those free stock images. Now, the final option you have is to use an existing post, and there is a key advantage in doing this. The advantage is really that all of the reactions and comments that you got on your original post will be shown in the ad. So for example, we can see a preview of it here. This was a live video on Facebook that I did. It'll show up as live. Now it's showing up as sponsored, but you can see all of the comments that I got there. That gives huge social proof. If people see that in their Facebook newsfeed, they go, hey, a lot of people are interested in this. Maybe I'm going to be interested in it as well. Now, a key thing to do is if you are choosing an existing post, remember once again to use an ad format that is appropriate for your objective. So in this particular case here, this is a video ad. This wouldn't be appropriate for my ad as I want to get people to click through to my website. But how you can really choose posts and find one that are good is once you've added in your Facebook page here, you're going to see a list of page posts below that you can choose from. Click on the drop down and you can see in terms of the most recent all of the different posts that you have put out. Now, this doesn't give you a lot of information about which one you should choose, and so what I recommend is maybe coming into your Facebook page insights, coming down to posts, sorting all those posts by reach just by clicking on it here. It's going to show it from the lowest to the highest. Click it again, now it shows it from the top highest to the bottom, and I can pick out an appropriate existing post with the ad format that I want that's really going to work. In my case here now, I'm going to set one up from scratch because none of these posts are really, I think, appropriate for the ad, but that is a great option to do if you do have existing posts, or even to think about going forward. Can I put out some posts prior to a campaign, test them out, then use them as part of the campaign? So in this lecture, you've learned how to really select the media for your ad, really uploading an image or video from your landing page or website, from your own PC, for using the stock images, or using an existing ad. Go ahead now, take a few minutes, dig through your own archives or add them in from your website, or use those free stock images, and go ahead and try and find images that are bright, high resolution, and that really look attractive and will make people want to click on them. After you've chosen the image for your ad, the next step is to write words for your ad that are really going to convince people to click through or take that next step that you want them to take. In this lecture, I'm going to show you my example, the text that I've written, and also give you some tips and tricks to enable you to write a winning Facebook ad very, very quickly. So the first thing that you want to do, and to kick this process off, is really come across to the ad preview here and really see what your ad looks like right now. So remember that if you have added a couple of images up here, you can just come across to click to number of ads, click across, and you can start to see what your ad really looks like. Now I have gone ahead and updated my headline and text and call to action here, so I can run through it with you. But if you have just loaded this up now, you might be getting some text here, and that is because Facebook is pulling it from the page that you were going to be really directing your ad to. Now this is a good base to start from, but there isn't often the type of language there that you would want to. So I'll show you how to edit that now. The first thing that you really want to be focusing on is the headline. You have 25 characters here to really grab attention. This headline appears underneath the ad image, and you can see that the text here is a lot larger than text on the other parts of the ad. So if your image catches people's eye, the next thing that they're going to look at is this headline here. So you really want something here that's going to catch them at their attention and get them interested. So what I've done here is put in really a description of what I'm offering. It's a complete digital marketing course. And here I start to talk about some of the benefits, 12 courses in one. So immediately people can see, okay, well, this is an all-in-one course and it's 12 in one. So people are probably thinking, well, that's great value for money. This is interesting. So for your headline, I would recommend you either layer in a description of what the product is plus a benefit, or just go straight for a benefit like attract new customers or get a new job or drive leads or something like that. That would be appropriate for my ad. Obviously, the benefit of your product or your service or your app is going to be completely different, but it is important to show that up front. Now, after you have completed your headline, the next step is to work on your text. And this text appears above the ad here. Again, it's a very similar concept. You just want people to really understand the benefits of what you're offering. What are they gonna be able to achieve after taking your course, using your product, etc.? What does the future look like for them? What I have put in here is a little bit of social proof as well. So join 40,000 students. So an action word, a little bit of social proof, and get a complete education that will set your business or resume apart. So I'm trying to paint a picture about what's going to happen once they buy my product. Also, I'm saying here, get the first lesson free. So it's not they don't have to make a buying decision now. All I'm trying to get them to do is really to click through. So I just need to show the benefits to get them to click through. Now, after you have worked on your text there, you can move down further and click advanced options and see here the news feed link description. So as my ad is being shown on the desktop news feed, this will appear. If I had chosen to show my ad on the right hand side column or maybe inside Instagram, this description here would not appear. But it's the same idea again. You want to show the benefits, explain a little bit more about your product. So I've explained really what's involved a little bit more. You get 12 courses in one. Everything you need to grow a business online fast. Get the first lesson free. So a reminder of that call to action again. Now, after you have set your headline and your text and the news feed link description, you can also then set the call to action button. And this is what's appearing here, learn more. Now you've plenty of options to choose from, and really the option that you will decide on, it depends on the type of outcome that you're driving people towards. So apply now, book now, contact us, download, request time, see menu, shop now, sign up, watch more. You can see there are a lot of options there for you to choose from. So the key elements once again are the headline, this is critical, then the text above, text below, and the call to action button. Now I understand that it can be quite hard to come up with these ideas yourself. How do you really sell the benefits and not get bogged down in just selling how your product works or what the features are? Now, one great way to get text for your ad that you can just copy and paste is to actually come into Facebook itself and look at the ads that are coming up. What are the benefits that they are using? What are some of the languages that they are using? So sign up for free. That's something great from this ad that I could probably incorporate. Up to 90% cheaper. So making a comparison to competitors. We're the best way to send or whatever. So you can see that sign up for free, up to 90% cheaper. We're the best way to do X. This is all language that you can use for your own ad. And what I would recommend you do, that as you go through your newsfeed over time, to start to save some of the ads that you like and the language that you like. Very simple to do. Click on save link. Then after a while, like I've done here, you can have a database of a ton of ads to choose from and language that you like. So for example, here is a LinkedIn post that I thought was pretty good. The language, exceed your marketing goals. That's anybody could use that language, exceed X, get started, attract new customers, raise brand awareness, drive leads, success awaits. All of this language, no matter what you're offering, is language that you could use. You just copy and paste it and put in the relevant information for yourself. Now, as well as getting ideas from your Facebook newsfeed, you can also come across into Google and look at what the advertisers on Google AdWords are using. Now, you're only trying to get inspiration here. So what I would suggest you do is type in your product name or something similar to that and see the language, the headlines, the text that competitors are using on a completely different ad platform, but still, they're still kind of trying to convince people to do the same things. So let's have a look here. Learn anywhere, anytime. So key advantage for online learning. 2017 shows it's up to date. Now enrolling, creates a sense of urgency. 53% of our graduates got a pay rise. So a clear, tangible result from people from taking this. 88% are in management. So really going with some statistics. That's a great way to sell some benefits. And looking down here, you can see some other ones here as well. It's going to be different for your product, but this is just a great way that you can gather ideas. So to recap once again, the key areas that you should focus on are the headline, the text, and the call to action button. Add in that newsfeed link description if it's relevant. Gather ideas from Facebook or Google AdWords. And really, it can be hard to know if this is really going to be the perfect copy. But as we said, you can test this as you go forward. For now, just get started with something and see the results. So take a few minutes to go ahead and write a winning Facebook ad right now. Congratulations, you are now ready to place the order for your Facebook ad and really have your ad run live on Facebook. Before you go ahead and do that, there's one important step to do, and that is to come down and review your order and make sure everything is in place and as you want it to be. So just click on the review order button, and now you will see the ad that you are creating broken down by the 3 different levels. So the campaign level, ad set, and the ads level. And just to quickly recap on this for myself, you can see the campaign objective is traffic, so make sure that's as you want it to be. Your ad set then is where you defined your audience and placements and budgets and schedule, so make sure that's everything in place. Then we went down to the ad level, and you can see that I'm testing 2 different images. They're coming up here, and I can see the headline and the text that is going to show up, which is perfect and exactly as I wanted it to be. Now, at this stage, it could be a good idea to get a colleague or a friend just to review your campaign to see what they think, particularly about maybe the ads and how they appear. And then once you're satisfied with that, just go ahead and place the order. Now remember that once you place your order, your ad will go into the ad review process. If everything is okay, then your ad should go live very quickly. You can see mine is in review now. It should be approved quickly, and at the latest should be approved within 24 hours. And if there is anything you need to change about your campaign, you will get a notification by email, and you can make those small changes and publish and go ahead and put your ad live. So well done on completing your first Facebook ad and getting to this step. Go ahead and place your order now. Before you start to analyze your advertising reports, it's important that you understand the terms and acronyms that you're going to see there. In this video, we're going to do an overview of the 6 most important ones to know, and I'll also show you where you can see a glossary of all of the terms used by Facebook. Now, clicks are the total number of click actions in your ad. Now, depending on what you're promoting, this can include clicks to a website, page likes, event responses, or app installs. Click-through rate, or CTR, refers to the number of clicks you receive divided by the number of times an ad was shown on Facebook. And the higher this number, the better your ad is performing, because it means that more people who see your ad really click through. Next up, we have CPM, or cost per 1,000 impressions. And this is the average cost that you've paid to have 1,000 impressions of your ad. And an impression is any time an advertisement is shown on the screen. And that's an important clarification to make. An impression doesn't guarantee that the user saw it, just that the ad appeared on their page. Next up, we have average CPC, or cost per click. For these ads, this is calculated by the amount spent divided by the number of clicks received. So even if you're paying for an ad on a CPM basis, you'll also see the CPC calculated, and typically you're aiming for the lowest CPC that still returns the results that you want. Next up, we have frequency, and this refers to the average number of times each person received an impression of your advertisement. Advertisers often want to set a limit on this and to cap this at a certain rate to really prevent ad fatigue or people just seeing your ad over and over again. And the last term you'll see often is reach, and this refers to the number of unique people who saw your ad. So for example, if 100 people saw your ad, then your reach would be equal to 100. And if you had a reach of 100 with a frequency of 4, well, that would indicate that 100 people saw your ad 4 times, which means you would have 400 impressions for that campaign. These 6 terms that you have learned will help you determine which ads are performing well and which ones need some refinement. And for a full list of definitions and terms used by Facebook, you can check out the ad glossary as shown on screen. I'll put a link to it in the resources section of this video as well. In this video, you're going to learn how to improve the performance of your campaign. And the key way to do this is to really look at the ad reports and information inside of your ads manager here when you log in. Now what you want to do is start asking some questions and digging into the reports and pulling those valuable insights out of them. So one place that you can really start is try to understand which ad sets or which ads really drove the results for your campaign. So as you can see here, I got 9 really results or link clicks from my campaign, which is not yet finished. But that was the objective of my campaign, to get link clicks, to get clicks to a website. I can see that in total I got 9 here. What I want to understand is which of the ad sets or audience drove those links clicks, and which of the ads that I created drove those link clicks. So to do that, I can just come down to ad sets here. And as I only created one ad set for this ad, all of them have been driven by this US male 25 to 34. But if you had a number of ad sets in here, different audiences, different countries, different genders, etc., you would see which ad set performed the best. Now coming down again, I can look at which ad actually drove those results. So 9 link clicks in total, all of them were driven by this one ad here, even though I had tested 2. So the takeaway for me here is that this image performed a lot better. It delivered all of the results for this campaign. So going forward, if I decided to continue with this campaign, I could kill this image or really test out some other images in there as well. So that is a great place to get started in terms of looking at the results from the top level here of your campaign. Start to look at which ad sets or which ads really drove those results. Now, if you want to dig deeper, a great thing that you can do is come across to breakdown here. And essentially, you're trying to understand the same thing. Get down and look at the reports and pinpoint what was the actual variables that drove the result. So for example, if I click by delivery here, I could see what age and gender really drove the results. If I had those varied one in my ad set, I could see in terms of placement, whether the Facebook newsfeed, Instagram newsfeed, the right-hand column really drove those link clicks. I can even see the time of day for the viewers time frame that really drove those results. I can see those broken down. So with all of that information, what I'm trying to find is what really worked, and for a future campaign, we'll really refine it and build in more of those factors and targeting options to really get better results next time around. You can go through these yourself and really even look at all of the different options here. And if you want to clear them at any stage, you can just click on clear all breakdowns. Now, a key thing that you probably want to focus on is the cost per result. That's what you're trying to reduce when you look at the ad sets and ads that really worked, and also the different factors in the breakdown here. But in terms of the cost per result, or in my case, the cost per click, there are other things that you can do to improve this, and some of them are listed out here. So what affects this metric are things like your auction bid, target audience, optimization type, ad creative, messaging, and schedule. So these are all things that you could test going forward. In particular, in my case, what I might do is, instead of targeting an audience, a cold audience, using interest targeting, I could start to target people who've maybe already visited my website, who are on my email list. And I'm probably going to get much better results and a lower cost per result. So that's a key takeaway for me. I've tested this with a cold audience. Maybe I can now start to test it with a more warmer audience who are already familiar with my brand. And in general, those type of audiences do perform a lot better and result in a much lower cost per result. So now that you know how to analyze your reports to improve the performance of your ads, go ahead and have a look at them now, following the exact same steps we've covered in this video. It's important to understand how you are being charged for your Facebook ads and what is the amount that you can expect to see on your credit card or debit card statements. Now here inside your ads manager, you can see the recent amount spent broken down by different days, and even the total amount spent of your account limit, which I showed you how to set up when you set up your Facebook advertising account. Now, what is important to know is that this is not the amount that actually is going to appear on your credit card statements. To find that, come up here to Ads Manager, Billing and Payment Methods, and you will see here up in the top left your current balance, so what you need to pay, when that is going to be charged, and you can see a breakdown of the payments that have already been charged to your payment method. So that's an important but small distinction to make, so there's no surprises when you do get your credit card or debit card bills. So go ahead now and access your billing and payments to see how much you have spent so far on your campaigns. If you want to take your Facebook advertising to the next level, the Facebook Pixel is really the key to make that happen. Now in this lecture, I'm going to explain what the Facebook Pixel is, what are the benefits of it, and how you can get it set up on your website. We'll look at how to set it up on WordPress, Google Tag Manager, and Shopify. So let's kick it all off by understanding really what the Facebook Pixel is. It sounds quite technical, but it's actually pretty simple. All it is a little piece of code that you put onto your website, and once that piece of code is there, Facebook can do these three things that are laid out here, and these are the key benefits. So they can really start tracking your campaigns and measure real-world outcomes from your Facebook ads. So for example, say you set up a campaign to drive traffic to a website because you want people to sign up to an email list by downloading a PDF. Now, without the Facebook Pixel, you can see how many people from that ad, if you tag it, ended up converting and downloading the PDF. But to be much more accurate and just to make the process easier, if you install the Facebook Pixel on your site, then Facebook will automatically pick up who are those people who actually then went and downloaded the PDF from the traffic you received from your ad. So that's the first key benefit, is tracking. It's more accurate than Google Analytics. Second benefit here is optimization. So deliver your ads to the right people to get more conversions you want. So continuing with this same example, if you do not have the Facebook Pixel installed, then Facebook cannot optimize your ads for conversions. They can optimize your ads to get clicks to your website, but if they have no way of understanding who of those people are actually converting, then they can't optimize for that. So with the Facebook Pixel, you can set the outcome to be to optimize for conversions, and they're really going to get more people to convert or download your PDF rather than just getting people to come to your website. So a massive benefit because it's driving a more tangible business result. Now the final benefit is audience targeting, and with the Facebook Pixel you can build audiences from people who have converted or similar audiences to reach new people. So for example, say that you sent people to a website and they did end up converting, you can build an audience of those people who downloaded your PDF, and you could remarket to them or upsell to them with a product. And using that audience who also downloaded the PDF, you could build a lookalike audience using that source audience to really build from. So we'll get into that in more details, but hopefully now the benefits are really clear of creating the Facebook Pixel. It's much more powerful in terms of tracking, optimization, and audience targeting than just using the built-in interest targeting features alone. So let's get started. What we need to do now that we understand the benefits is start to create our pixel and then to add it to our website. So let's kick it all off here and click on Create Pixel. So what we are really doing here is creating a pixel for our ad account, and we can just go ahead and click Next then once we've accepted the terms. Once you've created your Facebook pixel, the next step is for you to install your pixel code onto your website, and the exact process of doing this will depend on the type of website that you have. Now the great news is that Facebook have integrated with a number of platforms. You can also do this with Google Tag Manager. You can do it with WordPress very easily. I'm going to show you a plugin to get this done very, very simply. Let's run through some of the options and start by looking at this top option here, use an integration or tag manager. So you can see that if you have a Shopify store, Magento, BigCommerce, Segment, WooCommerce, the process is going to be exactly the same. Let's have a look at this Shopify example. You can just really go and log into your Shopify admin panel. Then you just simply need to enter your Facebook Pixel ID, which you can see here. So you just want to copy and paste this ID. And then you just need to click Save. And then you come back to your Facebook Ads Manager, select Pixels, and just make sure that this is active. And I'll show you how to do that at the end of this video. What you can also do is email these instructions to anybody. If there's somebody technical who works on your website or does the back end stuff, you can just email the instructions to them. And you can also see that the Pixel ID shows up right here very clearly. So if you have any trouble, just come into the Shopify and you can see the Pixel ID right here. Let's go back and have a look at these other ways to add it to your site quickly. Let's have a look at one of the other options, which is Google Tag Manager. Now, there's probably no need to set this up just to install the Facebook Pixel, but it is worth taking a minute or two just to explain what the Google Tag Manager is, because it is something that comes up again and again, and so it's important just for you to understand what it is. The way it works is, instead of you putting the Facebook Pixel directly onto your website, what you actually do is put one piece of code for Google Tag Manager onto your website, and then within Google Tag Manager tool, which you log into separately, you can create a new tag and you can paste the code for the Facebook Pixel here. You can also see that you can paste the code for all of these other integrations as well. Let me show you here. Google Analytics, Google AdWords, DoubleClick, all of these other ones. And the purpose of this is that by not adding loads of separate codes to your website, you're not going to slow your website down. And also, a lot of people don't have access to the back end of the company website. It's only for technical people. And so through Google Tag Manager, you can add these codes without needing access to the back end of a website. And that prevents a lot of people breaking code by trying to install this Pixels and Google Analytics stuff themselves that they just need for marketing purposes. So that's a bit of a tangent we just went on there. But the purpose of that is really just to explain what Google Tag Manager is. It's a way just to put code onto your website without actually outputting code onto your website, if that makes sense. Now, as I said, don't set it up if you haven't got it set up already, because there are easier options, and we'll go back to that here. So probably the easiest option is just to copy and paste the code in yourself. And what you will need to do is come back and actually copy this code here. And then you will need to paste the Pixel code at the bottom of the header section of every page that you want. Now, the great news is that if you've got a WordPress website, you don't need to copy and paste this in all the time. There's a simple plugin that you can use. What you first might want to do is come down to click on email instructions here and just copy the Pixel ID, because this is what you need to put into your website. So in order to add this to your WordPress website, the first thing that you'll want to do is download this free plugin. It's called Pixel Caffeine by Espresso. And all you'll need to do is just click on the download button to download the plugin. Then you come into the back end of your WordPress website and you come into plugins. You can come into add new. And then all you need to do is come into upload the plugin. You can come to choose the file here, downloads. You can see Pixel Caffeine. You just install that. Once that's activated, it's going to show up in the sidebar of your WordPress dashboard here. So I can see a Pixel Caffeine. And then all I need to do is just to set this up and input my Pixel ID. Then I just need to come down here and click save. And then up the top here, I'm just going to enable this to make sure that it's active, and I'm going to save this again. Once you've added the Facebook pixel to your website, the next step is just to make sure that it's working. So to do that, come back into your Facebook Ads Manager, click on the top left-hand corner here, and you'll see this option for pixels here. If not, you can just come down to All Tools under Assets. You're going to see it linked again here, and you can just click on that. Coming up to the top right-hand corner, I can see it's green, so it's active, and that a signal was received 60 minutes ago when I set it up. So that is perfect. It's all in place. If you want to be extra sure that it's set up correctly, there is another cool tool that you can use. It's called the Facebook Pixel Helper. It is a Chrome extension that you just need to download, and it'll appear here in the top of your browser once it's set up. Now, the advantage of this is once you log into your website, you can just click this open here on the Facebook Pixel Helper icon. I can see that one pixel was found on my website, so I know for sure it's definitely working. And this is a great little tool, not only for confirming if the Facebook pixel is working on your own site, but also having a look behind the scenes at some competitors or big companies in your industry. For example, I can come into this website, simbasleep.com. I can see here in my Facebook Pixel Helper icon that there are 2 pixels found, and I can also start to see some of the custom parameters that they have built into their pixel. Now, this is getting a little bit more advanced again. We're not going to go into that right now, but this is a great little tool. If you get heavy into advertising, you want to take a look at competitors. Do they have their Facebook pixels set up? You can even do this and check out some blogs that you follow to see if they've got the Facebook pixel set up. It's an interesting little tool to have, so just wanted to share it there. So now that you know what the Facebook pixel is, go ahead and add it to your own website so you can start getting better tracking, optimization, and audiences for your Facebook campaign. I'll put these couple of links to the Facebook Pixel Helper and the Pixel Caffeine WordPress tool in the sources of this lecture, so you can easily access them as well. Once you've added the Facebook pixel to your website, you're going to want to start taking advantage of it straight away. And you can do that by setting up a custom audience based off of the people who have visited your website. Now, this is often known as retargeting or remarketing, and a really good use case is to target people who've maybe added an item to the shopping cart but not reached the checkout page. And so you can put an ad in front of them and give them an offer, give them a coupon to really finish that checkout. Now, you probably would have never had an email address for them, so you can't do it by email. So with Facebook ads and this custom website audience, you can really enable that. Now, there's tons of more use cases, but let's kick it off and really show you how to get this set up. So what you want to do to get started is come into your Facebook Ads Manager, come up to the top left-hand side here and click on Audiences. Now, once this page loads up, what you want to do is really click on the button here to create an audience. And we're really creating a custom audience. Now, as you can see, you can create a custom audience from a number of different sources. A customer file, like an email list, website traffic, once you've got the Facebook pixel set up, app activity, once you've got the Facebook SDK installed, which is essentially the app equivalent of the Facebook pixel. And you can create a custom audience from people who have engaged on your Facebook page. Right now, we're going to create a custom audience from website traffic. Now, in here, again, you can see there are a number of different parameters that you can use to create this custom audience. Right at the top here, you can see that you can create a custom audience from anybody who's visited your website. And this is a great audience to have. And you can promote blog posts to this audience, get them to opt into something and give them your email address, sell products to them, or get them to like your page. Now, as you can imagine, targeting an audience of people who are already familiar with your website and what you're offering is going to be much better in terms of getting results because they're already aware of you, who you are. they're really at that second stage of the funnel. So you can set up a custom audience just for anyone who visited your website. You can also go deeper though if you want, and you can target people who visit specific web pages only. So maybe people who've reached a certain landing page. If you've got a blog post on a particular topic and you want to retarget those people with a new related blog post, you can do that. You can also come down again and target people who've visited specific web pages but not others. And this is an interesting use case, so let's open up this example. For example, if we want to return to that example, target people who have really maybe looked at products in our store. So what we're really doing here is including people in our audience who have visited any web page that meets the following rules. So the URL contains store. So for example, this would be mysite.com/store/product A, B, C, D, E, whatever it is. So they could have viewed any of the products in your store and you want to include them in your audience. Now, who you want to exclude is people who actually looked at the product in the store and then actually went to the checkout. So we know that the people who reached the checkout page only could have reached there because they bought the product. So we want to exclude those people from our audience if we are doing a campaign for abandonment remarketing. Now you can get more specific if you want and include a URL that contains exactly maybe a particular type of product, and you can serve the ad back to them containing that product. So there are tons of options there. It really is going to depend on the specific goals that you have, but you can recreate really targeted custom audiences based off your web traffic. Now for what right now, the easiest place to probably get started is just create a custom audience of anybody who's visited your website. You can see that you can set the parameters in terms of the number of days to do that. For a smaller website, you might want to make that bigger. So I'm just going to move this out to maybe 180 days. And then you can just put in the audience name. So all web visitors. And then you just have to click create audience here. Now I can see that my audience has been created. Right now it's saying the audience is too small. And what you have to remember is that because I've just installed my Facebook Pixel, Facebook has only gathered up those people who have been in my website since I've installed it. They can't go back in the past and pull information out of the sky. So it might take time for this audience to build up, but once it does, it's going to be extremely valuable. So now that you know how to set up a custom website audience, go ahead and set one up for yourself, following the same steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a customer file custom audience. It's an extremely valuable audience that you can use to target your Facebook ads. To kick this all off, what you want to do is once again, come into your ads manager, click on the drop down in the top left hand corner. We're in audiences again, just click on that and you'll be brought to this audiences page once again. Up here, you want to click once again on create audience and click on a custom audience, and this time you're making it from a customer file. So what we're doing is actually uploading our email list into Facebook, and then Facebook is going to match our customers with the people on Facebook. So they'll be able to match them by an email address or a phone number, or even sometimes a name or a combination of those. Now it doesn't have to just be an email list. It could be, for example, if you have an e-commerce store and you have those details from people when they've bought a product. So as you can imagine, this is an extremely valuable audience to create because it's not just people who visited your website, it's actually the people who've taken the next step, who've downloaded a PDF, who've signed up to your mailing list, who have bought a product. So very valuable audience to use. To get started then, just click on customer file, and here in order to create this audience and upload your list, you have two options. You can just copy and paste the data, and they do have an integration with MailChimp, so I'm going to go ahead and use this option. Otherwise, you're just really uploading a CSV file and importing it into Facebook. So I'm going to click on import from MailChimp. If you select this option, you'll just need to go in and log in then, and start to create a custom audience from any of the email lists that you have. Now at this point, it's important to say that I'm going to be importing my full email list for my website. There's about 9,000 people on that. If you do want to import just a segment of that email list, maybe people who've signed or opted into a particular email list, or people who've bought a particular product, then you would have to segment it before you really import it in. So I'm going to create an audience of this here. Now I can rename this custom audience if I want, and I'm just going to put in email list custom audience and click next. And I'm going to go ahead and click done. Now what you can see is that it's showing up as not ready yet, and it will take up to half an hour for the total email list to be imported and matched up to Facebook's users. Now, one important point of note here is that Facebook custom audiences do not automatically update as subscribers are added to your email list. So you will need to rebuild your audience each time you want to create a targeted ad for them. And that caveat is not just for MailChimp, but as you can see, if you're just uploading a CSV file of your email list, then you will need to update that or create a new audience in order for those additional people to be added. One other thing that you need to be aware of as well is that not everybody on your list is going to be matched up with profiles on Facebook. For example, I have about 9,000 people on my email list. I expect to maybe get about 4,000, 5,000, so about 50% matched up. And that is a good guideline for you as well. Once you've created your customer file, custom audience, you want to start taking advantage of it straight away. So I wanted to give you 4 cool ideas or use cases for how you could put it into action. The first thing that you could do is to create a campaign to increase your page likes and to use this new audience to really make that happen. So you probably have people on your email list or on your customer file who have not liked your Facebook page. You can use this new audience to run a campaign with that objective, and you can really exclude people on that same campaign who have already liked your Facebook page who are on the list. So you're really getting targeted, just people who haven't liked the Facebook page, and that's going to give you a huge boost in page likes. Another cool use case of this custom audience is to extend the reach of your posts. So you probably have people on your email list who maybe aren't opening your emails or who aren't engaging with you at all on Facebook. And by using this custom audience, you can really reach them there and extend the reach of your posts. The third way that you can use this custom audience is to sell or upsell a product. As these people have already joined your email list or they've already bought a product in the past through an e-commerce store, they are going to be a very warm audience. They're even warmer than people who've just visited your website. And so the probability that they are going to buy a product for you or buy a product similar to the product that they bought is very, very high. So being able to target those people is very valuable and is a great way that you can put this custom audience to work. Now, the final way that you can use this custom audience is to create a lookalike audience and really target people in your Facebook ads who are similar to your subscribers. Now, I'll show you how to set up a lookalike audience later on, but it is an advantage of, even if you have a small email list, using it as a source for a much bigger lookalike audience. So now that you know how to make a customer file custom audience, go ahead and set one up for yourself following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you are going to learn how to create a page engagement custom audience. And this is a fantastic custom audience that you can build even if you don't have any website traffic or an email list. So you can actually see here that I've already created it. And really, this is a custom audience of people who have engaged with your Facebook page. And you can see here for me now, it's 10,500, which is actually a lot bigger than my email list custom audience and the website traffic custom audience that's built up so far. So this is a really cool custom audience that you can build straight away if you've had some engagement on your Facebook page. So to get started and set it up, really what you want to do is firstly come into your ads manager once again and come down into the audiences tab. Once that opens up, then just click on create audience, click on custom audience, and come down here and select the option to create this custom audience from a list of people who have engaged with your content on Facebook. Now, as you can see, you can create a number of different types of engagement audiences, but we're focusing here in this video on the page engagement custom audience. Now, once in here again, you can see that you can set the parameters for this custom audience. So if you were the admin for a number of different Facebook pages, you can just select it from the drop down here, and you have the option of who you want to include in this page engagement custom audience. Now, by default, it is set to everybody who's engaged with your Facebook page. But if you see the drop down here, there are a number of more targeted custom audiences for page engagement that you can set up. So anybody who's visited your page, people who've engaged with any post or ad, people who've clicked on any call to action, people who've sent a message to your page, people who've saved your page or any post. Now, as the engagement on my Facebook page is not that big, it's not that big a page, I'm just going to leave it by default to everybody who's engaged in my page. And even over the last 365 days, you can change that really depending on how narrow you want to focus the audience down to. Simply then just put in the audience name, so page engagement custom audience. Might be good to put in the time frame as well. And I'm just going to make sure label this as number 2 because I've already got one created. So all you need to do then is go ahead and click create the audience. Now remember that it can take up to 30 minutes for your audience to be ready to use. And as it says here, Facebook will notify you when your audience is ready and you'll see a status in the audience manager. Now the next steps once you've got it set up is to create an ad using that audience. And this type of page engagement custom audience can be great to maybe target people who've engaged with your page but not liked your page. So you can create a likes campaign using this campaign. You can also exclude this audience from a campaign if you want. And you can also use this audience to create a lookalike audience. So using this source audience, people who've engaged with your page, to build a much larger lookalike audience. Now, as you can see, the page engagement custom audience, the second one I've set up here, is just populating. But I've already set this up and you can see that it's 10,500. So that's quite a big custom audience and one that you can use very quickly, very easy to set up, and a great source audience to later on build a lookalike audience. So now that you know how to set up a page engagement custom audience, go ahead and set it up for yourself, following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a video views custom audience, another extremely valuable custom audience that you can create. And the great news is you don't need to have a website, an email list, or even a lot of engagement on your Facebook page to create this. So what we're really talking about here is on your Facebook page, if you have created videos, you can create a custom audience for people who have watched those videos. So for example, here we are on my Facebook page. I have 2 videos here and you can see that I've got 1,500 views on one and about 600 views on another. And what I want to do is really create an audience for those people who have watched those videos, and I could then target an ad with another video for them, or even follow up with a related opt-in to an email list or a product that was related to what I talked about in the video. Creating a video views custom audience is very, very simple. You just need to come once again into your Facebook Ads Manager and into your Audiences tab. Once inside, then you just click on Create Audience here in the top left-hand corner. select custom audience. You want to come down and select engagements on Facebook. And the type of engagement you want to use to create this audience is going to be the video option here. Now, once inside, you have the option to set the parameters for this custom audience. How broad or narrow do you want this to be? And the first variable here is how much of the video people watched. So you can see here that people who watch at least 3 seconds of your video, people who viewed at least 10 seconds, 25%, etc., all the way to the end. And obviously, as you go, and if, for example, you selected people who watch 95% of your video, those people are going to be extremely interested in maybe your follow-up campaign, but it's going to be a much smaller audience. And for example, to give you a breakdown of some numbers, for my video that I used to set up this custom audience, I had 1,500 views. When I selected to create a custom audience for people who'd watch at least 3 seconds, that was 1,200 people. So almost everybody who watched the video would be included. When I bumped this up to 10 seconds, the custom audience was just 500 people. So a third of the total amount of views that I got in the video. So as you can see, the numbers drop pretty dramatically based on the setting that you take. For now, let's just select 3 seconds so we can include as many people as possible. Next up, then you choose the video or videos that you want to include in this custom audience. I've got 2 videos here on my Facebook page. They're not really related to each other in terms of the topics. So right now, I'm just going to select one video here. Now, if I wanted to just show somebody another video in a targeted ad to drive video views, then I could maybe select both of these because I know those people watch videos. And so if I have another videos views ad, there's a good chance that they're going to watch that. However, if I wanted to create a custom audience where I was following up with an opt-in or a product related to this video, it's probably better just to pick one video and keep it on topic. Or if you have a number of different videos related to that same topic, then select those. Once you've selected your video, go ahead and click confirm. You also have the option then to set the time parameters for this custom audience. And you could set this to people who've watched videos in the last month. I'm just going to leave it at 365 to include as many people as possible. Then you want to give your audience name as usual. So I'm going to put in video views, custom audience, 365 days. And I've already got one set up, so I'm just going to put in number 2 here so I can tell them apart. Then you just click create audience, and remember once again that it will take up to 30 minutes for your audience to be ready to use. You can click next, and then you have the option to create an ad or expand your audience using a lookalike audience. So I'm going to click done there. Now, as you can see, this is populating. That message might switch to your audience is too small, but just leave it a full half an hour. That will change. And you can see the audiences that I've set up already here. We had people who watched 10 seconds. That was 500 people. So a smaller number. And then people who just watched 3 seconds of video, a much bigger number, 1,300 people. Now you might be wondering, okay, well, I have no views on my videos right now. If I publish a view to my page, I'll be looking to get 5 or 10 views. Well, here is the workaround for you. First thing you need to do is create a video and upload it to your Facebook page. Then what you could do is to create a video views campaign. So come into your ads create tool, select your marketing objective for video views. Then you can go down and in the format and media here, just select your video as the video for the campaign. On the back of that, when you've got maybe 1,000 views in that video through your paid advertisement, you could create a custom audience from those video views. And then once you have that custom audience, you could use it maybe to follow up with an opt-in to an email list or a product or whatever the next step in your marketing funnel is. So that is how you could build up a video views custom audience from scratch, from literally having no Facebook fans, custom website audience, email list or anything. You can really start with a video, push that video in an ad, build a custom audience on the back of it, and then follow up with the next advertisement for an opt-in, etc. So now that you know how to set up a video views custom audience, go ahead and set one up for yourself, following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a lookalike audience. And this is a marketer's best friend because it allows you to scale your marketing efforts in a really targeted way. So how this works is what you first need is a base audience or a custom audience that you've created. And then you want to really create a lookalike audience, people who are similar to that source audience, so you can really reach a lot more people. Let me give you an example to really explain this. So I have created a page engagement custom audience, people who've engaged with my Facebook page over the last year. You can see that this is 10,500 people. Now that is not a lot of people. So if I want to run a campaign to get people to like my page, eventually I'm going to run out of people in this audience. So what I want to do is now try and reach people who are like those people who've engaged with my page. And that's what I can do really with a lookalike audience. I've gone ahead and done it already. And you can see this lookalike audience up here. And you can see that it's over 2 million people. So I'm using this audience from my custom audiences as a source of information. It's a group of people who have things in common. And then I ask Facebook to go out and find people who are similar to those people who've engaged with my page. And you can see that I now can use an audience of 2 million people in my campaigns. So it's a way to really extend the reach of your campaigns, but still doing it in a targeted way. You're not just using maybe interest targeting or behaviors. You're using your own source audiences as the base and the data that you're feeding in to create these targeted audience. So extremely valuable. I hope that example really highlights going from 10,000 to 2 million, but in a targeted way, is really a way to scale your marketing efforts really easily. So let's go ahead and set one up. What you want to do is come back into your ads manager, come up to the left hand side once again and just make sure you're in the audiences screen. I'm already in it here. So what I'm going to do now is click on create audience. We're creating a lookalike audience now. And now you want to choose your source audience. So I will just use this page engagement custom audience once again as an example. And now you have to choose the location. So what you are telling Facebook here is, I want you to find people who are like the people who've engaged with my page, but only say in the countries that I'm operating in or where my best customers are. So for example, I can just put in the United States here. This is where a lot of the people who end up buying my products are from. So if I want to put an ad in front of them, that's a good place to start with. Now what I can do is set the audience size. So the minimum audience size that you can create is 1% of the population that you've chosen. So you can see here, that's why it's saying lookalike US 1%. Now, if I wanted to create an even bigger audience, I could bump this up. You can see right now that estimated reach is 2 million people. If I bump it up and try and get to 2% of the US, you can see it goes up to 4. And I could even bring it all the way up to 10%, 21 million people who I could then be targeting in this campaign. Now, if you move this up and up and up, obviously those similarities between your base audience are going to become less and less. So it's probably best to start down on the minimum, which is really 1%. Once you've got selected your location and your audience size, all you need to do is go ahead and click create audience. Now, one thing that you'll notice here is that you can't actually create a duplicate lookalike. I've already set this up before. So if I want to set up a new lookalike, I'll just pop in Canada here and you'll see I'll be able to create this audience here. Now what you will see is it's updating the audience now. Do give this the full half an hour until this loads up. And that is really how you create a lookalike audience. It's very, very simple. You want to use any of the custom audiences that you've created. And remember that you can use any of these custom audiences. You can set these up. Your email subscribers, people who have visited your website, people who've engaged with your app, people who've engaged with your Facebook page. So there are really tons and tons of lookalike audiences that you can create, and you can really go back if you want. If you, for example, here I've created a custom audience of people who visited my website. If I think that I want to make that more targeted, people who visit my website in the last 30 days, then I could go back, create that custom audience, create a new lookalike audience based off of that new custom audience, if that makes sense. So there are tons of options here. This can really allow you to scale your marketing efforts extremely quickly. Now that you understand how to create a lookalike audience, go ahead and create one for yourself, following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn how you can very cheaply get likes for your Facebook page using the custom audiences that you've created. Now, you want to get likes for your Facebook page simply because it's much easier to convert people who like your Facebook page into paying customers. They've already taken that step towards liking your brand, and they will continue to get relevant content in their news feed, which helps to build that trust and relationship over time. The key to getting cheap page likes, and really like the costs that I'm getting here, 33 euros per page like. You can see I got 46 here yesterday for this particular campaign. And the key to getting these results, and not just getting page likes from people who are not related to your business, is actually using a particular type of audience and putting those custom audiences that you've created to work. So right now you can't see it because we're looking at the ad reports on the campaign level, but let's go down to the ad sets level, and this is really where the magic is happening. So you can see that I'm using 3 different custom audiences in this campaign. The first one is the website custom audiences, people who visited my website in the last 365 days. Yesterday, this performed the best, providing 18 page likes for a total cost of 28 euros per page like. The second audience is the page engagement custom audience, people who've liked or engaged with my Facebook page, but not necessarily liked it. 17 page likes, 30 cents a page like. The final audience there, email list custom audience, 11 page likes and 45 cents per page like. So I have constructed this campaign to really test these different audiences against each other. I really want to understand which one is performing the best. Are people who are visiting my website more likely to convert and give me a page like than people who are on my email list? And looking at this data from yesterday, the answer would definitely be yes. So if I wanted to move forward and have this campaign running continuously, put a small budget on it, maybe I know now that the best way and the most efficient way that I could spend that money and budget would be to focus maybe only on one audience, the website custom audiences, because they are delivering most of the results based on this data. Now, as well as testing different audiences, what I've also done in this campaign is to test different ads. So if I move down once again into the ads level, I have changed the copy for a couple of these ads, and I really want to understand which one is going to perform the best. So let's open up the top one here to have a look at the copy that I've written. So I have for this one put in like this page to get student stories and the latest marketing tips in your newsfeed. So I'm putting at the start of this ad, like this page, being very specific and clear on the call to action and exactly what I want people to do, then showing and giving a reason why they should do that. Now let's move down to the second best performing ad, which I think is going to be the same like this page. Now coming down again, I can see the other message that I'm testing, which is connect with fellow students, share your projects and get feedback from the community. So you can see that this copy here, although it's the exact same image, does not have that really specific call to action at the start. It's more leading with the benefits. It says connect, it doesn't say like this page. So I was interested to see which one would perform better. Based on what I'm seeing here, in my particular case from my audience, it's much more powerful to say like this page at the start, and that's delivering more results. So quickly analyzing this campaign, I can see that the website custom audiences and this particular ad is performing the best, and that's a really cool insight to have. Now that you understand how you can use these custom audiences to get cheap page likes, I want to show you how you can set this up and walk you through the steps so there isn't any confusion when you go to do it for yourself. So what you want to do to get started is come up to the top right of your ads manager and click on create ad. Once this loads up, then you just want to come down and click on your marketing objective, which is really engagement and specifically page likes. Next, you want to set the Facebook page that you want to promote. So select whatever the page is there. Then you want to come down and select the custom audience that you want to use. So just click on the box and you can select custom audience here. And remember that if you want to set up each custom audience and test it against each other, you need to set up 3 different ad sets. So the way that we do this is we set up one ad set. Once the campaign is live, then you can really duplicate it and you'll come back in and just change this one box, the custom audience. Let's finish this and then I'll really explain that in a little bit more detail. In terms of location, then you just want to remove this location so that you're targeting your website visitors from all over the world, not just restricting it to one location. Moving down again, you can set the age and gender as languages as you've learned how to do in the past. I'm just going to leave that open so we can really target as many people as possible. In terms of interests, I'm going to remove all of these because I don't want to limit my audience further. I just want to keep it to those website visitors. And here is a very important part of this whole campaign, and this will save you a lot of money. You want to make sure that you put in connections here and exclude people who already like your Facebook page. You don't want to be putting this ad for people to like your page in front of people who already like your page. You want to be removing them, so make sure that you do this in this connections section. Moving down again, you have the options to edit the placements, but for a Facebook likes campaign, there really is only going to be the right column and the feed, so you won't have to edit that there. In terms of your budget and daily schedule, remember that each ad set has a separate budget. So if you want to test 3 audiences and you want a total budget to be 15, make sure that you just put in 5 per ad set or whatever the amount that you want to put in for your campaign. Schedule, once again, maybe not run it continuously to get started. Run it for a test of a week just to see how that goes. So you can set that in there. Come back and make sure that it's just for 7 days or whatever you want it to be. And you can confirm that really underneath here. Moving down again, you can change any of these if you want, but it's normally just going to be checking that everything is in place. And then you want to name your ad set, and you're best off putting in something like the name of your custom audience so that you will really remember it when you see it in your campaign. So I'll put in 365 days. Then you just need to select continue. And now we're down into the ad level for that ad set. And this is where you select what your page likes image is going to look like. Now by default, they will pull the cover from your Facebook page. So you can see it showing up here for me. You can change that if you want to make it simpler using the stock images as well. And over here in the ad preview, you can see a preview of whatever you're putting in. Now, in terms of the text, you can change this as appropriate. So like this page, perhaps. And then some of the benefits and reasons why somebody would do that. The headline for the right column as well, you can edit that as you want. And then once you're happy with that, you can see this is really what your ad is going to look like. You can see that big like button, which is really the purpose of the campaign. And then you want to go ahead and place your order. Now, once you have placed your order, what you can do is go back to the campaign and start to duplicate the ad sets. So let me show you how to do this. So for example, I come back into the campaign. Once it's set up, you can click here and you can come into duplicate ad set. And then all you want to do when that ad set is set up, to come back in, we want to come back up to the ad set level, and you can go ahead and just change this. So remove this website custom audience and add in the email list custom audience, and that's really how it's done. So that's very, very simply how you can set up a page likes campaign using those custom audiences. Set up and duplicate the ad sets from the original one if you want to test all those other ones against each other. So now that you know how to set up a page likes campaign using the custom audiences you've created, go ahead and set it up for yourself following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn about Facebook video ads, why you should be using them as part of your Facebook advertising campaigns. You're going to learn 3 tips to create powerful video ads, the use cases for them, and step by step, how you can create a video ad very, very quickly and easily. Now, the first question you might have is, why should I be using video ads as part of my Facebook advertising? And the reason is very, very simple. There has been an explosion in the consumption of video content on both Facebook and Instagram. And the proof of that is right inside of your Facebook newsfeed. If you come into your Facebook newsfeed, you're going to see that almost every second post is now a video. This is the format of content that people are consuming on Facebook now. This is the big trend. And the reality is that a lot of advertisers haven't caught up with this. So if you want to get ahead of the competition, using video ads is a very good way to do that. So a key question you might have as well is, how do I create powerful video ads? And a great place to really understand that is inside of the insights of your Facebook page. So to get here, just come into the insights of your Facebook page and down into this tab, which shows the metrics related to videos. Now, you'll have to have a couple of videos on your Facebook page in order to see these, but I'll show you through a couple of my examples so you can understand 3 things that are really important to do. So once you're in your Insights tab, you can click in here to an individual video. And one thing you want to look down on straight away is the video views here. And one important thing to look at is the sound off or sound on. Now, what you can see here is that this video has got around 1,500 views, and 78% of those views, 1,200 of the views, were watched with the sound off. So you probably noticed this from being in your Facebook feed that a lot of videos now have captions on them. And from this example as well, you can see the importance of that. So my recommendation is that if you are creating a video ad, you'd be wise to put some captions onto the video in order that people can really understand the content when they have the sound off. Now, the great news is it's very easy to add captions. You can just come back to your post, edit the post. You'll see the option here for captions. You can auto-generate the captions just by clicking on a button here. I've done it already, so now it says edit captions. And you can watch the captions that are auto-generated and really edit them to make sure that they're correct. So if you have a video on your Facebook page and you want to promote it, best good action to take straight away is to come in, update those captions, make sure they're all okay, and then save them to the video. Now, the second tip is to really understand the average watch time of videos. So you can see here that this video is 1 minute and 34 seconds and the average watch time is just 12 seconds. If you click through here, you can see a chart for audience retention, which is really how long the average person watched the video. And you can see here, as I move down, 100 people watched the first 2 seconds, but as I go down to say 10 seconds here, you can see that already 60% of people have stopped watching the video. So what this should be signaling to you is that the first 5 seconds, 10 seconds are critical. If you're creating a video and you're not capturing people's attention with a question or a fact or some figures or something, nice imagery, then you are going to lose, because a lot of people won't watch past that. And you probably know this from your own Facebook browsing, that you will see a video coming up maybe in the news feed. You might watch a couple of seconds with the sound off. If it doesn't look interesting, you're not going to continue on. If it does look interesting, you might read the captions or flick the sound on, and that is generally what people do. So having a powerful first 5-10 seconds and putting some thought into that, or if you're cutting down a video, make sure that you're cutting it in a place where the first couple of seconds are really going to capture attention. So the second tip, make sure those first 5-10 seconds really grab attention. Now the final tip is, in terms of targeting, to look at who's already engaged with existing videos. So I can see for this particular video, the top audience was men of this age group here, and I can even see a breakdown of it. And if I go back as well, I can see the top locations as well. So a lot of people watch this from the UK, and I can see the other places where it is popular. So if I want to use this video to broaden the reach and put it in a Facebook ad, I can use this information in order to inform those decisions. So tip number 3 is use existing demographic information to help target your ads. Now that you understand those 3 tips to create powerful video ads, let's look at the use cases for videos in Facebook advertising. Now you can use videos in a variety of different campaign objectives in Facebook ads. You can use videos to help get app installs. You can use videos to help get clicks to a website. But the primary objective and the primary use for them is to simply get video views and raise awareness about your brand. That's the primary objective for a lot of people when they use videos in their Facebook ads. And in terms of who you can target these ads to, well, you can use interest and demographic targeting. You can target existing Facebook fans. You can remarket to website and mobile app visitors. You can use video views custom audiences and target people who have watched previous videos. You can use lookalike audiences. You really have all of those targeting options available to you. It's really going to depend on your own needs and goals, which targeting option that you use. Now, in terms of what content can you use in your video ads? Well, you can remix content. I think one common thing and barrier to making people use video ads is they think they need to create something completely new. Well, if you have a longer video or a longer promotional video or a sales video or whatever it is, you can cut that down into smaller videos that you could use as part of your video ads. So in terms of just raising awareness, cutting up bite-sized videos, putting them out, that's something you can easily do. You don't have to create brand new content. You can also use behind the scenes footage, stuff that would help your product launch, raise awareness, updates on how your product launch is going. You can use customer success stories. So really, there is a huge amount of variety in the types of content that you can use. Now that you understand the use cases, let's have a look at how you can create a video views campaign. First step is to log into your ads manager, then come up and click on create ad. You want to select your marketing objective and maybe just start over if you have any previous campaigns popping up. So in terms of your marketing objective, you want to select the video views option here and click on continue. Now, in terms of setting up the targeting for your audience here, for your placements, for your budget and schedule, that is all going to be the same process as you've learned previously. What is a little bit different and where there are some options are down here at the ad level of a video views campaign. And I want to point out some of these for you. So you have the option to use a carousel here. So you can have an ad with 2 or more scrollable videos in here. You can use a single video ad, which is probably the easiest option to use. You can use a slideshow option, and this is worth having a little bit of a look at here because you can create a slideshow very, very easily. And this is perhaps maybe one of the easiest ways that you can create a video for your Facebook ad. So you can use 3 to 10 images to create a slideshow, and you can see Facebook is walking you through the process here. You click on slideshow. You can select the image duration, how long you want it to last. 1 second is probably a good idea. You can maybe select a fade. You can add the photos then using your own images that you've uploaded or from your own image library, or you can use this free stock images once again. So even if you don't have any good photos, you can put together one of these slideshow video ads very, very easily. Now, once you've got that done, you can just create the slideshow, and that is the video you can use for your campaign. Now, you can also use an existing post as a video ad. So just make sure that your Facebook page is connected, and then you can scroll down and select any of these videos for your video ad. Once again, you might want to just check that you've got those captions on the video before you hit the publish button. Finally, let's have a look at some of the limitations for your video ad. You want it, if you're uploading it yourself, it should be a .mov and MP4. You want high quality. Your aspect ratio should be as such. In Facebook, your video views ad can be maximum 60 minutes. In Instagram, the maximum is 60 seconds. So that's a key limiting factor there. If you want to place your video on both Facebook and Instagram, make sure it's maximum 60 seconds. As always, when you go to place your ad, just make sure that the text is appropriate. Maybe show people watch this video and you will learn a 4-step process to do XYZ. Or watch this video and learn whatever the benefits are of it. So remember, you need to put in the text and really sell the benefits and explain to people quickly why they should view the video. Once you've got that all done, as always, review the order before you go ahead and place it, and it'll go into the normal ad review process then. So now that you know why you should be using video ads, 3 tips to create powerful video ads, the use cases, and the things to look out for when you're setting it up for yourself, go ahead and create a video ad following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn about lead ads, a very new and exciting ad format that Facebook have released. We'll start by understanding really what a lead ad is. Then we'll look at some of the key benefits of it. And then we're going to look at some case studies and how companies big and small are really getting amazing results from lead ads. And there's going to be some really good hands-on strategies that I'll show you in these examples. And then finally, I want to show you how to set up a lead ad and some of the extra and additional things you'll need to do when you set that up in the Ads Create tool. So let's start by really understanding what a lead ad is. And a great place to do that is inside the Facebook Ads Guide. This will give you an overview of all of the type of ads and objectives that are available. I'll put a link to this in the resources section of this lecture so you can check it out anytime. And for this particular video, we're coming down here to lead generation to look in particular at these lead ads. Really, the purpose of this is to add a form to your ad to collect information from people interested in your business. So this is a way that you can collect email addresses, phone numbers for people who are interested in your business. And the primary objective is to get those names so you can call them back, you can put them into a CRM, or you can follow up with them. Now, if we look at how it actually looks here, you can see that this looks like a normal ad. Nothing looks any different to maybe a clicks to website ad. It's just an image that you click on. However, the big difference here is what happens after the click. And really, we look at the ad form here to really understand that. So what we are seeing here is the full lead ad form, and you can see that there are various steps and screens in that process. Once a person clicks through on the ad, this is the process and the step that they really go through. What we have to start off with is a context card here. And if we click in here, we can see this in more detail. This is essentially a welcome screen, and you can see that there are some explanations about the business and what happens if they click to get this deal, to click to get a consultation, to click to get a quote. It's really explaining some of the terms and conditions and really just letting people know what's going to happen when they submit their email. That is optional. You don't need to put that in there if you want, but maybe as lead ads are quite a new ad format, this can be good to include so people really know what's happening. After they click through this, then they click get deal, they move on to the form itself. And here's where the magic starts to happen. Because Facebook has your name and your email, your date of birth, and maybe even your phone number, it will pre-fill this form for you. And that is great for the person who's filling out the form. A lot of the work is done for them. And it's also great for the business because much more people are going to be likely to hit that submit button if all of the work is already done. And we know that it's going to be accurate information as well if people have already submitted it to Facebook. Once you hit, or the person hits the submit button, it's on to the next step, which again is optional, a custom disclaimer, which you can include. And then finally, there is an end card, which really confirms that the submission has happened, and it gives people a chance to visit the website if they want then. So as you can see, the ad itself and the image, it looks normal, but this is where the magic is starting to happen in the lead ad. And here are some of the key benefits of having this ad form. Here is a quote from Land Rover, the digital and social media manager, who is really talking about the benefits of the lead ad. And I think this really sums it all up. That's why I wanted to show it to you. So Facebook native's lead ad outperformed link ads driving to the website to fill out a lead form in terms of total leads and conversion rates, while driving a 4x reduction in cost per lead compared to previous social lead generation tactics. So this is the key thing, and I think this is important to understand. What is the alternative to a lead ad? Well, it's a clicks to website campaign and encouraging people to fill out a form on the Land Rover website in this example. So you can see that keeping it in Facebook, pre-filling that data, is one of the reasons that they 4x their results, and that's how powerful that lead ad form is, although it seems like a very simple thing. Let's start to have a look at some case studies now and see how some big companies are really using these lead ad forms very effectively. This is Toyota Italy, and we can see that they generated 2,500 leads in 7 days, 95% lower cost than other benchmarks for digital channels, and 59% of those leads resulted in test drives. So they're not just picking up leads that didn't result in a business outcome. They are getting a 60% conversion on the lead to the action that they want, which is pretty amazing. Now, scrolling down, let's look at the actual tactics that they use, because this is pretty interesting. What Toyota actually did is first they started with a video ad, and there's an overview of it there. So the car maker tested a potent combination of video and lead ads, and this is the more tactical strategy stuff that you can maybe implement for yourself. So the first thing to do is use a beautifully shot video or a video, which really the purpose of was to build awareness and interest for the new model of their car. Then what they did is they actually used a lead ad to remarket to the custom audience of 1.7 million 30 to 65-year-old Italians who'd been reached by the video. So this is a really good strategy and will help you build up a targeted audience to put your lead ads in front to. First, you start with a video ad showing, just creating awareness. Then you remarket to people who've watched the video ad with the lead ads. That's a very smart strategy, and anybody could use that. You don't need just to be a big car maker like Toyota. Let's move on to another case study, which is a local business, the Avoca Clinic. They do cosmetic surgeries and stuff like that. Let's have a look at how they used it. They used more core targeting, so interest demographics, maybe people within the radius of their clinic. And so you don't need to just use the video views custom audience. You can also use lead ads based on demographic targeting. In this case, probably targeting women for cosmetic surgeries within a radius of the clinic. So you can use these lead ads with normal core targeting or custom audiences as well. So now that you understand the benefits of lead ads and some examples of how to use it in a campaign strategically, let's come into the ad manager and look at some of the things that you need to think about when you're setting this up. Now, like every campaign that you will set up on Facebook, you're working through the 3 levels: campaign, ad set, and ads. At the start, at the campaign level, all you're doing is coming down and selecting lead generation, and then you're just clicking continue. Now, as you get into the ad set level, all the same steps apply. You'll want to select an audience. You'll want to select the placements for your ad. You want to select the budget and schedule. None of that stuff is different. It's the same as every other ad format that you'll use. However, when you come down into the ad level, there is an additional step, and you can see it down here, lead form. So maybe what I'll do is just set up this image so we can see this properly. What I'm going to do is just add in a free stock image and run through a little bit of the text that you might want to use for this. So here's an image we can use. And I want to give you an example of some of the text that you could be using. So the headline here, for example, could be get a free Skype consultation. Something like that. It doesn't have to be to get a quote. If you are in the business, maybe a digital marketing, you are a coach of some sort, you can get a free 15-minute Skype consultation. If I can type. Okay, so something like that is something that you could offer to get people to really sign up. Obviously, you can put the text in there as you want. You can change the call to action button. So it is worth thinking about that headline and what are you actually offering people for them handing over their email address or phone number, etc. But the real different part is down here, this final part, the lead form. And this is where you really decide and fill out this information for your own flow here. So if we come in here, you just need to click add a new form. Then you can see you have these options for the welcome screen, which is optional. You can see the image from my ad has been pulled through here. You can write in the text, whatever you want. And it could be good to come back to these examples here if you want to get more understanding about what you should maybe put in there. When you come down, then you just put in the questions that you want to ask. Is it email? Is there something else that you want to ask people? You can add in any custom questions there if you want. Private policy, again, what you want to do is because you're collecting customer information, you will need to include a link to your company's private policy showing that you're not going to be reselling their information or that type of thing. So you can put in the link text and you can put in the link URL. So if you want that to appear a little bit neater, you can put that in there. And the real link that it'll go to is here. If you also wanted to track how many people actually clicked through, you could use UTM tracking and then have a neater looking link there. But really click and see how many people actually click through and read that. You can also add in a custom disclaimer, which as we saw here is optional once again. And then finally, you can put in your thank you screen and put in the link to your website so that at the final stages, people can click through and go to your website if they want to read more. And you can put that into any particular link that you want. So you might set up a unique page about it, about the offer that you're giving people, maybe more information about what they can expect, or a link to your services page. In my example, if I was giving a free consultation, I could send them to maybe some success stories or maybe further information on the packages that I offer, so that before we even get on the free call or whatever it is that you're offering, they have a sense of what you offer. So now that you understand what lead ads are, the benefits of them, and how to tactically use them in your campaigns, go ahead and set one up for yourself, following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you are going to learn about Instagram ads and how you can reach 150 million daily active users on Instagram through the Facebook ad platform. We'll start by understanding a little bit more about Instagram ads and when and where you can use them. They're not available for every single ad objective, so that's worth just reviewing quickly. And then we're just going to start jumping into some case studies and looking at how some real life businesses are using Instagram as part of their campaigns. And I've got a number of examples here to go through quickly. And then we want to finish up looking inside the Ads Create tool about how you can select for your campaigns to appear on Instagram and some of the requirements and restrictions that you have to think about in order of your content if you want to do that. So let us start by looking at the Facebook ads guide here, which is always a great place to start to understand different ad formats and objectives. And the key thing to understand straight away about Instagram ads is that Instagram ads are not a completely separate thing. You don't have one particular objective if you want to use an Instagram ad. They are really just one of the 5 places where your Facebook ads can appear and where you can choose for your Facebook ads to appear. So here are the 5 here: your mobile newsfeed on Facebook, your desktop newsfeed for Facebook, the right-hand column on Facebook, on Instagram as well, and the audience networks. So those are the 5 different places. And remember, Instagram is just one of the 5 places. Now you could create a campaign where your ad only appears on Instagram. But if you want to do that, just remember that you can't use Instagram as a placement option for all of the ad objectives. And I want to quickly go through that with you because there are some limitations on that. So in terms of if you wanted to promote app engagement, you can do that on Instagram as well. There's no problem. App installs, great place to do that on Instagram, and that's possible. Clicks to website, you can get people to click on a link in Instagram and go to your website. Here's a couple of examples where you can't use Instagram as a place to show your ads. Lead generation for now and lead ads are only available in the Facebook desktop newsfeed and in the Facebook mobile newsfeed. Now, this will probably change over time, so always good idea to come back into the Facebook's ad guide. You can just type it into Google to find it, to check if Instagram is available for the ad objective that you are really aiming for. Another place where Instagram is not available as a placement for ads is page likes. Now this is probably pretty obvious, but if you want to get more likes for your page, you're going to be much more successful doing that on Facebook itself. And you can see that those are the options right now just for that. You want to get website conversions and drive people to the store, you could do that on Instagram as well. So good just to know some of the limitations for Instagram and using it as part of your ads. Now that we understand those ins and outs, let's have a look at some case studies and really understand how people are using Instagram as part of their campaigns. So we have Pura Vida bracelets here, and we can come down and see the ads here on both Facebook and Instagram. And if we scroll down a little bit, there is quite an interesting quote here from the CEO and co-founder, who says that they use lookalike audiences to reach people like our website visitors. So they're using a custom website audience and they want to reach people on both Instagram and Facebook. And here's really the interesting part for you. Our cost per order for Instagram ads is the same as it is for Facebook ads. So in effect, Instagram has expanded our ability to drive orders and revenue from our website visitors and new customers. So that's the key thing to understand. The advantage in this case of Instagram ads was not that they're 10 times cheaper or anything like that. It's that they allow you to extend the reach of your campaign to that massive Instagram audience. Let's have a look at another example to see how people are using Instagram ads as part of their campaigns. So we've got Wonder here, which is a app, and they wanted to accelerate signups in the Philippines. Now, once again, you'll see here that they didn't use Instagram in isolation. It was really part of a bigger campaign. And you can see here that the team extended the campaign to include Instagram ads and the audience network, which allowed them to drive signups beyond Facebook. And you can see that they used a lot of different type of ads like carousel, they use the conversion trapping, video ads. So you can use that as part of your Instagram placement. Let's have a look at another example here, Mentor Denmark, which is a Danish tutoring company. What these guys did is they really focused on video ads to raise awareness about their tutoring company. And then to support these, they used photo ads and Instagram ads to showcase some of these personal bonds. So you can see them here. So in this case, once again, you can see that the Instagram was more of a supporting role for this bigger campaign. Let's finish up in the Ads Create tool so you're crystal clear on how to include or exclude Instagram from your campaigns. I'll select the example of creating a campaign to get some video views. Continue with this, and then we come down into the ad set level, and this is the place where you really decide where your ads will be placed under the placements section here. Now, what may surprise you is that by default, your ads will actually appear on Instagram. You can see that by default, all ads are placed automatically, which is recommended, meaning that your ads will automatically be shown to your audience in the places they're likely to perform best. And the places where they will appear are those 5 places that we saw at the beginning of this video: the Facebook feeds, the right-hand column, Instagram, and the audience networks. So by default, your ad is appearing on Instagram if you select this option. Now you may be surprised at that. You might say, hang on, I don't have an Instagram account, so how is that happening? What Facebook will actually do is pull the profile image from your Facebook page and the name and present that as an Instagram account on Instagram in an ad. So you don't have to do anything to start advertising on Instagram, which is really handy. Now, if you want to exclude Instagram from your ad campaigns or focus on it alone, you just need to come down to edit placements. And for example, I can remove Instagram, so my ads won't appear there. I can select Instagram and remove everything else, and now my ad will only appear on Instagram. Now, if you select that option or you want to just include Instagram, there are a couple of other things that you'll need to look out for, and that really is in relation to the content of your ad. So for example, if I select a single video that I want to promote, here's one thing you want to watch out for. If you want to use a video in your campaign on Instagram, it can only be 60 seconds max. So if you want to promote a video on Facebook and Instagram, make sure it's just 60 seconds so it can appear in both places. And that's simply it. Very simple to include Instagram as part of your campaigns. Remember, it's not a standalone ad that has a unique objective. It can fit into almost all of the objectives with some of the restrictions we talked about, and it's just one of the 5 places your ads can appear. So now that you understand much more about Instagram, think about how you can use them as part of your next campaign. In this video, you're going to learn about Facebook dynamic ads and how you can use them to drive more online sales by remarketing products to people that have viewed them on your website. So we'll start by really understanding what dynamic ads are and the benefits of them. We're going to look at a case study and see the exact strategy of how this company, Monsieur T-shirt, was able to leverage them and get amazing results. Then we'll look at how you can actually create a product catalog. This is a key step that you need to do in order to benefit from this. And then finally, we'll look at how you can set up a campaign for product catalog sales inside your Ads Create tool. So let's start by understanding dynamic ads a little bit better. The benefit of them is really clear. Say, for example, I'm on an online store as a shopper. I'm on Nike.com here. You can see that they have a ton of products here. They have women's, they have men's, and even within men's, there's so many categories and so many products that they want. Even within shoes, let's have a look at all the shoes. I think there's over something like 700 different products here. So if Nike wants to remarket to me and get me to complete the sale, they're going to have a much better chance of doing that if they really personalize that remarketing. So say, for example, that I picked up or had a look at this product, but I didn't add it to my cart. I could have looked at maybe some tracksuit bottoms or tops that I also didn't add to the cart, but it shows that I was interested in them. Now, if Nike runs an ad and shows me those products in the ad, well, that'll remind me to really come back and add them to cart and finish out the checkout process. So the key benefit of dynamic ads is that they really personalize Facebook adverts without all that manual work, and that's an important distinction to make. If you wanted to run dynamic ads without this feature available, what you would have to do is build a custom audience for every single product and use that in your remarketing efforts. Dynamic ads really automates the whole process for you. So that's the key advantage. It personalizes the adverts without all that manual work setting up custom audiences. So here we go. Yeah, you can retarget shoppers, you can connect people across different devices, and you can even just reach more shoppers by showing people products that are tailored to their interests, whether or not they've even been to your site. So there is a broader benefit outside of just retargeting shoppers to complete the sale, but this is really the key way that you can get that low-hanging fruit. Now, coming down a little bit, there is a point that's worth mentioning here, that if your website is powered by one of Facebook's partners, including Shopify, Magento, or BigCommerce, you can automatically set up dynamic adverts. And I think a lot of you might be in that case if you have an e-commerce store. So let me just show you quickly some of the steps. We'll come down to use Shopify as our example again, because the process is quite similar. What you need to do is log into Shopify, and you can upload your product information to your Shopify account, and then from there it will upload to your ads account. So there is an easy process to get that done if you've one of these platforms. I'll include this original link here so you can get to that easily and follow the steps. Now that you understand what dynamic ads are and the key benefits of them, let's have a look at this case study of Monsieur T-shirt to really see how they put them to use to drive a lot of sales. So Monsieur T-shirt are a French t-shirt specialist, and they gained nearly a 10x return on the ad spend by promoting its stylish product line with dynamic ads and the powerful Facebook pixel. So this is just a key thing to point out, that in order for you to remarket in the first place, you need to have the Facebook pixel installed, and then the dynamic ads are help automating that remarketing process and personalizing it. So if you haven't got the Facebook pixel set up, that's the first thing you need to do before you can even start using dynamic ads. But as you can see, it's definitely worthwhile doing. Great results that other companies are seeing and very low cost per click. Let's move down now to have a look at the exact strategy that they used. So as you can see, first thing they did was install the Facebook pixel, and then what they did was by embedding the pixels on the page of their online catalog. You only need to do it once now. Monsieur T-shirt was able to gather precise data about the products that appeal to specific people, allowing it, for example, to see the garments that somebody had viewed and added to their basket without completing the sale. So really that abandonment remarketing but in a very personalized format. And what they did then was they used the dynamic ads in a carousel format to reach these people in their Facebook newsfeed and prompt them to finish their purchase. So if you're not already familiar with it, a carousel ad format is a ad like this that has 2 or 3 scrollable images or videos. So probably what Monster T-shirt did is if you viewed 2 or 3 t-shirts, they would appear in this carousel. I really encourage you to go back to the exact product page and finish the checkout process. So let's have a look at how you can actually get started on this. As we said, Facebook Pixel, gotta get that installed. We've covered that previously. But the next step is you want to upload your product catalog. If you haven't got one of the platforms we talked about before, this is how you do it. You want to come in firstly to your Facebook Ads Manager, come across to All Tools. Under Assets, you can see Product Catalog here. And what you want to do is really create your product catalog or upload it. And you can see that you can give your catalog a name here. So you can include products, hotels, flights, destinations. And this might be starting to ring some bells for you if you've visited hotels on Trivago or been on TripAdvisor. Some of these sites, you can start to see in your Facebook feeds the exact thing that you were looking at showing up. And this is how they are doing that. So let's just set up as an example catalog. So I'm going to say products here and really create this as add this in for my Facebook page here. The next step then is to upload your product feed. You just need to select the currency and whether you have a recurring feed that you can upload. For now, I'll just do a single upload. Then you just need to choose the file that you want to upload. I've just got a very small example product catalog set up, just one line in it. And then we really click next and create the feed. As I mentioned, there's only one product in this feed, so it's just an example, but you can put together that product catalog yourself or download it from your online store. Once you've got that set up, you want to come once again into your Ads Create tool and click on your marketing objective for product catalog sales. Now you can see that it's loaded up here, the example catalog that I created, so I can go ahead and continue this now. I'll go ahead and select the pixel, which is appropriate for this product catalog. And now you can see that that pixel is associated with the catalog. You can see now that the setup is slightly different to what we would normally do in our ad set when we're setting up interest targeting or using custom audiences. You can select which product set you want to use, dividing really that product list down into smaller categories. You can really choose the audience that you want to choose as well here. Viewed or added to cart but not purchased in the last 14 days, added to cart but not purchased, upsell a product, cross-sell a product, custom combinations. So you could have many different ad sets, maybe targeting each of these different audiences, set those up within your campaign to really test where the sales are coming from. Are they coming from this first category, added to cart but not purchased in the last 14 days? Are the upsells getting the most sales? So it would be a good idea to maybe set up a number of different ad sets focusing on these different audiences and seeing how they perform against each other. Once again, you can set up the normal placements and edit those as you please. You can set up the budgets and schedules. Now down at the ad level, you can choose the format of how your ad would like to look, carousel or a single image, and the images will be pulled from the URLs of the pages where your products are and that you will have uploaded into the product catalog. So now that you understand what Facebook dynamic ads are and the benefits of them, go ahead and set them up for yourself following the steps that you've learned in this lecture if you want to drive more sales for your online store. In this video, you're going to learn about collection ads and how you can use this new ad format to drive more sales for your online store. We'll start by understanding what a collection ad is and the benefits of it. Then we will look to really see in our ads guide where this new ad format is available. What objectives is it available for? Because it's not available for every type of ad objective. Then we will start to look at some case studies and see how Adidas is using this new ad format to get some great results. Also see how Tommy Hilfiger is using this. And looking at these case studies, I think are going to give you some really great examples of how you can put it into use for yourself. Finally, then we will finish up in our Ads Create tool, and you'll learn how you can create an ad using the ad collection format for yourself. So let's start by understanding what a collection ad is and the benefits of it. So the high level idea is that you inspire shoppers to purchase with an immersive experience. So let's really come down and have a look at the example here. This is what it's going to look like in somebody's news feed. So what is different here, instead of a carousel ad that just has products here or a single product ad, what you actually have is a video up here, and then you have the products related to that video below here. And people can click through on these images directly to your mobile site where they can purchase these products. Now, the key thing to understand about collection ads is that they're only available on mobile right now, and they're really designed for mobile as well, and to give a better experience for people. So the idea is that this advert format helps brand connects with people by pairing a video with photos of 4 product images in the news feed. And the idea is that you inspire sales with deeper stories. So instead of just seeing the product, you're actually seeing a video that showcases the key reason why you should buy the product, or just to see the product in action. Paint more of a lifestyle that you will achieve or get if you buy the product. So classic marketing, but just a more interesting ad format than a static image. Now, in terms of the products that you want to put, you want to choose products that play off the best story in your featured video. And in the 2 examples we'll look at 2 different ways that you can maybe do that. The key thing is that this is a new ad format, and a lot of advertisers won't be using it yet. So if people see this in their news feed, it's going to catch their attention because it's something completely new. So for new ad formats, and many more will come out on Facebook, the key thing is that the sooner that you use them, the more benefit that you're going to get out of them, because as more and more competitors start to use them, it doesn't grab as much attention. So for all of these new ad formats, the key thing is, if they are relevant for your business, to use them straight away. Now let's have a look at when you can use this ad format. It's not going to be suitable for every single marketing objective, but there are 2 key areas where it fits perfectly, and one is clicks to website. So we're once again in here in the Facebook ads guide. Right now it is available only for clicks to website. You can see Facebook collection here, and also website conversions down here. So essentially these are the same thing, driving people to a website. We're driving people to a website where it's optimized for conversions, and you do need to have the Facebook pixel installed in order for Facebook to optimize for conversions for you. But you can see here Facebook collection. Obviously this is going to be ideal for e-commerce stores where the products are featured there. It's not going to be ideal for brand awareness. It's not available for brand awareness at the moment. Event responses doesn't really make sense. Lead generation, local awareness, page likes obviously doesn't make sense. So you can see that this ad format is really tailored to online store sales. Now let's have a look at some of the case studies to really understand how brands and companies are using this right now. And here's what Adidas did. They used this ad format to really cross-sell with a video. And this is a pretty interesting way that they used it. Now they got some great results. 1.x decreased in cost per conversion and a 5.3x return on ad spend. Why? Well, probably because this is a new ad format and it really engaged people. Now let's look down at what they actually did, and this is their example here. So they their main objective here was to cross-sell, and what they did is they had a video featuring their new product, which is this hoodie, and then down below they had really complementary products for the featured product, which is like the runners, the bag, the tracksuit bottoms, etc. So it's really with an objective to cross-sell to these different products as well. So what they did with this collection ad format is had the video, paired it with 4 products, and then this quickly could open it up into 50 more products so viewers can instantly browse and shop for additional products. So what's so cool about this hoodie? Why would they even make a video about it? Well, it says here that it's an oversized sleeping hoodie to block out noise and help people relax while traveling. And so I imagine the video is showing some of the benefits there. And actually that does not sound like such a bad idea. Could be pretty handy when you're traveling. Finally, you can see here that when interested customers clicked on any of these product images, they arrived at the Adidas mobile website where they could make the purchase. So this is the key thing, that this is an ad format that's only for mobile right now. It's really designed for mobile. And so if you are sending people or thinking to use this, you want to make sure that your site is mobile optimized and mobile friendly. Otherwise, you're going to be losing those people once they click through to your site. Now let's have a look at Tommy Hilfiger and see how they use this collections ad format. And they actually did a slightly different thing. Instead of using it to cross-sell, they used it in a different way. So let's have a look at this. So they used the collection ad format to enable European customers to instantly buy pieces featured in the runway show video. So let's have a look down at this. They had the runway show video, and down here below that they had the products featured in there that people could buy straight away. So that's not a cross-sell. It's showing that these are the products. They're showing them again and again through a live runway show. And then you can go ahead and purchase them by clicking on the links here. Now the results again were pretty impressive, 2.2x, higher return on ad spend, 37% lower cost per visit to its e-commerce site, 2x higher engagement rate. Now let's come down and have a look at some of the details here. How they set this collection up was they uploaded its video creative along with its product catalog. So these are the really 2 key steps that I'm going to show you how to do. First, you need to upload the video, and you also need to have your product catalog set up as well. And it's really combining these 2 things. Now coming down, let's have a look at actually some of the strategy and the tactics behind this campaign, because this is interesting for you to think about as well. So what they did is they targeted the collection to women across Europe aged 20 to 40 with interest in fashion and shopping. The team also installed a Facebook pixel on its mobile site and used information gathered from it to build a lookalike audience based on women who had visited or made purchases from their mobile site. So this is really smart. What they did is targeted women by interest and demographics. They had the Facebook pixel set up. They obviously created then a custom audience based on that, and then using that custom audience of people who had bought, then they built a lookalike audience on the back of that and really extended the reach of their campaign. So nice little strategy. I could really see how you could put that into action for yourself. Now that you understand what collection ads are and the benefits of them, let's look into the Ads Create tool so you can understand how to set this up for yourself. So firstly, when selecting your marketing objective, remember that this ad format is not available for every type of marketing campaign, just really traffic and conversions. And you will have to have the pixel set up in order to optimize for that. Let's just select the traffic marketing objective just to keep it pretty simple for the moment. Now, in terms of your ad set, traffic, audience placements, budget, that's going to be the same decision-making process as we've covered previously. Really, where there is a difference for this ad format is down in the ad level, where you can see this collection ad format is available. Now, the first thing you want to do is upload that video that you want to use in this collection ad format. So I've just got a video here that I'm just going to use. Now I'll let that upload, and what I want to do is come down into the images here. So we can put in the headline and text as normal. So I can just put in new collection. New collection. Now what I want to do is import my product catalog. Now we've covered this in a previous lecture, but essentially inside of your ads manager here, you can see that there is the option to upload a product catalog. And essentially that's what you want to go ahead and do before you start to use this ad format. So I've already done that. And now I can come down and really select the products that I want to include in this ad, and you can start to see them loaded up here. The images are really being pulled from the spreadsheet that I uploaded, where I had the links to the images on my site. Now let's come back and see if this video has been uploaded. Maybe I need to just make sure that this is uploaded before I move on to the next screen. Now once the video is uploaded, you can just select the thumbnail for the video. And one other thing to note here is that for Instagram, again, it needs to be under 60 seconds. Now this video is just an example, it's just a little bit over 60 seconds, but keep that in mind if you want the ad to run on Facebook and Instagram. At this stage, you can also upload those video captions if you want, and upload the SRT files, which is the file format that you can use for video captions. Scrolling down a bit now, I can see a preview of my ad. So very simple to set up, just 2 steps, upload the video and import that product catalog. So now that you understand what a collection ad is and the benefits of it, think about how you could use this as part of your marketing campaigns. Perhaps think about featuring a product like Adidas here and cross-selling complementary products, or you could also have a video featuring a lot of products and have them all listed below. In this video, you're going to learn about Canvas ads, a new ad format that is very flexible and customizable. We'll start by understanding what a Canvas ad is and the benefits of it. Then you will learn for which ad objectives this ad format is available. Once again, it's not really suitable or available for every type of Facebook campaign. We will then look at a case study so you can understand how this new ad format fits in to a wider Facebook ad campaign. We will then look at how you can create these canvases because it's a little bit different than just uploading a video or an image. And then finally, we'll finish up once again in the Ads Create tool so you know how to set up a campaign using this ad format. So let's start really by understanding what these Canvas ads are. As the name suggests, it just gives you a blank canvas in order to create your ad. And let's scroll down straight away to really have a look at an example down here. So if we come down a little bit further, we can start to get an idea of it here, and I'll just play this video. So what you can see here is that this company, a bath company, has started to build a collection. It looks a little bit like Snapchat. If you're familiar with how Snapchat works, you can scroll down, you can scroll across, there's videos involved. It's quite an immersive type of advertisement, very flexible. And the idea is that you can completely customize this for yourself. You can see now it's coming down into products. There's a buy now button. You can customize all of that stuff yourself. So it's just a very flexible ad format, which can ultimately end up on the e-commerce site like we see here. But it definitely is looking a little bit like Snapchat. So I think anybody who's very familiar with Snapchat, creating content there, to create a Canvas ad is going to be very simple for you. For people like me, a little bit older, who aren't as good on Snapchat or don't even use it, this is going to be a bit more of a learning curve to get this right. But that's essentially what it looks like. It's a very flexible ad format. Now coming up to the Facebook ads guide, let's understand what objectives you can use this ad format for, because once again, it's not available for everything, or it's not suitable for everything right now. Right now in the Facebook ads guide, where we can see it is available is for brand awareness, So you can see here that the Canvas ad is available. For app installs, it's not. But this might change over time, so the best place to come and see this is in the ads guide. It's available for brand awareness. It's available for clicks to website. You can see it here. Not available for any of these here. Store visits, let's see if it's available here, not yet. And we can see for video views, I think it is available, yeah. And also website conversions. So if you are thinking of using this ad format, be sure to come into the ads guide first. Just type in Facebook ads guide into Google and really check if it is available. Now let's have a look at a case study to see how companies are actually using this ad format and how it fits in to a bigger campaign. So what we have here is Dykman, Poland. What they do is they run a family-run footwear business, and they use this new ad format to create a highly successful brand awareness campaign. So that was the objective for their campaign. So here are some of the metrics that what you would associate with a brand awareness campaign. 25-point increase in ad recall. So there's some metrics and tests that they do around that for brand awareness. 7-point increase in favorability and 3-point increase in attribute rating. So those are all metrics really for brand awareness. You may not be totally familiar with them, but the bottom line is it was a big success. So I think let's look down at some of the details to really see how that they used this. So what they did was they featured this girl here who's a famous singer and fashion blogger in Poland, and she picked out different shoes from a new range that would be suitable to show in this Canvas ad. Now here's the interesting part, that they used the Canvas ad really as a part of a bigger campaign. They still use photo carousel video ads along with this new Canvas ad format, which really allowed people to explore and engage with the full range. So again, it's a little bit like the collection ads that we've seen previously. It's a bit more about storytelling and engagement, and definitely drifting towards the new way that people are interacting with social media like Snapchat, etc. So the key takeaway here is that it was part of a bigger campaign, but it does involve all of these other elements as well, and is a little bit similar to the collection campaign. Now, where can you get started with this? Well, the first thing that you can do is come into your Facebook page. You're going to see here on the final tab here, publishing tools. Any admin to a Facebook page will be able to see this, and you can see down here that there is Canvas here, and you can click on create. So instead of diving into the ads create tool, it's probably best to start here to create your canvas, and then in your ads create tool just select it. So you can see that you can take a tour to understand this better. You can just open a blank canvas. There is a link to examples, but there's not many there yet. Let's have an explore of some of the layouts here. So single screen, put together a canvas that complements the message in your ad, storytelling, and full screen media. So let's have a look at this one here. This will start to load up hopefully, and you can use it to really use the guide. Maybe let's just start with an open canvas. So you can see you can put in a button, carousel, photo, product set once your product catalog is uploaded, and video. So let's just put in a video, and see you can continue to add components as people scroll down, scroll left, scroll right, etc. So I won't go through all the details of setting it up, but once you have got a canvas created, all you need to do in your ads create tool is select the appropriate objectives. So for example, let's just select the traffic campaign objective. Once again, the ad set is as you've learned how to set up already, the audience placements, budget, and schedule. We've covered that before. Where there is a difference now is down at the ad level, and you can see the canvas ad format showing up. What you can do then is select a canvas. So that's why I was recommending you build one first outside of the ads tool, and then you can come down and select it here. It brings you up to the same screen, but it's maybe just easier to keep focused on one thing. Build the creative first, and then you can just simply add it in from there. So now that you understand what Canvas ads are, the marketing objectives that you can use them for, and understand how they're so flexible and customizable, come into the publishing tools of your Facebook page and mess around with creating one for yourself to get more familiar with this new ad format. In this video, you're going to learn about offer claim ads and how you can create limited time discounts so you can really drive more sales for your online or offline store. You'll start by understanding really what an offer claim ad is and some of the benefits and features of it. Then we will start to look at some examples and some of the copy that you can use for these type of ads in order to get better results. And then I'll show you how you can set up an offer claim ad for yourself and give you an example of that. So let's start by understanding a little bit more about offer claim ads and the benefits and the features of them. Well, the key benefit is that you can really grab attention with a deal or a discount. If you want to boost sales in your online shop or offline shop, a discount or a promotion is a great way to really encourage people to act. It is a tried and proven marketing strategy. You'll see it when you go shopping. Sale ends now. There's Christmas sales. There's after Christmas sales. There's a limited time frame on these things, and there's often a 20% off, 50% off number that's shown in the window to really encourage people to act. So it's a proven marketing strategy, and now you are able to use it in your Facebook ads. So let's have a look at some of the objectives for you if you wanted to use these claim offer ads. Well, clearly you can reach more people with these reach new people, and it allows you to connect with new people. It gives them a great incentive to take notice of you. Now, you can reach these new people through interest and demographic targeting. You can do it through location targeting if you are a physical store. But as well as that, you can reach existing customers with these offers, your Facebook fans, a custom audience, website visitors, your email list, etc. And once again, the outcome is to really, and what you want to achieve is to encourage them to take action so you can increase your sales. Now, here's one cool feature of these offer claim ads. You can send automatic reminders to people who have claimed the offer and notify them when the deal is about to expire so that they really use it. So that's a great reminder function that is built in as well. So the benefits of offer claim ads are very clear. Let's have a look now at the Facebook ads guide and get a look at some of the copy that you could use in an ad like this for yourself. So here is an example for both desktop and mobile, and you can see the text here: enjoy fresh produce. So starting with a verb, before the season ends. So that sentence is creating a little bit of urgency. I can see then below in the headline for the ad, 20% off. So that is the offer. And I can see underneath that again, an expiry date. So this is a great way to create that sense of urgency as well, not only in the text here, but also in the expiration date. And you can see the call to action button as well says get offer, really encouraging people to click that button and making it clear what the call to action is. Creating a limited time offer for your business is very simple. I'm going to show you how to do that now inside of the Ads Create tool, which you will find inside of your Ads Manager. Now, when you come in here, the first thing to do, as always, is to set your marketing objective at the campaign level. Now, you'll see here that a offer claim ad is not one of the objectives that you can pick, and that's because actually the offer claim ad is just a way that you can reach one of your marketing objectives. So you'll find this option inside traffic, so getting people to a website with this offer claim. You'll find it inside the conversions marketing objective. Now remember, in order to use the conversions marketing objective, you do have to have the Facebook pixel set up, and this is most likely going to work much better in an online store where you can measure that through the Facebook pixel. So let's just take the example of traffic. and really select this as our marketing objective. Setting up the offer in either case is going to be the same process. Now you'll see here that we have an offer, and that is an option, and all we need to do is really enable this, select the page that we want to create the offer for, and then click on create offer. And here you can see is the little interface where we are going to create the offer. We have a preview of it on the right hand side here, and you can also see a preview of the notification that a person will see if they claim the offer but haven't used it. So that's the reminder notification function that we talked about at the start of the video. Right now there's no image in this offer, but we can add that later on in the ad level. So what we can add in here is just say 20% off. I'll just show you some of the fields that you will fill in here. Tell people about the offer, learn about, before offer expires. You can select the end date and the end time, which appears here right under your headline. You can also select where people can redeem this offer, and this is how you choose now if you want people to redeem this offer online or in store. So for example, let's start with the online offer URL. Now a lot of e-commerce sites or other online platforms where you buy things enables you to put in a URL with the coupon already attached. So for example, I'll take the example of one of my Udemy courses here, and you can see that inside of the URL, their coupon code is already there. So if they clicked on the offer, they would be able to go straight to the landing page where they would see the coupon already applied, and that would allow them to check out without having manually to put in the coupon. Now in store, it's going to be a little bit different. You can choose the type of promo code. So you can have no code, you can have a code, which you can say 20 off now. And in order to measure the success of this campaign, you would have to have a system in your store where you could note down how many people claimed the offer, then link that back to your campaign here inside the ads manager and match up, okay, I spent this much, I got this many customers, and then you will be able to decide if the campaign was successful or not. Now for either scenario, you can limit the total offers available, and you can also prevent people from sharing this offer with this little drop down now. And you might want to do that if you only want to give a limited amount of offers and don't want to disappoint people. The final section here is then for terms and conditions, and you can see that this shows up if there's any other important rules here. If there are things that this offer does not apply to and you want to specify that, this is the place to do it. Now, if we look at the in-store example, you can actually see it here as well because I've created this. So let's just go ahead and create this offer. Now that offer is created. In terms of selecting the audience for this offer, that's going to depend on your business. Now you could select it for a location and do particular locations. You can do the radius targeting if you type in an address here. You can use a custom audience. Any of the custom audiences that you've learned how to set up, you can use the save audience from a previous campaign. And in terms of all of the targeting and the placements and the budget, we've covered that in previous lectures, so I'm not going to go through that again. I do want to show you just how to add in the image. Very simple, but just to remind you to do this. So come into the library, just add an image here, and you can see now a full preview of what your offer ad is going to look like. So I can see my headline here, some of the text, and the call to action button. So now that you understand what offer claim ads are and how to create a limited time offer for your online or offline store, go ahead and set one up for yourself following the steps that you've learned in this. In this video, you're going to learn about local awareness ads and how you can create Facebook ads to reach people on Facebook and Instagram when they are near your business location. We'll start by understanding what local awareness ads are and some of the call to actions you can include in those ads. Then we will jump into a case study here and see how this business, the Pescaria, was able to build a lot of excitement around their business through local awareness ads even before they launched. Then we will have a look at this case study here for a medical center in Israel where they were able to generate leads using local awareness ads. Then we will jump into the Ads Create tool and I'll show you some of the things you need to watch out for when you're setting up one of these local awareness ads, and also the difference between a local awareness ads and the store visits marketing objective that you can see here. To get started, let us look at the local awareness ad, understand it a little bit better. So as you now understand, you use it to really get local attention. And some of the messages that you can use for these local adverts are to highlight promotions, tell people about an offer, happy hour, a sale, and give them that incentive to visit your business. Now the key thing is that you want to keep it local, and you can tell a story about your business roots, local products. You can showcase a fun fact. Does your location have a unique quality or interesting backstory? Tell people about it in your business. So those are some of the ideas for the content of these local awareness ads. Now let's have a look further down here and look at the call to action buttons that you can use in these local awareness ads. Now they are called local awareness ads, but there are some cool call to actions you can include, like giving people directions, help them find your shop from their phone. It's great for driving foot traffic. You can include your phone number in these ads so they can call you in one tap and speak to you directly. You can also include the call to action for them to send you a message, and that is a great way to generate leads and people very close by. And you can also just get them to learn more and click through to your website for more information. So there's more to these local awareness ads than you would think, and those call to actions are going to be great for driving foot traffic. Now let's have a look at the first case study, which is for this Italian restaurant franchise called Pescaria. So what they did, and what's interesting about this particular case study, is that they really used Facebook and Facebook ads before they even opened the business to promote it and generate interest. So let's scroll down a little bit and to see some of the details on this. So 2 months before opening day, the company began posting pictures of its dishes on Facebook. The posts aroused enormous interest, and people began to ask for more information about the location of the restaurant and the opening time. And the opening day attracted 500 people who flooded the streets to get access to it. So if we move down here, here are some of the results. So this is a combination of using Facebook, its page, but also the ads as well. So we can see that the Facebook is the #1 source of new customers. 70% of the company's revenue is generated through Facebook. They sold their signature dish, 3,000 of them in the first 30 days. And 80% discovered it thanks to Facebook, and 500 people attended the opening day promoted exclusively through Facebook. So this case study really shows that even a Facebook page is extremely powerful for a local business. Now, if we look up in terms of the actual ads themselves, what they said is it seems to be after they opened, they started to run the ads, that they ran ads to reach more potential customers. The target audience was defined by geographic location, 6-mile radius of the restaurant, and they have tested those boundaries over time as they've gone on to look at the different franchises, etc. But I think that is just a great case study to see that you can promote through the Facebook page even prior to launch and build up a lot of buzz for that opening day. Now, they don't seem to have mentioned it here, but you could use an event response ad, which we'll cover later, to really make sure that opening day is a big hit and you can get a lot of people coming in like they did here. In this case, it seems like they were able to generate that interest organically, but you could do that with an event response ad for an opening day. And I'm going to show you how to do that later on in the course as well. Let's move on to the second case study and look at how a medical center in Israel was able to generate leads for their maternity services. So we can see here that they got over 90% of target audience reached. They had quite a small audience for these type of services. Obviously, there's not that many people having babies, so it is quite a niche market, and they were able to meet 90% of it in Israel, which is pretty impressive. 14% of clicks converted into leads. 82% of leads became customers. So that's an interesting thing, that about 14% click through, which is pretty high, and then 82% of those became customers, which is very high again. So they must have had a great strategy in order to make this happen. So let's look at some of the ways that they did that. Now, in terms of the size of the audience, 9,000 babies every year. So you're talking about 9,000 mothers, which is pretty niche. So let's have a look at how they did this. So reaching parents-to-be, here's the interesting part. The hospital wanted to reach pregnant women in Israel, a relatively small audience, at any given time. And the marketing team knew that they needed a very cost-effective way to tap into this audience. So first, what they did is a targeted ad to relevant people based on age, gender, interests, and location. Then it used custom website audiences to retarget website visitors with a strong call to action, and people in the relevant locations who had visited their campaign landing page were shown optimized lead ads, which encouraged them to make an inquiry very quickly and easily. So the strategy here for them was, firstly, because they didn't know exactly who the people were and who would be interested, they did a broader campaign based on age, gender, interests, and locations. Women of a certain age who might be pregnant, might have certain interests in things that they could pick up on, and of course location, because they have a medical center, can only serve a radius of people. Then they followed that up once they knew who clicked through on that ad with a lead ad, and obviously Facebook was able to pre-fill maybe their phone number, email, and they were able to follow up. And that's probably why they had such a high number of leads becoming customers. Maybe they called those customers afterwards, and conversion over phone is going to be much, much higher. And that could be the reason that you're seeing such big results there. But the strategy in general, very interesting. Interest, age, demographic targeting first, followed up with a lead ad based on a custom audience. Very interesting to see. Now let us jump into the Ads Create tool inside your Ads Manager, and really want to walk you through the process of setting up one of these local awareness ads. They're very similar to most campaigns, but there's a couple of things to say. And also in here, I wanted to just explain the difference between local awareness ads and store visits. It seems like it's the same thing. Why are they in two different columns? Well, the key thing about these store visits here is that these are still for people to visit your brick and mortar locations. But the difference is that these ads are really set up to serve people and stores with multiple locations. So the idea about these ads is that you have one creative, and that you can serve that to a lot of different neighborhoods, and that it will dynamically change the phone number that you need to call, the address that you want to go to if you want to give people directions, and even if there's separate websites for separate locations, you can include the URLs there. So this is location-based ads at scale, and that's really the purpose and the difference between these store visits. Now, if you want to set up one of these store visits ad and you've got multiple locations and you want to show a different ad to each location, then the first thing you have to do is set up your business locations in Business Manager, and you can click here to really get a walkthrough of all those steps. Now, as I don't have a Facebook page that has a specific location in it, unfortunately I can't walk you through all the steps, but it's fairly straightforward and all of these steps are given out here. But the key difference is really that this is ideal if you've got multiple locations, if you're a franchise and you want to develop these ads at scale. Let's come to the local awareness ads though and really have a look through this process. So I can just select this as my marketing objective, and down here you just select the radius of the audience that you want to cover, the age, the gender, of course. You want to target specific people, like we saw in the medical center example. They were really focusing on women of a certain age. And so think about not just people around your business, but the type of people as well. Coming down to the ad example here, I want to show you quickly how you can change the call to action for these type of ads. So right now you can see the call to action is like page, but as this is a local awareness ad, there are much better options that you can choose from, like you can get people to call now. Now here's the thing, is that if you want to call now, the action is only available on the mobile news feed and Instagram feed placements. So you can't put this on a desktop. So I'd have to remove those placements, which I can do here easily if I want to do that. So coming back up to placements, let's just see where this is now. It's not on the audience network. I'm going to see here for Facebook, it's just in the feeds. I can pop that in. And then for Instagram as well, I can see it's in the feed. So if I come down again, I'm going to come down to call now. Now I just stick in my phone number there. I can also put in get directions as well and pop in the street address. So I think, remember, for these type of local awareness ads, you're really targeting people on mobile. So for those placements as well, you want to make sure that you are really targeting people for mobile, and make sure that you're not putting, say we have mobile only up here, and just make sure that's set as that. In terms of your ad creative, well, you can put in a lot of different things here. If we go back to our original example, some of the ideas that you can use, you can highlight some promotions. So you could say it's happy hour or there's a sale on. Unfortunately, you can't put like a coupon in here for this particular type of ad, but you can say sale on now or happy hour now, drinks at the special price. And you can also schedule these ads to run at a particular time, which is probably going to be a good idea if your local business is only open for a particular time. And in terms of ad scheduling, you can run these ads on a schedule as well. You do have to set up a lifetime budget in order to enable that, but that could be a great idea for a local business. So this lifetime budget is, you set the lifetime budget of the campaign, and it's not done on a daily basis. And the reason for that is Facebook needs to make sure that it can deliver and spend the budgets, and that might not be possible to do it every single day. So you can really set those schedules, and that's probably a good idea for a local awareness ad. So to recap on some of these things that you need to watch out for, just make sure the placements are for mobile only. In terms of budget and schedule, you might want to do that on a particular schedule if your business is only open on certain times, or you have a happy hour at a certain time and you want to run that. Then down in the ad level, just think about that call to action and what that should be, and use an appropriate ad creative for the promotion that you're running or happy hour, etc. So now that you understand what local awareness ads are, go ahead and set one up if you want to reach more people on Facebook and Instagram when they're near your business location. In this video, you're going to learn about event response ads and how you can promote your event with Facebook ads so you get more responses and have a successful event. We'll start by really understanding what events responses ads are and some of the benefits of them. Then we will look and get some examples and understand some of the copy that you can use for these type of ads to make them more successful. We're going to look at a couple of case studies here just to get some ideas in terms of targeting and other type of event ads you could set up. Then we'll look into Facebook and show you how to set up an event on your Facebook page. That's the first thing you need to do before you can actually promote it. And then we will finish up once again inside the Ads Create tool and walk you through the process
of setting up a events response ad and some of the things to look out for when doing so. So what is an event response ad? Well, it's, as the name suggests, you're really promoting your event to get more people to attend. Now that could be an opening day, it could be a launch of a product line in store, but this is all going to happen offline. These are offline events that we're really talking about here. Now, as I said, the first thing you have to do is create an event directly from your Facebook page, and then you spread the word with the adverts. Now you can choose your audience. It can be based on age, gender, interest, location. You can use custom audiences as well. And when a person joins your event or shows their interest, it'll automatically be added to their calendar on Facebook. So by promoting your event, you're going to boost the awareness of it. You're going to allow people to say they're coming in a very simple way. And then you have all of the insights and analytics on your Facebook page to understand how many people are coming, how many people have accepted as well. So it's kind of an event management solution as well. Let's start to dig into some of the examples and have a look at what these really look like. So I'm inside of the Facebook ads guide. You can come here anytime you want, just type it into Google and to have a look at these great examples. So you can see join us. That's probably a good piece of copy to start with. Join us at our open house. We'll be dishing out famous apple pie to show our thanks. So there's a great free incentive for people to come in, and you can see that there is a nice picture of the event that's relevant. You have our date here, very easy to see the time. I can also see how many people are interested in going and how many people confirm that they're actually going. So this is what it looks like on desktop. This is what it looks like on the news feed here. Now let's have a look at a couple of case studies. Now in this case study, they don't actually use this event response feature, but I thought it was pretty interesting to just look at some of the targeting that they did for this. So they were really promoting ticket sales. They did it in a slightly different way, but you can see that the main target for their campaigns was a custom audience created from people who have liked their Facebook page, also ice hockey fans and online ticket buyer database. So that was their people who'd bought the tickets previously. And then what they also did is they targeted ads to a lookalike audience based off of this custom audience. So for your own event, when you're setting that up, you can target people who are your Facebook fans, create a custom audience for that. You can create people who are interested in what you're offering. And also if you have any customers, you can target them as well from that database. So you can combine a number of custom audiences into one audience for this campaign. And then you can also, in a separate ad set, build a lookalike audience based off that as well. So I wanted to show you this just to give you some ideas in terms of the targeting for this type of event response ad. Now let us look at another case study here. This is from Miami Dolphins. And again, they were really trying to get people to an event. Now this event wasn't actually a game. It was a tour of its new stadium. And really what they did here was they generated 4,600 high quality leads. Now what was the goal of this? Well, the goal was to ultimately drive new season ticket memberships. So a pretty smart strategy. It is an event. Essentially, it's a tour. They have that incentive to get people involved, maybe like the free apple pie that we've seen, but really the goal was to drive those season ticket memberships. Now, once again, they didn't actually use the event response feature, but what they did is that they ran a number of lead ads inviting fans of the Facebook page, I guess, to sign up for the new tour stadium. So I wanted to show you this example just to show you that you don't have to just use the event response feature to really create these type of ads. You can be pretty creative in terms of using the lead ads as well. If it's something more like you need their details and you want to keep the numbers down, but you can also use the event response ad if it's quite an open event and you don't need to really manage the numbers like you would here.
Now let's look into a Facebook page, because the first thing you need to do to create an event response ad is to actually create an event. So come into your Facebook page, and down on the sidebar on the left hand side here you can see events. Just click on that. Then you just need to go ahead and click create event. Now you can change this photo as you want. You can edit the name. As always, these fields are really going to be dependent on the event that you're setting up. So you just put in your event name, location, the date, just put it for tomorrow, and any details, categories about it. You want to include this stuff, so maybe people, they can really understand what this type of event is. You can put a description and some keywords in there. You can say if it's kid friendly and free admission, important things to add in. If people need to buy tickets or even just reserve a ticket, you can pop that in there, and there are loads of online services where you can get free ticketing. You can just look them up on Google. In terms of co-hosts, then you can add people to help manage this. Now here's a cool thing that you can do. Instead of publishing it straight away to your page, you might want to work on it for a little bit, maybe show some colleagues. So you can save a draft and maybe show this to some colleagues, work on it. Is it clear? Are those the exact dates we want to work from? Now, once you do publish it, what you want to do then is push it through the organic channels onto, get people posted on your Facebook page, encourage people to share to friends. Then you can come in to your Facebook Ads Create tool and really start to promote it then through Facebook ads. So what is your marketing objective? It's going to be engagement here. And we're really looking at an event response here. So select engagement, event response, and click continue. Now in terms of the audience for this, as we said in this example here, you could select a custom audience. So website custom audience, people who've engaged with your Facebook page. We've talked about setting those up before. So you can include numerous ones here if you want, your lookalike audience even, etc. So like this example of the LCH lines here, you can add that in. And coming back here, you can even include location and interests, etc. as well. So we've gone through those type of things previously in terms of setting up your audience. In terms of your placements then, you can set these up as we've discussed before, your budget and schedule. Now down in the ad format, this is the piece that's a little bit different for this type of ad. Now you can see you have to select the Facebook page that you're promoting. And then if I'd published that event, that'll be showing up here. Or I could just paste the URL straight in. So in order for the event to show up here, it firstly has to be published. So that's really the steps. But from there, it's fairly straightforward. You just need to enter the text as usual, and there's nothing really different then from there on. So now that you understand what event response ads are, the copy that you can use, targeting options, and even some alternatives, and how to set it up inside the Ads Create tool, go ahead and set one up for yourself if you want to reach more people who are likely to attend your next event. In this video, you're going to learn about Power Editor. We'll start by understanding what it is, who it's for, and how you can gain a competitive advantage by using it. And then I'm going to show you the tool itself, how to access it, and how you can get started using it. So firstly, let's understand what Power Editor is. Well, it's an alternative to the Ads Create tool that you've already been using in this course to create your ads. The difference is that it has additional features which will allow you to scale your marketing campaigns and have an improved workflow. So what are these additional features available in Power Editor? Well, the key thing is that you can manage things in bulk and really get a lot more done with fewer clicks. For example, you can adjust budgets, audiences, and scheduling at once just by selecting multiple ad sets and changing it. You can modify ads themselves, calls to action, and the images that are using. You can bulk upload and change those things.
You can also download the information from Power Editor, adjust it offline or in Excel, upload it back up. And that's a way that you can edit tons of campaigns very, very quickly. And the great thing about Power Editor as well is that you can run A/B tests very quickly, duplicate ads, duplicate ad sets, and split your audiences. There's a ton of features in there, and it's much easier to split test inside Power Editor and set that whole thing up than inside the Ads Create tool. So who is Power Editor really for then? Well, it's really for running large-scale advertising campaigns. Obviously, if you can manage things in bulk, this is going to be ideal. If you want to work in an agency, if you want to work as a freelancer, or even if you're running a lot of Facebook ads campaign for your own personal business. The other key advantage of using Power Editor is that they release features into Power Editor first. So for example, lead ads, custom audiences, they would have first appeared here. And so if you're using this tool and familiar with it, you can access those before the general public, maybe using the Ads Create tool. So that is what Power Editor is, the key features of it, and how you can gain a competitive advantage by using it. Let's jump into your ad account and show you how to access it and get started now. So you want to firstly come into your ad account, and then through the drop down in the side here, you can click All Tools, come down into Power Editor. Now the first thing that you will notice is that any campaigns that you've created in the Ads Create tool will also appear in Power Editor. It's not a completely separate ad account, it's just a different interface. The first thing to do when you use Power Editor is to come up to the top left-hand side of the screen in the drop-down here and just make sure that you select the ad account that you want to view for. If you are working in an agency or freelancing or even working on your own personal ad accounts, just make sure that you've selected the right one before you dive into looking at all the data. Also, in the top right-hand side of the screen, you can see the date range. Usually by default, that's the last 30 days, but just be aware that this information down here will adjust based on the date range that you've put up here. Now, one of the great things about Power Editor is how easy they make it to sort through your data, and the fastest way to find things in Power Editor is to use these two drop downs up here in the top left hand corner, the search and the filters here. And you can use these in combination to really pinpoint and find things. So for example, if I wanted to find any of my ad sets that were inactive, I could just select this. I can add additional parameters here in terms of finding the campaign name, and I can type that in to find that. So right now here, I don't have a ton of campaigns to really be sorting through, but you can imagine this is very helpful if you've got a lot of stuff to sort through. So the search and filters and combining them is really the fastest way to find information in Power Editor. Now in terms of the layout of the rest of the dashboard, this is going to look familiar to you. Campaigns, ad sets, and ads. Those are the three levels of the Facebook ad structure, and we've seen that before in the Ads Create tool. Now one handy tip when using this navigation is if you want to see the ad sets and ads for only one campaign, all you have to do is tick the box here. You can see it's coming up as one selected. Now in this tab, I'm only going to see the ad sets for that one campaign and also the ads for that campaign. Now what I can do additionally is come into this tab, and if I want to see only the ads for this one ad set in this one campaign, I can see them here. And that makes it much easier for me to really pinpoint the ads that I might want to change and optimize. Now, in order to edit the ads themselves here inside Power Editor, you just want to click on the ad, click on the little drop down here, click on Edit, and this is going to open up this tab here where I can edit the ad if I want. And I can also see in this tab some of the analytics for that particular ad as well. To get back to the main screen, you want to click back on the Edit tab and just this little arrow here to move that back out of the way. If you want to deselect any of these ads, ad sets, or campaigns, you can just click and really get back to the full view here. Now you may also see these buttons across the top here. These are some of the features that really help you to bulk manage campaigns and ad sets. So for example, I can select one campaign here or multiple ones, and I can duplicate them. I can do some quick edits, turn them on, turn them off, find, replace, bin them, etc., import them, export them. I'll be going through all of that stuff with you, but for now, just get access to the Power Editor tool following the steps that you've learned in this video. One thing that I really like about the Power Editor tool is that it really lends itself to easily structuring and thinking about split testing. If we go back to the alternative, which is the Ads Create tool, we'll remember that you just set your campaign objective, your ad sets, and your ads before your campaign can really appear in your ads reporting tool and go live. So it's quite a process. It's all bunched together in one. And that can be okay if you've just got one ad set and one ad. But if you're trying to think about multiple ad sets, testing different audiences, testing different placements, testing different budgets and schedules, it can be quite an overwhelming process. But inside the Power Editor tool, it's a lot simpler. And I'll just give you an example to show you the difference. So to create a campaign in Power Editor, what you have to do is just click on Create Campaign here. Now I'm going to select the campaign name as just video views here and match it up to my campaign objective. Now you'll see that all of the campaign objectives here are the same that we've seen previously in the Ads Create tool. So I'll just change that to video views. Now you'll see here that the buying type is just auction. For some of those objectives, you may see the option for a fixed price, a CPM buying type. Now, if I want to create this campaign, I don't have to go ahead and create an ad set yet and think about all that stuff. I can just hit this Create Campaign button. Now up pops an overview of the campaign and the objective, and I can just click that to close it again. But what I can see now is that I have my campaign objective. Now inside here I can see one ad set, and this is where it starts to get interesting. What I can do is actually duplicate this ad set and split this audience out pretty quickly. So I come up here, click on the drop down under duplicate, and I can see split audience. So what I've got here is a ad set for 18 plus male and females. And what I can do is actually split this audience into two and test between males and females. And now instead of having one ad set, I've got two ad sets very quickly, and I'll be able to test males versus females for my campaign, and you can see that pop up there. Now, as well as just doing that quick split audience that you can do and is built in as a button here, you can also just select one of the ad sets and you can duplicate it. So you can see that this is the duplicated ad set here, and I could change this, come in and edit it, and maybe then change the budget, the schedule. Maybe I could try a custom audience versus a normal audience, different placements, etc. Now we can go into later on the exact things that you could maybe test, but the point right now is it's very easy to duplicate things, and that makes it much easier to create various ad sets very quickly into a campaign. Now equally, you can do all of that same stuff at the ad level. You can duplicate ads, you can duplicate them and then change one thing like a call to action button, learn more versus shop now. You can change the images, and it's much easier to set up here quickly. And I think get a clear overview of exactly for each campaign how many ad sets you have and how many ads, etc. So what I recommend you do is come into your Power Editor, just set up a campaign, try to duplicate an ad set and maybe some ads, and then you can always come back in here and just delete it once you're done. In this video, you're going to learn how to bulk manage with Power Editor, which is one of the key benefits of the tool. We'll look at a couple of different examples. Firstly, how you can bulk manage ad sets, then how you can bulk manage ads and upload new images, and also how you can bulk manage with Excel as well. So let's start off by looking at how to bulk manage an ad set. Let's take this example of one campaign to really get started. We'll just select one campaign and say, for example, there was one thing that I wanted to change in my ad sets after the campaigns have run for a while and I've understood what's really working. What I can do, for example, is if I've noticed that a certain age range is really getting all the results for my campaign and I want to narrow it down to that, I can do that in bulk here in Power Editor. Otherwise, I'd have to go through all of them one by one and change them. But here it's pretty simple. So what I want to do is firstly come to my ad sets tab. Then I can just select all of the ad sets that I want to change, or I can just select the ones individually that I want to change. Then I can come into the edit button here. And now what I'm going to see here are all of the values for these campaigns that I can really change. So what you're going to notice here is, because all of these ad sets have different names, you're going to see mixed values. Also, if you see in terms of schedule start, there's mixed values here. And also if we move down to the audiences themselves, these are 3 completely different audiences. So I can't edit these in bulk. I can reset them if I want them to be all the same. But what this bulk management tool is allowing us to do is to bulk manage the things that are equal across all of the campaigns. For example, the budget is the same, the end date was the same, and also the age range was the same across all of the campaigns, and the gender. So what I could do, for example, for all 3 of these campaigns, because this information is the same, I can now change this to maybe an age range of 25 to 34, because this is where I was getting all the results for this campaign. And going forward, I just want to narrow it to that. So essentially those changes have now been made. It's pretty much as simple as that. I can come up here on the top right hand side, you can see the green box here, review changes. Here I can really see the changes that I've made to the campaign. I can either apply them, or I can click cancel and then discard them. So you can change not only the age and gender, but really any of those parameters that are the same across all of the ad sets. So that's our first example, just managing ad sets and campaigns. You can do it in a lot of different ways, but that's just one example to show you how to work. It's the same process for all of the different things. Now let's come down into the ad level and look at how we could update the images across all of our ads. So let's come back again and actually just stick with the same example. For this one campaign, we've got our 3 ad sets, and then in here, we've got a number of ads. Now, what I may have noticed from my campaigns is that one image was outperforming everything else, and I want to update all of the ads to be the same in terms of the image. I still might have different copy across the different ads, and that's why I'd still maintain them as separate ads in the ad sets. So what I can do once again is just come down here and select all of the ads, or the individual ones that I want. And in terms of how I could change the image, just come into edit, and then I could come down into the image section here. You can see I could change the image. I can use my own image library and pick maybe an image here. I could maybe pick this image without the text if that was the one that was performing well. I could upload an image, and I can also upload stock images as we've seen before. So if I selected this or another image, I could select this here, and then that would update this image across all of them. Now what I can do once again is really decide to actually cancel that and discard those changes. And it goes back to as it was here. Another way that you can bulk manage with Power Editor is actually to take the information out of Power Editor and edit it in Excel and then upload it back up. So for example, if I wanted to really select this campaign and all of the information in it, I could just select it here, then come to this little icon for export and import, and I can really export this data that's selected, and it's going to pop open in Excel. Now what I can do is really edit this information here in my Excel and then upload it back into Power Editor. So for example, what I could do is the campaign status here is paused. What I could do is change this to active for all of these ad sets, and then what I could do is just upload that back up. And it's the same principle for anything here. You can really adjust any of these things. Now, as you can imagine, you would probably have to have a lot of ad sets and ads to really justify exporting it and doing it this way, but it is great to know that this option is available. Now, there's another reason that you might want to use Excel in order to create campaigns either as a freelancer or either as a business owner. And that's because you could actually give someone a template. You can see download template here,
and ask them to create campaigns for you, or if you're working as a freelancer, create campaigns here, send them to people, and then they could upload them into their Power Editor. You also might want to use Excel to extract some information out of Power Editor so you can replicate the structure of some campaigns, the type of ad sets that you've used, and some of the ad setups for other clients or other campaigns. So that's another reason why you might want to export it, so you can really transfer ads and different ad sets and structures and things like that to other accounts very, very easily. So now that you know how to bulk manage ad sets and images in ads, and even bulk manage in Excel, go ahead and take a couple of minutes to play around with that. Remember that you can always come here to review any changes and discard them if you don't want to follow through. In this video, you're going to learn about Business Manager, what it is, why you would need to use it, and how to get set up. So what is Business Manager? Well, it's a free tool from Facebook that really allows you to stay organized and have good business hygiene. It allows you to manage ad accounts, pages, and people who work in them all in one place. And it's completely free as well. So who would need to use Business Manager? Well, let's start by defining who wouldn't need to use Business Manager. So if you are a Facebook page owner, you're the only person working on that page, and you're also the only person running ads in the ad account attached to that page, you're probably not going to need to use Business Manager. All you need to really do is understand what it is. Now, if you want to become a freelancer, or you want to hire freelancers to work on your Facebook ads, or you have employees working on various Facebook pages and ad accounts, or you're going to be working in an agency, well then Business Manager is going to be a tool that you will use on a daily basis. So it's important you're really familiar with it. So why would you need Business Manager? Let's look at some of the more detailed scenarios here. So you need more than one ad account. If you want to create separate ad accounts for every client or business that you serve, it allows you in Business Manager to do that. And you can pay for ads with different payment methods and organize by objective for reporting. You'll also need Business Manager if you want to request access to pages or ad accounts. And you'll want to do that if you've clients, so you can get access to their pages and ad accounts and run ads on behalf of them by becoming an analyst or advertiser. You'll also need Business Manager to assign permissions to a lot of people working together. So you can assign specific role-based permissions to ad accounts, pages, and other assets that your business manages. So you might have people working on your team. You want them only to be an analyst and analyze reports. There could be another person on your team who is an actual advertiser and sets up campaigns and run them and has some control over the ad spend. So inside Business Manager, you can really assign all of those roles and permissions. And finally, Business Manager will give you business level insights and reporting, so you can get a full view over a ton of different pages and ad accounts at one. Now, if we come down here, we can see a couple of images giving us an overview of a Business Manager account. And this one is good to look at because it's full right now. You can see there's a ton of ad accounts down here at the bottom. It's a little bit blurry, I know, but this is just to give you an idea. You can see all of the pages added into this Business Manager account in the top ones, some alerts and things to look out for. You can see the roles and permissions being organized here. I'm going to show you how to do that. A ton of employees, all different responsibilities. And finally here we can see some of the audiences created, and those can be managed there as well. So how do you get started? How do you create your Business Manager account? Well, the first thing that you want to do is make sure that you're logged into your Facebook page. And once you've done that, this is your personal profile, then you just need to click on Create Account. And this is where you give your business name. So if you are, say, a freelancer just working for yourself and you want to take on clients, you can just put in your own name here, your personal name. If you've come up with a name for that digital agency, you can pop in the name there. Or if you were a business, like a normal business like Nike.com, you would just put in Nike there and click continue and really follow these steps.
Now, once inside, what you're going to see is something similar to this. It might be empty if there's no pages or ad accounts added in yet. And that's the next step that you want to take once you've created your business manager account. You want to start to add in any of those pages that you're going to be working on, any of those ad accounts that you'll be working on, and any of the apps that you might want to be working on as well. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. What you want to do is come up to the right hand side here and click on Business Settings. Now this is where we can add roles and permissions and all that stuff, and I'll show you how to do that. But for now, you just want to start by adding in any Facebook pages that you have. So once in here, you can see I've just got one business page in this business manager account right now. I can come up to the right hand side here and add any more. So there's really two main options here. One is claim a page. So if your business already owns a page, you can just claim it. Or if you need to own it, for example, if another company created it for you, you can claim the page and it moves into your business manager account. As well as this, you can also request access to a page. So if you wanted to work on behalf of somebody's Facebook page, run ads for them, you would request access to it so you could really run ads on behalf of the client. The page will still belong to them, you just get access to it. So these are the two different scenarios. You can see people who own a business use Business Manager, people who want to work for the business and do freelancing and agency work for them also use Business Manager. It's the midpoint between those two and really allows people to get access without handing over full permission. So that's the first thing that you would want to do inside Business Manager, claim a page or request access to a page. You can also create a brand new page in here as well. Now, as well as adding a page in, what you also may want to do is add any apps into Business Manager. So similar to the other options, if you own an app and want to start advertising it, you can add it in here. If you want to start advertising on behalf of other apps, you would add them in here. It's the same process again, really. Add new apps, claim an app, your business will control this asset, it moves it into Business Manager, or request access to an app, and that really allows you to use this asset on behalf of another business. Now, one thing is if you want to use the apps and move it into Business Manager, you need to really have the app ID, and you get that app ID by really registering and configuring an app on Facebook for developers. So that's a first thing that you need to do if you haven't done that already, and then you can move it into Business Manager. The key thing about Business Manager is even if you have created a Facebook page through your own personal profile, when you move it to Business Manager, it's almost like creating a business entity like a company. It's not directly connected to you, like as if you were a sole trader. It's putting it up into a separate entity, and that allows people to access it like employees or external people. So that's the key benefit of it. Now, the great thing is that you can always come back to your Business Manager anytime as well. Inside of your Ads Manager, you can just click on the drop down, and you can also come up here and click on Business Manager here, and you'll be brought to the screen. And remember that all of the activity is here under Business Settings, and you might even want to bookmark that page so you can access it easily in the future. So now that you understand what Business Manager is, why you would need to use it, go ahead and create an account for yourself if you need to use it, following the steps that you've learned in this lecture. Once you've created your Business Manager account and you've added any ad accounts, pages, apps, or other assets to it, the next step is to manage roles and permissions for those ad accounts and pages that you've added in. You want to make sure that the right people have access to the right pages and ad accounts so that they can start working on them. So to do that, what you need to do is come up into the top right hand side here, click on Business Settings. And then we're working in the first tab here that really says People here. Now what you can do is move up and add new people. So if you were a company, what you could really do here is add in any employees, or if you had somebody running ads on your behalf,
this is where you be adding them in. Now, equally, this is the process that somebody will be doing if they were to hire you as a freelancer or working on their ad accounts. It's important that you understand the process from their side so that you can guide them through it if they have any confusion about it. So the first thing that you want to do is add the person's email address that you want to give access to the pages or ad accounts. So as an example, you can just really just put in any email here. You can just remove this later. In most cases, you will select them as a business manager employee, and you can see that that gives them less permissions. They can't change any business settings, remove employees, manage permissions, etc. So I'm just going to add this example person in here. The next step then is to assign pages to this person. So I've just got one page in this example business manager account, so I'll select this here. Next, we want to assign the roles for this person for this actual individual page. And you can see that there are 5 different roles here: admin, editor, moderator, advertiser, and analyst. And this is really going from the most amount of permissions in admin all the way down to analyst here. You can learn more about the roles here, but I'm also going to include this link in the resources section of this video because I think it just spells it out a little bit easier. We can see a chart here of the permissions. So you can see the admin has the most amount of permissions here, or everything. The editor has a little bit less, but they can't manage page roles, so they couldn't add new people. A moderator, a little bit less responsibility again. They can do most things: sending messages, responding and deleting comments, removing and banning people, but they can't do things like edit absent pages, manage rows, go live, etc. Advertiser, as you can imagine, really doesn't have much to do with the individual management of the page, more about creating ads, viewing insights, and see who published as the page. Analyst then really just has access to the insights and can give feedback on that, not really any access to managing the page itself. Now, live contributor seems to be a new category, as you can see, just allows people to go live from a mobile device. So I think this chart breaks it down really easily in terms of the different responsibilities. I'll include this in the resources section of this video. So for now, what I'm going to do is come back into my business manager here. I will just select this person as an advertiser for an example. Then I need to select the ad account that they can have access to. Because they're going to be an advertiser, this is one of their responsibilities. So I can select that, and then once again, they're going to be an account advertiser. Now, there are other things here like product catalogs. If I had an e-commerce business and I had a product catalog uploaded to my ad manager account, then that would appear here, and that would allow them to run things like dynamic product ads, etc. For now, for this account, I can just skip that. So that's it. Now the person has been notified by email. There would have been an email sent to this. What I can do is cancel this invitation anytime that I want. And you can see that that has been removed. You can also come in here for any existing employees and you can assign assets to them in the same way. And in that way, you can really manage roles and permissions. You don't just set it once, you can change it any time. So now that you understand how to add roles and permissions in Business Manager, go ahead and set this up for yourself following the steps that you've learned in this video. In this video, you're going to learn about custom conversions and standard events and how you can use them to optimize campaigns for conversions. Remember that once you've got the Facebook pixel installed, you can use it not only to create custom audiences, but also to optimize campaigns for conversions. So if we come back into our Ads Create tool, you can see here that there is an option for a marketing objective for conversions. Now, the reason that you would want to use this over just traffic is, say you are sending traffic to your website under this marketing objective, you're not really optimizing those people to, say, sign up to your email list or to buy a particular product. Whereas if you choose the conversions marketing objective and you've got the pixel set up, then Facebook is going to optimize and really help you meet that marketing objective rather than just traffic. So it's a small shift, but it's extremely important. And if you want to drive more conversions, there's a little bit more work that you need to do with the Facebook pixel. The best way to probably go through this is come into the Ads Create tool and just click on conversions and walk through the process. So I've selected that as my marketing objective. And now I can see here that I'm choosing a website where I want to drive my conversions. And now I need to really set up a conversion. I need to tell Facebook what is the outcome that I want them to really drive with my Facebook ads. So I can just click on set up conversions here. And here we see the two methods in order to do this. And the first is custom conversions and the second is standard events. So why are there two different options here and what are the differences between them? Well, we can see up here in this article, it kind of breaks it down pretty well. So custom conversions, there's no extra code required. They're usually much easier to set up. If you're not comfortable working with code, then I would just recommend you use custom conversions. However, you have to just be careful in terms of setting them up, and there aren't as much flexibility and accuracy if you use them. But by far, and for most people, this is more than sufficient to set it up. With standard events, there are some advantages. You can customize parameters, aggregate reporting, and they're much more compatible with dynamic product ads, which custom conversions are not. So that's a big really difference. In terms of e-commerce businesses, you're going to be using these standard events. For almost everybody else, I think you'll be fine with the custom conversions. So if we come back into the Ads Create tool and the setup for this conversion tracking, let us just start with the custom conversions, the easier option to set this whole custom conversion tracking up. So what we can do here is put in the URL of the page where people land when they have completed the conversion. So that could be the checkout page or the purchase complete page. In my case here, I'm going to give you an example of measuring and optimizing a campaign for email signups. So for my website, I have a thank you page that people reach once they have hit my website. So for example, they could click to download this PDF. Once they've gone through that process, they're going to end up on this page here, thank you, download. And I want to measure how many people hit this page because that's really the outcome that I want people to do. If they've reached this page, I know I've already got their email address and that's a new lead for me. So I can just add in terms of the URL contains thank you, and that covers that page plus all the variations of it. I could also pick a specific URL if I wanted. In terms of the category, I'm just going to put this as lead and click next. Now I can enter a name for this custom conversion and set a custom conversion value as well. For an email sign up, I'm not going to put down a value, but for other product pages, you might want to do that. And then I can really set that up. Now I've already got it set up, so I'm just not going to go and do it there. But if I click now down into this, I can see the email sign up button, and that's really the conversion that I'm driving towards. Now, one thing that you do want to do is when you've set up this custom conversion, you can come back in to your ads manager, open all the tools, you can click on custom conversions here, and you just want to make sure that this conversion is active and that it is tracking correctly. Now let's go back and quickly talk about the other option for setting up conversion tracking, which is using these standard events. Now, as we said, you're probably only going to need to use this if you're in e-commerce and you want to do dynamic product ads, that type of stuff. The scenario here is slightly different. You need to set up this tracking on your website and add these additional pieces of code. So for example, let us say that we have this same code here for the same objective, which is to track leads. I need to take this piece of code and put it on my website. So for example, here is the HTML for the same thank you page that I showed you. If I wanted to add in this tracking code,
I'd come down to where it says Facebook pixel code, and then I'd come down underneath where it says here FBQ track, and I'd pop this new code in underneath it, and that would allow me to track conversions of people reaching this page. So it's the same process as we saw before, and just repeat it over various different things that you want to track and the different pages that you want. So I'll include these links in the resources section of this video so you can look at it in more detail if you do want to set that up. So now that you understand that in order to track conversions with Facebook ads, you need to set up either custom conversions or standard events, go ahead and set it up for yourself following the steps that you've learned in this video. And don't forget to really check that everything is working by coming back into your custom conversions tab in your ads manager. In this video, you're going to learn about Facebook marketing partners and the huge ecosystem that has grown up around the Facebook ad platform. We'll start by really understanding what Facebook marketing partners are, or FMPs as they're known for short, and then we're going to start individually looking at some of these to really understand why you would need to use one of these Facebook marketing partners and the value add that they're really bringing to the table. So let's start by really understanding what these Facebook marketing partners are. Well, the key thing is that they're not just agencies. This is not a list of agencies that you can use. These are actually marketing partners who have additional technology features or services that are built on top of the Facebook ad platform. So you could maybe compare it to something like Hootsuite or Buffer that you might be used to using on social media. It's a similar type of value add that's built on top of the Facebook ad platform and really connected into it through an API. As you can see here, there are only 171 partners, so it's quite a small number of partners. And there are a number of different categories of partners as well. Specializations is what they call them. So there's ad technology, community management, content marketing, small business solutions, audience onboarding, audience data providers, and measurement. Let's just take a look at these small business solutions because you might be familiar with some of these names: Ad Espresso, AdRoll, and Constant Contact. Now, the key thing about these Facebook marketing partners is if you are just advertising for your own business, you may not ever need to use these, and you don't need to understand them in a lot of detail. But if you are working in the industry, in an agency, or in a company, you maybe need to understand at least what these are so that you can engage with conversations about them. So let's jump straight into actually looking at some of these individually to really understand the value add and some of the reasons why you might consider using them. So the first one here is Ad Espresso, and this is actually by Hootsuite. Now the key advantage of Ad Espresso, and it's listed right here in the homepage, is that it makes A/B testing painless. And the key thing is that you can create thousands of variants of your Facebook ads in only 3 clicks. So an example of how this might work is there is 3 fields. They just put in 3 different headlines and they automatically create 3 different ads based off that. Or you just upload 3 images and then they automatically create 3 ads off that. So it's a way to really automate the process of A/B testing and has a better interface that's really geared around that. The thing that we have to remember is that the Ads Create tool or the Power Editor tool is really designed to serve all of the marketing objectives in one interface. It's really a platform to serve every single person. Whereas a lot of these platforms are really broken down to focus in on a particular feature like A/B testing and has an interface that's more geared around that and makes that much easier to do. Now, in terms of some of these Facebook marketing partners and Ad Espresso in particular, let's have a look at the pricing for some of these. So we can see that the base is $49 per month. Your Facebook ad spend is up to $3,000 and you can see all the features there. Then it goes up to $150 and then $299. So I think for a lot of these Facebook marketing partners, the best practice is to make sure that you have proven your ROI inside the Ads Create tool or Power Editor. And then once you've got that done and you want to start to automate it and make it an easier thing to do and scale, then you will start to use partners like this. Let's look at another example, Drift Rock here. And these guys are pretty interesting and they focus down on really lead generation. So if we come into our Ads Create tool here, we can just see that this is just one single marketing objective. And this is what these guys really focus on. And they have built a bigger solution to really support the whole life cycle of lead generation. So in terms of acquiring them, not just from Facebook, but also from Instagram and LinkedIn lead ad forms. Then in terms of what do you do afterwards, converting them, and there's all sorts of really trainings and guidelines and all of that stuff to really get those leads converted. So it's really building a whole solution around that one marketing objective. Now let's look at another example of a Facebook marketing partner, which is Waller. And this really helps with content creation. And what Waller does is helps you find exceptional Instagram content creators for your brand. So it's really providing a simple structure, a safe marketplace to collaborate with Instagram content creators. So essentially you're outsourcing content creation. You upload a brief, you send it to creators, you agree on who it's going to be, and then you approve the content. And that's really a marketplace in order to do that and outsource some content creation work. Let's move on to another example here, which is smartly.io. And once again, these guys are really focusing down on one particular thing, an objective and niche really, which is e-commerce. That is the key additional features that they have are really around dynamic ads and scaling this and automating this whole process. So we can see in this example here that a Norwegian mobile phone provider started automating their advertising after running Facebook ads manually for a number of years. And I think this is the key phrase to really think about. You would never consider using these guys straight away. Once you've kind of proven your understanding of it and proven in ROI, then you go to automate it, because I think the price tag on this is something like $1,000 a month at a minimum level. So these are definitely for bigger companies. Next up, we've got AdRoll, and you might have heard about these guys before and not know exactly what they do, but they really focus in on retargeting. Now, as we looked at it in the course, this is just one of the many things that you can do, but they really focus in on it, and that's the core of their business. And they enable you to reach your customers everywhere and serve personalized ads across devices on the AdRoll premium network, including 500 networks and exchanges. So it's not just for Facebook and Instagram, it's also for Twitter, Tumblr, AOL, Google, LinkedIn, etc. So that is really what they do, focus on retargeting across all networks, not just the Facebook network. Finally, we have Constant Contact, and you may have heard of these guys before. They really focus and are known for email marketing, but they're a Facebook marketing partner as well, are hooked in. And I found an interesting case study just to highlight some of the things that they can do here. So from this case study, because they were integrated with the ad platform, Constant Contact automatically populates ads with copy and images drawn from email campaigns. So that really allows you to use previous email campaigns to populate ads, and you will probably understand which of those email delivered the best, which headlines, etc. So it's a way of really connecting these things together. Now that you know what Facebook marketing partners are, you'll be able to discuss them at work or in business, and you can come in anytime to the Facebook Marketing Partner Directory, look at all these guys individually if you wanted to take them on and use them as part of your Facebook advertising solutions. Congratulations on completing the course. Now that you are a skilled Facebook advertiser, it's time to start thinking about setting up your own Facebook ads business and working from home. In this video, I'm going to show you 3 different ways that you can do that. Firstly, by looking at Fiverr.com. Secondly, by looking at Upwork, a freelancing platform. And finally, how you would set up a digital marketing agency focused on Facebook ads, some of the things that you should think about, and really how you would manage that practically with tools like Business Manager. So let's start off with Fiverr.com. We'll spend a couple of minutes on this and the other options as well. Fiverr.com is a marketplace for digital services. And originally, all of the services offered here started at $5. That's how it gets the name, Fiverr.com. But as you can see now, I've typed in Facebook ads, and you can see some of the services no longer start at $5, but they're starting at $20, $30, and even they can go up and up. So originally this platform was at the very low end of the market, small services, really bite-sized stuff, but now it's started to scale up and grow over the last number of years. In fact, I used to be a top-rated seller on Fiverr and really got my start online here. So let's have a look at some of the services that people are offering here in relation to Facebook ads and services that you could easily offer as well. So here's one. I will design awesome Facebook ads. So let's click into this to have a look. It's starting at $10 but can move up to $30 and even a $50 service. I'm just rounding up from the euros here. So what this guy does is he's designing Facebook ads. He's not even running Facebook ads, managing them, picking the audiences, that type of stuff, just designing the images for them. And that's something that you could easily do as well. Once you understand the 20% rule and you understand the dimensions that are needed to fit on both Facebook and Instagram, and you have a little bit of design skills, you could go ahead and do this. There's nothing really stopping you from doing this. And the interesting thing about this is he has over 847 reviews, which if we multiply that by the basic fee, $10, you can see that this guy has probably made over about 8.5 grand doing this. And he's based in Sri Lanka, and that's probably pretty decent money there. So that is just something interesting. And the point that I'm trying to make is you don't have to offer every single step of the Facebook ads process. You could pick out one element, become specialized in it, and offer it for a very reasonable price on Fiverr, but make a lot of money through the volume that you build up in terms of sales. So let's go back and have a look at some other examples. This is a different one where someone is actually setting up Facebook ads for a business, starting at a higher price point here of around $30. So the basic package, we can click in here. It's a 7 days. It's a targeted audience, one platform, one ad version. We can see the standard packet goes up to 2 platforms. So that is probably Facebook and Instagram, and 4 ad versions. So some testing done there. And let's see, even the premium package, $200. That's basically the month management, tracking pixel, targeted audiences, etc. So $200 per client to continue that management, $200 per month per client. That's not bad. If you can rack up 10 clients, you're making $2 grand a month. And you could probably push it way beyond that if you have your processes and workflow really fine-tuned. But this is a great way that I think you could get started offering Facebook ads services on the Fiverr platform. The key advantage of doing it here, rather than setting up your own business right from the start, is that Fiverr.com is a marketplace that's really drenched in hungry buyers. The only reason they're here is to buy services. It's not like Facebook where they're there to hang out with their friends. They're just here to buy, and that's what makes it so attractive. You don't have to do the marketing. The orders just flood in and you just get to work. So in terms of Fiverr in general, how do you really win on this platform? Well, some of the key things that you can do is add a video. Now, none of these services have a video here. Certainly, or here's one. If I was buying a service, if I could see the person's face, hear their voice, I'd probably trust them more, and it would be easier for me to put money down behind them. And that's something easy you can do. Most people don't do video. And when I worked on the platform, videos were said to have a 200% increase in sales if you use them. Another thing that is absolutely critical on Fiverr is the reviews. You can see the reviews are visible here,
and it is a big factor that influences the ranking. So when I type in Facebook ads, normally the highest rated gigs will appear at the top, the highest rated services will appear at the top. So if you are launching a service here, you have to make sure that when you put it out there, you maybe get a friend or a couple of close business associates to buy your gig. You can start at a very low price like $5, so it's not a big cost to them. And then you can raise your prices once your reviews have built up, and you can really raise the prices then. But the key thing is getting the reviews initially. Now, as I mentioned, I worked on Fiverr before. I actually have a whole course on it. If you're interested in that, you can maybe check that out. But bottom line is, it's a great platform to get started on. Let's now look at some other options. You could start working on Upwork.com. And once again, I've just typed in Facebook ads to see who's really offering these services. So they're earning $35 per hour. So the key difference about this platform is really that people are working on an hourly rate. They're not defining the exact services that they offer. Now, personally, I think it's better to define the service because often the customer doesn't even understand what they need. But here in Upwork, it's a little bit more flexible and you really define your work by an hourly rate. So you can see $35 per hour in the Ukraine, that's probably pretty good. $50 per hour, $6,000 earned. $40 per hour, $8K earned. $100 per hour, $28K earned. $60 per hour, 48. So there's plenty of people making money and they're making good hourly wages. Now the key thing here again is the reviews. You can see 95% job success. The percentage of freelancers jobs that resulted in a great client experience. So once again, reviews are absolutely critical. And one thing you might need to do on Upwork more than you would on Fiverr is really be clear with the customer exactly what they want and to agree on that in real concrete terms before you start the job so that you can meet their expectations. Because it's not a defined service and it's coming from the client side, you really have to be clear on what you're offering so they're not disappointed. Now, the other thing that you can do on Upwork is start to browse for jobs so you can compete on jobs. And a big part of winning business is even to craft together a personalized pitch for the work. Most people will just blast out the normal, I'll do your job, and they have a template that they copy and paste. So if you want to win on Upwork, you've got to pitch and make it personalized, answer what people say in the pitches, and that'll help you win the work and get those better reviews. Now, the third option is to maybe set up your own digital marketing agency. And I wanted to show you this example, Surgical Studio. So what they do is they help plastic surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and dermatologists get new patients and grow their business from 6 to 7 figures. Now, if we move down a little bit, you can see that they're actually a little bit broader than just Facebook ads. And that may be something you need to do if you really want to go gung-ho on a particular niche like the Surgical Studio in terms of plastic surgeons. Now, this is a good example because number one, they've picked a niche, a group of people that have a lot of money. Plastic surgeons, cosmetic dentists, dermatologists. They make a huge amount of money in terms of the services they offer. Therefore, they have a huge amount of money in terms of spending on getting more clients. So if you want to go down this route, it's probably best that you try and focus in on people who have money, lawyers, accountants, dentists, things like that. People who have very small shops and don't even make a big profit themselves probably won't have a lot of money to give you. So that's the first thing. If you want to go down this route, try and focus in on a niche. Now, to get started, what you could do is just walk down the road and find a business that needs help getting set up and really just get started that way. Testimonials, once again, like Fiverr, like Upwork, that's the key thing. You need to get your first clients, and maybe you can even start working for free. So you could walk down into a dentist, you could say, look, I'll run a Facebook ad for you. I could even pay for it, $10, and let's just see the results and take it from there. And yes, you're paying to acquire a customer, but that customer, if he's paying you $1,000 a month, in the long run, well then it's going to be worth it. So a little bit of investment and you can do a lot after that.
So those are three different options that you have. One is Fiverr Marketplace, the other is the Upwork Marketplace, and three is really to go it alone and maybe start in your local area, literally getting out and talking to businesses, signing them up. In all three cases, the hardest thing to do is get those first clients, and you should really contact people you know to buy your services or even hook you in and do work for free. Start low price, build up the reviews and work from there. Now, finally, in terms of managing this stuff day to day, Business Manager is going to be the absolute key. Remember that if we come into business settings here and you want to work on behalf of a client, the key thing that you are going to have to do is come into pages or ad accounts here and request access to their ad account. So if we come into ad accounts, we can add a new ad account and we can request access to their ad account so that we can really work on it. Now, the key advantage of doing this is that they will have their credit card on their ad account. So we're not paying for their ads, they're paying for their ads themselves, and then we have agreed a fee separately, which they will pay us maybe at the end of the month. And your fee could really depend on whatever you've agreed with them, that you will run 3 campaigns and set up this stuff just like you've seen here. You could even copy and paste what this guy's offering and offer or something similar. And there's plenty of agencies that you can look online to see exactly how they structure things. Or you could base it on results like I'll get you a certain amount of conversions, visitors per month, whatever way you want to structure it. So the opportunities are there. There's nothing stopping you. You have the skills. The platforms are wide open. It will take time to build up, but it's very easy to work from home and start a Facebook ads business.